I just bought this 2021 Toyota GR Supra off an auction, sight unseen, for $5,500. The auction website did not list an odometer reading. It didn't say whether the engine ran. It didn't say whether the transmission shifted. There are a lot of unknowns on this vehicle. The reason why they didn't list any mileage or whether the engine ran is because this vehicle, according to the report, was actually crashed 3 years ago. I have no clue why an insurance company would hold on to a vehicle for 3 years before auctioning it off. If anybody works for an insurance company and can tell me that answer, I would love to know. But let's take a tour around the vehicle, show you the damage, and what all has to be repaired. So the most obvious and the most brutal damage of the vehicle is obviously this front end collision. I'm sure everything in the first 3 feet of this vehicle is completely destroyed. The coolers, the crash bar, the headlights, the bumper, the wheel liners, all of it destroyed. I would love the full story of this crash report because the passenger side is also messed up. The fender, the door, the quarter panel, all of it dead and gone. Taking a look from the back, the roof is fine, very, very dirty, but fine. The rear hatch, glass, and the hatch itself is okay, but the rear bumper is cracked, the rear splitter is gone, and as you can tell, we have one exhaust tip, and there should have been another one right here. The driver's side does get a little better, where the quarter panel is fine, the door is fine, but the driver's side fender is also messed up. When you have a vehicle that's been sitting for 3 years with both windows down, we have a whole bunch of leaves, and worse than that, a whole bunch of mold. The dash is moldy, the doors are moldy, the seats are moldy, not to mention the center console is not even there. I would love to know the story about the center console. They didn't remove it with the bolts, they literally cut it out. You can see the plastic here is just, it has, you know, sawtooth marks. They just cut it out, and unfortunately, while they were cutting, they cut some wires. So we're gonna have to do some wire repair. I have 3 goals for this vehicle in this video. 1, get the mileage. 2, see if the engine runs. And step 3, if the engine is good, I wanna see if the ECU is tunable. The ECUs in the Supras were locked out after, I believe, June of 2021. So if my ECU is dated before then, it's way easier to tune than the ones after then. They're both still tunable, but if the ECU is after someday, you gotta send it off to some hacker in Finland or Russia for them to jailbreak it, I don't know. So when your Supra's dead and you wanna get into the trunk, you just go ahead and crawl through your moldy interior. So if you can see that white thing right in the middle there, that's what I gotta pull. I just have to crawl through here, I think, or get something really long to pull it. Honestly, I'll just break the back window if it's already cracked, or just take the back window out. But I think I'm gonna use this to try to reach back there and pull the lever. Oh, there we go. All right, let's discover what's in this trunk together. 1, a tan interior piece. My interior is black. This is for a completely different car. Yeah, you never know what's gonna be in a car that's been sitting there for 3 years. So, this might belong to this car, but broken. Looks like we got either a front or a rear under tray slash maybe a splitter even. Broken. And here, oh look, it's the corner of the rear bumper that is no longer a part of the car. You know, probably not gonna reuse that either. Last plastic piece, this piece here is actually in good condition. I think this is license plate for maybe the front. This might be the front license plate bracket. So good part, I will hang on to it. We got the phone charger piece for like the center console. Now, I'm sure I'm gonna be doing a lot of working back here. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this piece off. This looks to be in good condition. How does it remove from the rest? Just clips in. So let's take this out. And now we can take the trunk floor out. And that finally exposes most, if not all, of our trunk. I like what I'm seeing back here, way better than the front of the car. This also exposes one of many BMW logos that are going to be on this car. Anyway, back on with the progress. As you can see, I thought the battery was just completely dead, but it turns out it's just disconnected. So I say we put this negative terminal back on, hop in the car, and see if we have any life in it. Oh, we do have life. Well, I connected the battery and immediately it came to life, and I heard fuel pump prime, so if there's any fuel leaks, we'll definitely find them. But Look, we have taillights. I've never seen these taillights in person. I like them a lot. And guys, the dash is on. The dash is on. How many miles does it have? Let me get in. We have obviously a whole bunch of warnings. Okay, I took some time to try to get our key to get recognized. Wasn't working, changed the battery, all that stuff. But we don't need it to get our mileage. Turns out you can just push this button right here on the side, and there we have it right on the dash, 3151. Our Supra only has 3,151 miles, guys. That is an awesome surprise. This is officially my newest car and the car with the least miles I've ever owned. I've never owned a brand new car. This is the closest thing I got, so we have to get it on the road. All right, that's goal number 1 complete, 3,151 miles, an amazing sight to be seen. Second goal, the most, some stuff fell out. Goal number 2, we gotta see if the engine's good. It's gonna be a little harder than I thought. One, the Supra is not recognizing the key. That means that either the module had got water damage, rats chewed up some wires, or maybe there's some grounds missing. It could be an easy fix, but it's gonna be a little bit harder to see if the engine's good. We're gonna start by getting all this trashed up bodywork and coolers out of the way so we can at least do a visual inspection and see what we see. So next up, I'm probably gonna have to cut some stuff off, but let's get going. Believe it or not, hood latch doesn't work. Can't lift it up. God, stuff's just falling off this left and right. This fell out a little bit ago. This, I think, are headlights, so more trash. All right, with this thing being an absolute crumpled up mess, I can actually just see the hood latch right here. And I think if I just unbolt it, I can take the hood off, or at least lift it up a little bit. All right, with the passenger side hood latch taken off, how far does that get us? Not too far before running into the windshield. Let's take off the hood hinges. I have plenty of access, so. Hood hinges are off, hood latches are off. Let go. Hood hinges are off, latches are off. Oh God, I forgot that there's probably windshield washer hoses. Well, our engine cover fell out. Hose here from somewhere. Wait! Oh, Jesus. Oh, there we go. All right, forgot about the windshield washers. Hood off. Look at this. We had plastic pieces falling off all over, and our engine's pretty tight in there. I hope everything's okay. We have so much trash. I mean, like, we have a Bosch radar sensor. We have a trailer hitch, or wiring, not the hitch, but do Supras have towing capacity? Unbroken. I'll keep this. We have 2 piles here. We have our trash pile and we have our good pile, and our good pile is pretty small as of now. Let's continue adding to the trash pile. Oh, hold on. This is a little concerning. No, the oil cap is off. Oh, what's gonna be in here? It doesn't look rusty. Let me get a light so you guys can see. Okay. Oh, and there is rust. Look at, there's water right, or there's rust on the camshaft right there. Oh no. You know what that means? That means we definitely have to at least take the top apart. Oh no, the water got in here. The oil cap was off. Why is the oil cap off? Why couldn't they just leave that on? Okay, well, let's keep digging. Let's get some of this trash off. Well, for one, I mean, the radar sensor itself looks okay. So for now, I'll keep this. If I don't know if it's broken, it'll stay over here. Maybe right in the middle. We got a maybe pile started. Fabric and metal and more trash. The tote or the ratchet strap can all go into the trash pile. The hood will make an excellent spot for me to put all of the trash in one spot. It's like a little cradle. Okay, well, finding the oil cap off was very disappointing. Finding rust on that right off the bat is sad news. I mean, we for sure know some water got into the engine. Next question I have is, did this front impact damage the block at all? I mean, look how tight it is up here. It's really close to the engine. So next up, what you're gonna see is me taking off a lot of this front to inspect farther into the engine bay. You see this? Oh. We might have, dare I say, some suspension issues. Plastic. That's ruined. That intake box is broken. Oh! Well, I didn't even see this until now. I'll show you what I just saw. All right, an update on where we are. So you can see I have most of the airbox out. Just got this last bit. A lot of this front plastic off, front crash bar, along with the top radiator core support. And that uncovered this. That is, you're not supposed to be able to see that. The valve cover's right there. And it looks like, I'm sure those metal tabs on that camshaft, not supposed to be bent like that. And along with, I mean, look, all of this engine harness wiring is cut. Wires do not work when they're cut. So far what we're uncovering is that the engine's gonna need some work for sure on the top end. Hopefully the bottom end looks good. I'm guessing we're gonna have to pull the engine to do most of the frame repair. While we have the engine out, it'll probably be a disassembly to make sure everything's in tip-top shape. That does mean more work and already more parts to be ordered than I was expecting. I was really hoping that the engine would be in perfect running condition, which I can now see was a tall ask for how hard this got hit on the front end. But if you guys watched my last build, you know I'm not worried about an engine build. Sure, this one's a little bit more complex by like 2-3 times the difficulty, but I like a challenge. If I did like a challenge, I wouldn't have bought this car. The question still remains on whether the block is okay. You know, if we hit hard enough to break the valve cover, which is plastic, we might have hit hard enough to hit the block and potentially crack it. If we cracked the block, I don't want to get any ideas in your guys' head, but we could just 2JZ swap it, make the Supra a real Supra, you know what I'm saying? But if this engine's good, I'm definitely going to be using it. These are all questions that will be answered hopefully shortly. Let's get back to it. Woo! That's not a good sign. This radiator fan is absolutely smashed. Oh God. Ah, yeah. Woo! Whoops, I dropped it. Let's get the rest of these coolers out of the way and we can take a look at what's going on. There we go. All right. Auxiliary radiator off. Another cooler off. Guys, I'm not lying when I'm not familiar with this car. I think this is probably for transmission, would be my guess. And all of this plastic fell off when we pulled the radiators off. There we go, rest of the air box out. Okay, we're all the way down to the turbo here. There we go. Got this broken piece off. Oh, there we go. All right, let's take a look at what we can see so far with this engine. So far, from what I can see, it looks like the harmonic balancer got a little scratched up from like the radiator fan. The water pump got damaged, so I'm definitely gonna need a water pump. and the housing. The reason why I say the housing too is because the AC compressor bolts to it, and you can see that those tabs are broken off. Along with the water pump housing tabs being broken, you can see that the AC compressor pulley itself is broken, so I'll need to replace at least the pulley. I don't know if I can replace that or if I gotta replace the whole thing. Looking at the turbo, I don't know if you'll be able to tell on camera. There's no play in the turbo, it spins freely. The only downside is that one of the fins, one of the corner of the fins got a little bent, I'm guessing by some plastic pieces that fell in. The front of the block, the front of the head, the side of the block, everything I can see of the block and the head so far is A-okay. So far it looks like wiring harness, water pump, valve cover, maybe an exhaust camshaft if I can't clean it up, and we might be on the road with this engine. Surprise, I got a haircut. It's actually been 2 or 3 days. It's been really humid. I haven't been able to get into the shop. It's so humid that there was literally, the concrete was water. Underneath the cars was just pure water from how humid it was. So we're back. Plans have changed. While I've been thinking, engine's got to come out. In order to do the frame repair, it's going to be way easier with the engine out. I'm going to drain the oil to see if there's any water in it. Then pull it. Okay, we're up in the air. Shake test passed. Yeah, destruction. All right, skid plate time. All right, this is a pretty big moment for the build. We're gonna see how much water is in this engine. Oh, none. All right, huge win for the engine. No water came out. Oil floats on top of water, so if there's any water in this engine, it would have came out first. And as you saw from the clip, oil came straight out, no water at all. I didn't notice any. Huge win for the engine. All right, nothing really more to do except for start getting all the wiring and hoses off to pull the engine. So I'm gonna start by cleaning up this rear and all the leaves. Gee whiz. That was the hardest part of the car so far, is taking the windshield wipers off. All right, this cross member here is bent. We will definitely need a new one of these. This should be our ECU out, and we should be able to see the date on it. If we look right there, January 11th, 2021. All right, so that's our ECU out. We saw the date, January 11th, 2021. That's definitely way after June of 2020. I looked up the date in between days here. That doesn't mean we can't tune the vehicle. It doesn't mean it's gonna be stock. It just means that we have to spend a little bit more money to tune our vehicle. Okay, so giant plastic piece. This is also broken. We got broken tab. All the tabs that hold this to the body are broken, so I'll have to buy a new one of these as well. I'm so excited that every piece of plastic on this car is broken. I'm sure the plastic pieces are gonna be so cheap, it won't even make me cry a little bit. Okay, throttle body here is in the way of this AC line, so we're gonna pop this throttle body off so we can take this AC line off. All right, throttle body off, looks fantastic. This should absolutely be reusable. All right, now we should be able to take this AC line off. This part of the AC system off. Tons of broken parts on this. This will have to be replaced as well. All right, 2 more hoses on this reservoir. We're getting down to being ready to pull the engine. Surprisingly, I think this might be reusable. It looks like this bottom piece is broken, but I think it might be reusable still. The coolant reservoir is cheap. I'll just buy another one. All right, huge progress today. Everything's disconnected from the engine, all the wires, all the fuel lines, all the coolant lines, all the AC lines, good to go. So I believe all we need to do is take off the drive shaft, take off the exhaust, take off the motor mounts, take off the transmission mounts. Out comes the engine and transmission. So I'm gonna call it a night. I'm tired, it's late, and I'll see you in 3, 2, 1 right now. All right, I'm back. It is the next day. We need to get this engine out. It should be pretty quick. Unfortunately, there is supposed to be a lifting tab here, and we do not have one. And I won't be able to get one for another week. So we're gonna make our own. I have some steel here. We just need to drill out 2 bolt holes and a bigger hole on top for lifting. And I'm just gonna use this since I don't wanna make you guys wait a week just for me to pull the engine. So first things first, from center of hole to center of hole, we have 1.135 inches. So we're just gonna mark that here. So that is where our bolt holes will be. And obviously we just line them up in the center. Good enough. The bolt hole needs to be at least 0.31 inches wide. And the drill bit I got on the drill press is 0.33 inches. So let's drill these holes. All right, bracket to lift the engine's coming along. Our 2 holes we drilled line up fantastically. All right, for this last hole, we got a 0.49 inch bolt. So we have a 0.5 inch drill bit. Let's drill this last hole. Clean up the edges a little bit so I don't cut myself. And you can see we got our 3 bolts that we're gonna be using. Let's move on. Okay, I've decided that I'm gonna take the intake off just because it's gonna be a lot easier to get the engine hoist onto this rear lift point. Probably not 100% necessary, but let's do it. Okay, I believe that's it. Oh, forgot one wire here. We got one more coolant line here. Okay, that's our intake off. Easy peasy. Okay, for how little work that was absolutely worth it. Now we have really easy access to our rear lift point and super good access to our front lift point. Breaking news on the Supra. I've been underneath it, getting it ready to pull the engine. As you guys know, I don't have a lift, so I just did it off camera. It's a terrible camera angle, you guys wouldn't really see much, but that was really my first time getting underneath the car, and I have some terrible news. The drive shaft broke in the accident, which tore up the heat shield and the exhaust. The exhaust is fine, we needed a new one anyway. The heat shield I'm hoping is cheap, it's not too much metal. Drive shaft, no clue how much that costs. But the worst part is underneath the car. The drive shaft broke. I'm sure it still had a little bit of momentum and it hit the floor and damaged the floor. Now, the floor is still repairable. The Supra build is still on. It's not like it's doomed. Taking a look at my laptop here, I can show you the piece that's damaged. It's this top piece here. So as you can see, it's just a little bit more damage underneath the car that we have to spot weld out, re-weld a new piece in. That piece was only $75. It's not making or breaking the bank. It's just really surprising and it caught me off guard. That being said, we're almost ready to pull the engine. We're gonna put the hoist on, unbolt the engine mount, unbolt the transmission mount, and out she comes. We're on our lift points, so I'm gonna go underneath, take off our motor mounts, and see if we can get it out. All right, engine and transmission mounts are out, let's pull it. Oh, another surprise. So many surprises, I just love this car. Look, the engine mount's broken. Hopefully the block is okay. Oh, guys look, both engine mounts are broken. Well, the engine and transmission, it's out. This makes this a little harder. I was gonna put the engine down on the engine mounts, but they're broken. And the transmission mount's broken too. I didn't mention that yet. Okay, we're gonna have to take the downpipe off in order to have enough room to put this down, just because this hangs lower than everything else. So I'm gonna quick take off the downpipe. All right, downpipe off. Okay, well that took some finagling, but engine's out. Look at our parts pile. Radiators, hoods, fans, bash bars, charge piping. So this side is like really bad. This stuff is also really bad. That stuff's kind of okay. I think we can use most of that stuff there. We have lots of work to do on the engine. We have lots of work to do on the frame and body. We have lots of work to do on the interior. If you guys want to follow along with the crumpled up Supra build, make sure you subscribe so you see when I post my next video, because who would want to miss out on all of this repair? Look at this. You guys think I can put this back together? I have no clue. This is the biggest project I've ever done. At the beginning of the episode, I said it might be the biggest project. No, I'm pretty sure this is the biggest project I've ever done. But we're not done with disassembly yet. I have a literal ton of parts on order. I'm telling you, we could literally build a castle out of cardboard when we get all of our parts delivered. That being said, there is still a ton of disassembly that needs to happen before we can start putting the car back together. So the front suspension has to come off, the front subframe has to come off, all of the wiring, wiper blades, sound deadening, heat shields, all of this has to come off all the way down to the bare frame so I can see where all the damaged and bent pieces are, so I can get it ordered so we can get going on the repairing. We have a lug nut with a locking key on it, and I don't have that locking key. I've checked the entire inside of the car. I do not see it. So I went ahead and bought this extractor socket. It is supposed to work on lug nuts. Let's find out if it works. All right, that seems to have broke it loose. Perfect, that extractor socket worked, so now we can just use a normal socket for the rest. All right, lower control arm's unbolted, upper control arm not even attached. So we got tie rod, top of the strut, and this should be off. Now we lower it. The lower control arms run into the sway bar, so that's neat. There we go. I'll just pull harder. This side of the suspension, you know, mostly out. The rest will come off with the subframe. All right, I already got the key off of this side, so it should just be 4 lugs. You know, so far the front rims look okay. This one's flat, but I don't see a crack or anything. The tire just might have de-beaded and let the air out on the crash. I'll most likely get new rims anyway. Now this side, I haven't even taken off the front crash bar on this side because it's been behind this wheel. So hopefully we can get to it once we take this wheel liner off. All right, with that wheel and wheel liner off, I'm gonna switch to try to get this front crash bar out of the way. Folded over this top bolt, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna have to do some bending. There we go. More of the broken frame off. Yeah, same story. I'll have to cut this off too. I wonder if the horn still works on this. Out with the top. All right, there's the lower control arm. Yes, sir. All right. That's front suspension off. So we're almost to the barren wasteland of a front vehicle that we need. The next up, we gotta take the subframe off. So we'll start by taking off any wires connected to the subframe, which I believe is none. So I believe all we have to do is disconnect the steering shaft and take off the bolts that hold it to the frame. Oh, and the power wire that goes to the steering box. Now, when you're taking this much of the front of a car apart, you need to make sure that the vehicle doesn't tip backwards. We have so much weight out of the front that I can literally lift it up with one hand. So what I've done, if you look at the back here, I have an extra jack stand under the rear subframe to prevent the car from tipping over. So let's get back to it. Power wire for the steering rack, steering shaft for the steering rack, take the bolts out, and out she comes. All right, so now for the subframe, I'm gonna start with the bolt in the back so that I don't have to be anywhere near underneath it when we take it off. The subframe bolts are very bent and don't come off the best. Nonetheless, I believe we're only on the front two. And of course, the front ones are the most bent. I'm gonna try cutting them. Okay, I think that should be it. Let's see what happens when we lower it. Oh, wait. I forgot about the steering. Gotta get the steering off. My whole plan was to go front or back to front, and I missed a couple back bolts. There we go, we're off the steering. Bada boom. All right, I'm nice and sweaty, and we got the subframe out, and the front of the car is looking more and more barren. We got the front suspension out, and we got the front subframe out. That only took me a couple hours to get the front suspension and the front subframe off. All right, we're back the next day. Goal is still the same. We need to get as much off of this car so I can see what all I need to order. I don't want to keep you guys waiting, so I want to order as many parts that I need as possible. I'm sure I'll forget some stuff, but I want to order as much as I can so I can keep making videos for you guys. So we're gonna get back on the tripod, and I'm gonna tear off as much of this engine bay as I can. All right, I probably gotta take this side skirt off anyway, and it seems like the wire goes behind it. So I've been investigating how this goes on, and it seems like it's just double-sided tape, which is interesting. Had to take the side skirt off for this one wire that goes from the engine bay to that thing. No clue what that thing does. The side skirt is repairable, but don't know if it's worth it. I'll have to see what other damage this thing has. The passenger side frame is about 99% done. I just have to take off these last sound deadening pieces in this little crevice. But for now, we're gonna move on to the other side. All right, well, I wanted to show you guys this. This is what I meant by I put a jack stand under the rear of the car, because now it's so light on the front, it could just tip over. So put a jack stand underneath the rear of your car when you're taking this much out, because it's very rear heavy now. There we go. I don't know if you guys can hear all the fireworks in the background, but it's the 3rd of July. People are shooting off a little early. I'm gonna keep that whole assembly together. Be way easier to put it back later. Won't have to guess or look at pictures of how I did stuff. It is getting to be a very clean firewall. I'm hoping I can just leave the rest of this on. Quick rule that I just remembered. So this steering wheel is no longer connected to anything that will limit how much it turns, but there's a clock spring on the steering wheel to connect the buttons to the rest of the car. So if I just whip this and turn this, I'm gonna break that, and we don't wanna break that. All right, I guess we're taking this side skirt off too, even though this one's okay. Gotta take it off just to take the fender off. All right, there we go. Driver side skirt off. There's the same sensor over here too. I forgot about this. So I guess we can take this wire out and put it back in later too. There we go. I'm gonna shove some towels in the master cylinder here so we don't get a bunch of stuff in it. The front of the car is pretty much where we want it for the frame repair. We can get a pretty good close-up of the damage here. It looks like the frame rail bent in this corner and it bent here, so we will have to replace that frame rail. This frame rail is good all the way up until out here, so we're gonna have to replace it anyway. So that's both frame rails. You can see that the strut tower is broken along with this connecting piece to the firewall, and that is same on both sides. You can see that we are broken off there and we are broken there. So what I think the plan is for the frame repair is Toyota sells, I believe, this section, the strut tower, and the frame rail all in one piece. Basically from the firewall forward, all in one piece, about $1,500 each side. So if that's the case, $3,000 and some cutting and welding, and we can have our front structure repaired and ready to go. The only other cutting and welding that needs to happen is the support brace for the drive shaft underneath. That got damaged when the drive shaft broke, and that piece was only $75. Tomorrow's the 4th of July, and I'm gonna spend it making the biggest list of parts I need to order all at once ever. It's going to be huge. The price tag is going to be scary, but it's okay because in the end, we're gonna have a Supra. Okay, I'm back and I have a little bit of an update on our Supra parts. So as you can see, we have some parts trickling in. Very obvious and unfortunate, the amount of boxes we have over there does not replace the amount of parts we have on the floor. But that's okay because we have plenty of work to do still. Next up, I'm gonna dig into the interior. We're gonna need to have the carpet out for me to fix the frame or the drive shaft loop underneath the car because I'm gonna have to weld and I don't wanna set the carpet on fire. So next up, door off, seats, center console, carpet. Let's get all of it out and it needs to be cleaned. Look, I found Ray-Bans. Let's clean them up. These didn't clean up very well, and I don't think it's worth it. But am I a Ray-Bans kind of guy? What do you guys think? There we go. Well, it's time to start getting all this junk out. And again, we're trying to save as much as we can. For instance, this piece of the center console, A-okay. Just very moldy. Floor mat, check. Part of the side skirt, and I think this is part of the front lip. Regardless, they're broken. I mean, I think like a lot of these clips are broken. I think it's broken on the side here, but here's our center console piece. So we know we originally had the carbon fiber trim. I mean, all of these buttons feel fantastic and look fantastic. So if anything, if I need the buttons, I can use the buttons. Shifter looks good. All the mounting locations look good. It shifts good, buttons click good. So if we need this, I got it. All right, we're starting to get down to some trash. We have some proof of the crash date. I mean, 2021, this was, you know, pretty COVID-timey. This is actually very exciting to see. This is what they cut out of the center console, and if you look, it's got our wiring. This makes me very happy to see. If it comes down to it and I can't find a wire harness for the center console, I can just splice this back in. Some more pieces of our center console. It's got some wiring. All of these pieces, actually this piece itself looks fantastic. I need this connector. This connector is broken off of the wiring harness. So again, a lot of these center console pieces, very happy to find the wiring on these. I love digging into cars and finding out what kind of people they were. We have an iPhone user, the worst kind of people. Guys, we got our Ray-Bans case. This is making more and more sense. Guys, the guy with the Ray-Bans glasses also owned an iPhone. He liked to spend
all his money on useless stuff. Like me, I bought this Supra. Oh, actually found another piece of wiring harness. Don't see any other pieces of wiring in here. Passenger side floor mat. All right, let's get this seat out. All right, gotta go connect the battery, and we gotta hope that this seat will move forward. I got AirPods. I like this car. AirPods. This guy had Apple iPhone. He vaped, Ray-Ban glasses. This thing's a gold mine. I'm gonna clean these up, give them to my wife, and tell them I bought them brand new. She'll never know. Ruh-roh. Seatbelt's attached to it. Seatbelt's actually really easy to get off. I thought it was gonna be hard because it's not actually a bolt, but there's just this little tab on the back. You bend it out of the way, push it forward, and it slides right off. Super easy. I'm gonna give this door a little bit of love and get this off. The more stuff I take off this car, the better it looks, which is really the opposite of what I want. Of course, it'll look better and better the more stuff we put on, but taking broken stuff off has been really satisfying. Okay, let's get this driver's seat off. There we go. We learn as we go. This seatbelt off. Oh, there we go. It's just Jenga. Let's cut this airbag. Get some more room in here. There we go. Okay, taking off steering wheel airbags. To me, this is kind of one of those annoying things where you just kind of got to feel around. But there's a hole on each side of the steering wheel, and you're just looking for a little button, and you got to press the little button. My least favorite thing. All right, one side. This side should be easy now that I found it. I think that's both sides. Ah, there we go. Make sure you disconnect your battery before you mess with anything airbag related. Okay, airbag off. All right, let's talk airbags for a second. When airbags deploy, they get very hot, and as you can see, those connectors are melted, and you know, they cause a little bit of other destruction, like this wire is broken. Basically what I'm getting at is when airbags deploy, they mess up wires that are connected to it, so plan on replacing some wires when you're replacing your airbags. It's good to be back. It's been a couple days. I have been ordering parts like crazy, and some have already started arriving, but none of the parts we need first. We need the frame parts first. They might be here tomorrow, which is like no time at all for you, but it's an eternity for me. Parts have indeed been trickling in, and I have some tools. I haven't opened any of the parts boxes yet, but I have opened some of the tool boxes. We have a rivet gun, a belt sander, some B58 engine specific tools, some windshield tools, paint, seam sealer, panel bond, and I bought some automotive body work stands, I'll call them. I don't know the official name. The pile of boxes has begun. This is just from tools that I've ordered so far. And of course, there's gonna be way more coming. The freight company, just for one order, told me that it weighs 300 pounds, and I don't have a forklift. I'm gonna have to go carry one box at a time off of a semi truck. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. But anyways, let's carry on. We still have to get the center console and the carpet out, because right underneath the cup holders on the underside of the car is the frame damage that the drive shaft caused. And it's this piece here, like the drive shaft loop, carrier bearing, we'll call it. So I have a new one of those on the way, should be here tomorrow, I believe. So in order to repair that and weld it on, we have to move the carpet so I don't set it on fire. So, center console out, carpet out, and we'll assess the damage. All right, now obviously this is far from perfect, but I just wanted to be able to sit in here without being in a pile of leaves. But it wouldn't be right if we didn't do the other side. And passenger side, you know, passenger side looks a little bit better than the driver's side, but it'll all get cleaned and look phenomenal once we're going back together with the car. Let's get this center console out. So as you guys can see, this is ripped. It is already broken. I did not do that, of course. I would never do that. So take this out. There we go. All right, looks like I gotta take out the climate control to get the center console out. And I see one bolt on the left. And I already did some investigating and I found there's a little plug. You can only see the plug if you lower the glove box. And that exposes another bolt on the side. There we go. Just pops in, 2 bolts. There we go. Climate control out. Okay, finally got these bottom plastic pieces off. And there's 2 more bolts down here for the center console, 1 on each side. Okay, now I think that's the dash. Oh yeah, ready to come out. Look at that. Okay, so, I mean, this gives us a way better view of our broken wires. The center console I bought came with some wiring, so I'm hoping I have all the wiring I need. The only wiring I need to repair this is just, you know, whatever connects to these, whatever plugs I need for these, and then I just have to repair the wires in here that got cut just a little bit. But for now, let's get all this wiring out of the way so that we can repair the frame. Okay, I'm sure hoping I can get all this carpet out without much, if any, further disassembly. You know, I'll probably have to take all this off to get the carpet back in. So, might as well. Luckily, these all just pop in, no screws. So easy peasy. That's this side mostly out. So I'm gonna switch to your side. Okay, here we are. So I don't need to take the entire carpet out. I can just fold it over and I can see all of our damage here. Now this is the first time you guys are seeing the damage and you might be freaking out a little bit. Do not worry. It is all steel. Magnet sticks everywhere here. So this will just be, use a hammer, flatten this back out, weld it back together, and then we just have to weld on the new brace on the underside. Back another day, but look at this big box, bigger box, other boxes. Actually, these 2 big boxes here are for the Chevelle. If you guys want to see Chevelle content, let me know. 69 Chevelle LS3 swapped. I'd love to make videos on that, but we're gonna have to convince my dad because it's father-son project. I don't work on the Chevelle unless I'm working on it with my father. So I believe either this big box or this big box has our frame pieces in it. So by the end of this video, we're gonna open up this box, take a look at what parts we got. Okay, so something has occurred to me. I'm being a little silly. I forgot something. Some might say I've been a little stupid. You guys are gonna have to bear with me. It is currently 88 with 60% humidity. So it's a little hot. I'm gonna be really sweaty this entire time, but that's okay. So anyway, the thing that I've been a little silly or a little stupid about. You guys just watched me move this carpet out of the way so we can get access to this floor so we can repair it. And you know, that's fine and dandy. The carpet's out of the way, we can repair this one spot. And I was hoping I didn't have to take the dash out, but it just occurred to me that we're gonna be welding right here, we're gonna be welding down here, and we're gonna be welding on this frame rail all the way down. You know, this corner and this corner I'm less concerned about, but we're gonna be welding right onto this firewall, which is right next to the dash and probably insulation. So I don't know how this didn't occur to me sooner, but we're gonna have to take basically the entire interior out so I don't set it on fire. I'm going to try to get that done today so you guys can get that in this episode. If not, it might be the first thing I do in the next episode, but we're gonna start tackling it right now. So let's start with the steering wheel on the other side. There we go. Okay. All right, that was easy enough. Get the steering wheel out. Okay, this is the clock spring I've been mentioning so many times. We don't want to turn this. We want this to stay exactly where it is. So I'm going to tape it top to bottom, maybe the sides, so we do not move it and we don't lose our position. All right, I got the driver's side knee airbag out. Going not too bad. This is for the best. It's pretty dirty back here, so I'll get to clean it all up. I think I gotta get the cluster out here. Oh yeah, okay, that was easy. Oh, come on, baby. Okay, the dash is all loose. So let's get these wires out of the way so I'm not yanking on them. Now I think the last thing I gotta take off is just the surround for the steering column here. There we go. Oh God. Okay. Here. There we go. Okay. I think this is ready. Oh yeah, baby. Ah. Okay, so here we have our dash out. The problem is we're still not to the firewall. We still got to be way back there. So I think I can I'm hoping after I take this aluminum brace off, that'll give me enough room to, you know, wiggle the firewall insulation out of the way. I'm hoping I don't have to completely disassemble this, but I know I got to go farther than this. So let's keep going. Okay, is that all of it? That it is. All right, let's get this out. We should be really close to having our bare firewall that we need. Should just be the HVAC stuff and this foam firewall piece here that covers the entire firewall. And then we can get the carpet out and then we'll be ready to go. This is it, this is the last stuff. Insulation's the whole reason we got down to the firewall. It's because if I welded to the firewall, we'd probably set this on fire. So, we take this off, we're ready. Man, I gotta take off the brakes too. This is a complete disassembly, I tell you what. I've been messing with this brake pedal for like half an hour. Turns out there's a special tool to detach it from the master cylinder, and of course I do not have that. And that's putting a downer on my day, so we're gonna get it without the special tool, I hope. Oh, I did it. All right. See, I don't need a BMW special tool. And I didn't break it, so I get to use it again. Brake pedal off. I'm gonna show you guys that situation so we are all on the same page. Let's talk about how this thing attaches and detaches. So on the end of the brake booster, we have this lovely ball. That lovely ball attaches to the brake pedal inside these plastic pieces right here. You can see those plastic retainer clips on each side. You have to push both of those in at the same time in order to get that ball out. Now that's a pain in the butt because there's no room. Now you can obviously order the BMW official tool, or you can take a screwdriver flathead and pry one side, and then I have this hook so that I can reach in from the other side and pry the other one. The problem with just doing two flatheads is that they butt into each other. There's not enough room. So if you have, you know, this kind of something like this with a hook and a flathead, it worked out. Okay, now let's finish the firewall. We're so close. I honestly think that was like the last piece. That was just, I gotta figure out how to get this off, I guess. All right, there it is. That is our bare firewall. We are ready for welding the floor, the firewall. There's only like 4 things that we need to take off. That'll literally take me 5 minutes. And it's these 2 sound deadening pieces, these 2 sound deadening pieces, this heat shield, and this black sound deadening piece here. There should be a completely, well, I guess not completely, right? There's still wiring and whatnot in there. But like a 99% gutted Supra interior and a 99% gutted front quarter. I don't know, I'm tired at this point. The thing's a blank slate. I should have just called Toyota and asked them to send me every piece of a brand new car and just started from scratch. I mean, look at this thing. The only thing still on the car is literally from this point back. And even that's not gonna stay that way because I gotta take this quarter panel off or somehow repair that. And I gotta replace this rear bumper as well. But surprise guys, I got some boxes to open. Let's check it out. We're gonna try to keep as much in the box to keep it organized as possible. So I'm hoping I can open it, find my frame parts, and move on. Now I don't know if the parts inside this box are also inside boxes, because that will make it a little harder. Oh baby. Man, they ship this stuff with just stuff flopping around. It looks like it's in good shape still. Let's look in the box. Guys, there is our wheelhouse and apron. I believe they're stacked on top of each other. Oh my God, does this go all the way back? Oh my God, it goes all the way back. It is the whole box. There's only one in here though. The other one must be in this box. As you can see, we got a bunch of boxes. We have our ECU holder over there, and it's just flopping around. And we got one wheelhouse and apron. Let's get it out of the box. I have no clue how heavy this is or if I can even pick it up. Oh yeah, it's a little heavy, but we're okay. There is our front frame. I'm very excited. Let's go put it next to the car. This should be our other wheelhouse and apron as they're called. And it is. It's the only thing in this box. They said this box weighs 80 pounds. So maybe without like the pallet and cardboard, the wheelhouse and apron weighs 70. I don't know. Oh yeah. Okay, that's nice. I can get rid of this whole box now because it, you know, takes up a lot of room. Here we have it. Here is our wheelhouse and apron that we're gonna weld onto the car. We will have a very, very straight front of the car. It'll be back to perfect. And then last but not least, this is what our drive shaft carrier bearing bolts do. We just have to cut the old one out, repair the floor, weld this one in. These 3 parts are the only frame repair that we have to do. I say only, but it is, you know, probably a quarter of the car. But once we get these welded on, everything else should be pretty much bolt-on replacements. But next video should be the frame repaired, and then we can start putting it back together. I don't think you guys understand how nice it's gonna be to have the frame repaired. This is gonna be a huge weight lifted off the shoulders of this project. Today, we're gonna open all of these boxes and I'm gonna tell you exactly how much I spent on all of my credit cards with 29% interest, getting this Supra to where it is today and how we're gonna get it back on the road. I'll do a deeper dive telling you how much I spent on engine repair, how much I spent on body panels, how much I spent on chassis, so on and so forth. Now, if you end up liking this video and you don't want to see me go to prison for credit card fraud, please like, comment, subscribe, all the things. It helps me more than you know, and I desperately need your help right now. But to begin, we're gonna start with disassembly. Now, I waited to start cutting the frame off until we got the new frame rails here, or as Toyota calls them, the wheelhouse and apron. This is going to let me use the new frame pieces as a template to see where I need to drill out spot welds and where I need to cut. So looking at this, our frame rail goes all the way back, and we have this piece here that attaches to the firewall. These little circles right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are the spot welds I need to drill out. I need to drill out all 7 of them. These 3, 1, 2, 3 there, 1, 2, 3, and then it goes behind seam sealer. I need to drill all of those out. Even before we drill out the spot welds, I have to get all of the seam sealer off. And even before we get all the seam sealer off, I still have to get like this sound ending off, this heat shield off, and this sound ending off here. But don't worry, because with a snap of my fingers, just like that, we got the old sound ending off on both sides. I also have to take the windshield wipers off because it was covering the top of this section here. And same with our underneath. Okay, so seam sealer. I need to get the seam sealer off right here. Usually I see people use wire wheels for this. I'm gonna try a sanding disc and a paint stripper. And if those don't work, I will get some wire wheels. And of course, I got my eye protection. First, we're gonna try the paint stripper. Boy, is that no fun. I don't know how I'm gonna get in there. Oh, I might need a respirator for this. Jesus Christ. Okay, well that was awful and a terrible idea, and it created so much smoke. I don't know if it was particles of this going everywhere or that, probably a mixture of both. I'm gonna get a bulk of this off with a chisel. I mean, look at this nice strip. So I can get most of it off with a chisel and then use a wire wheel to clean it. But getting that thick of seam sealer off and just making it powder absolutely filled my garage immediately. That was awful. I'm really liking the hammer and chisel method. It, well, for one, makes way less of a mess. Yeah, so hammer and chisel method, definitely my preferred method. Okay, I believe we got most of the top section done, so we didn't have any seam sealer around here. And then we got all the seam sealer off. You can see the shiny metal all the way down and around and back up. And we got this section ready to spot drill out. And I believe we need to do this section here. However, I'm not quite done with the passenger side yet. I have to do the frame rail. So frame rail, I gotta get this seam sealer off here and then all the way down. And of course the frame rail has 2 sides, so I gotta do that side all the way down as well. Little side note, I just noticed this. They didn't do seam sealer anywhere but right here, just this little section. I wonder what made them seam seal just right here, but nowhere else on this firewall. Okay, that should be all of the seam sealer off of our wheelhouse and apron. You can see all the way down and up in this crevice on both sides, which means I think we are ready to start drilling or grinding these spot welds out to remove this bent frame. It's been a long time coming. I'm very excited. Okay, so that's these top pieces separated all the way around. So now I'm gonna just keep doing this for the next 8 hours because I mean, I still have I haven't even gotten the seam sealer off the other side. This is gonna be a very time-consuming process, but I'm gonna get back to work. So I'll let you know when I have a next update. All right, so like 4-hour update. Keith is here helping me catch up on time. Keith did the seam sealer on the driver's side while I was grinding away on spot welds on the passenger side. And I think we're like 90% of the way on the spot welds on the driver's side. There's a lot of them. The metal is too strong for the spot weld drill bit. It goes dull after like 5 seconds. We've resorted to the little sander thing, the belt sander. Hey, the mini belt sander, and that seems to be doing the trick for most of it.
It's very meticulous work, but it's not hard. It's just...
Amen.
Yeah.
It's not hard, it just sucks ass. Another thing Keith pointed out is that I have an air hammer, and that's been wonders for chiseling all of the seam sealer off, as well as chiseling the actual frame off of the body.
Did you want to show them my boo-boo?
So when you have an air hammer, hold on, I gotta stand it.
I told them that this was a risk of using an air hammer because I did about 10 minutes of work and realized that I didn't like hand chiseling.
So Keith, not we, I almost said we. Keith.
No, it was we.
Okay, we put a hole in the floor with the air hammer. So if you're gonna air hammer, you gotta be careful with it.
Watch the dangle.
I also may have put a hole in the floor with the air hammer, but we don't talk about that. The nice thing is it's all steel and we can weld it back together. So that's your 4-hour, 5-hour update. You guys see zero progress. Literally, we're in the same exact spot. Okay, we are back. It's been a couple days. Shout out to Keith for coming in and putting some work in. He did a legit like 4.5 hours of work. That saves me a whole day, literally. So I appreciate it. This is turning out to be way more time consuming than I thought it was gonna be to remove the frame rail. I'm really hoping that this gets out to you guys on the normal 2-week schedule. But as of now, it's already been a week and we don't even have the old frame rails off. And I'm getting sick of these old bent up frame rails. New plan of action. We're gonna take this off in smaller bite-sized chunks, AKA, I'm gonna start cutting. You know what? I'm gonna call that progress. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's been so much work. And I just ended up cutting all this off anyway. Oh God. Okay, so basically we just cut the frame rail and around this loop here. But this opens up way more room. I will 100% do the same thing on the other side. So now, with that giant piece off, I think this should be way easier. This should be much smaller bite-sized pieces. I think if I cut right here, I should be able to get this top piece off. There we go. No, dude. It's like $1 every time I break a belt. Oh, I'm gonna run out of belts again before I can accomplish anything. Oh, okay. Oh man. Gonna have to fill all these holes from drilling too deep or sanding too deep, or sometimes it's attached and like bends and rips, but it's all steel, it's all fillable. It'll all be welded back together. But we got second piece off. Another thing I gotta be careful with, the reason why I cut so far out is I didn't know if any of this section protruded in to the frame rail. And that's the same situation I run into here. I don't know if any of the firewall, like down here, I don't know if the firewall comes out at all. All I have to go off of is the new piece there, but I don't know what it looks like underneath. So from here on, I have to be very careful of what I cut. so I don't cut off too much. Let's focus on this corner now. Now I can get in here much easier to get this section off. Oh, dude, another belt broke. I didn't have this issue with the Amazon belt. So far, like 3 of the 5 belts I've used have just ripped in half. I love you, Harbor Freight. I have so many of your tools, but these belts are killing me, man. $1 every time. I should add a dollar counter. Every time I break a belt, $1. Okay, top one off, middle one off, bottom one, the hard one to get to. Okay, yeah. Yeah. All right, see that? Air hammer, quality tool, very strong, and can put holes in metal sometimes, so just be careful. Also, metal is sharp, so careful. Sharp metal bad. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this piece off so the sharp metal is not in my way. Another piece. We're making progress. Gee whiz. 4 spot welds right here, and then we'll see how we can cut this top frame rail piece here and get it out of the way. Another demonstration of how strong air hammers are. I can literally cut metal with it. Just gotta be very, very careful not to cut something you don't want to cut. All right, another piece off. Okay, here we go. We got a little bit of progress to show. We went from this to this. Now, technically, there's only 2 pieces left. And when I say 2 pieces, I'm gonna try to get them off in 2 separate pieces. And that is this bulky part here, and the second piece being this frame rail that goes about halfway down the car. If I can somehow manage to separate this, and all I have to focus on is the frame rail, I feel like that's gonna make it come off the easiest. So next up, let's see what we can do with this piece here. Okay, so I cut a hole into here because right where the light's flashing, right in the middle of the screen there, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 spot welds inside of here that I wouldn't have been able to get to unless I cut this hole. So back on the tripod so I can get these spot welds. Hey guys, we're back at it. Wouldn't change a thing. Another $1, another belt. Starting off strong. We got like 1 spot weld in before our belt broke. All right, 2 belts down, 2 spot welds in. This can't be how these belts perform. I spent so much money on these belts. Dude, what is up with these belts? Like, I'm not even, that one broke, I wasn't even sanding. Okay, 3 belts. Dude, that's nuts. I'm gonna cut this section off right here. There's a frame rail right here that I'll show you guys in a second when I'm done cutting that stays on the car. I like cutting stuff. Okay, I have access to more spot weld. Yay. So I opened this up even more. Those are the spot welds I showed you before. I probably still have some more sanding to do there. And we got 2 more spot welds on the front here. And here's that frame rail I was talking about. This part stays with the car. This metal flange, however, comes off. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spot welds there. And there may even be one on the back that I haven't fully gotten. Broke a belt. Another belt. Okay. You know, I was really hoping that another belt would break. Okay. I'm okay. I'm all right. I have 5 belts left. Yeah! Progress! Okay, it's just the frame rail. Just this all the way back. That's the easy part, right? This stays, that stays, that stays. I'm hoping I can straighten that out, even on that side, even though it's worse. No, dude. Please. Please, belts. I am not doing anything that should be causing you to rip so often, dude. Boys, look at this. We're close. It's loose. There's a spot weld. There's one spot weld. I found another one. I have 2 belts. I have 2 belts left. 1 spot weld. A man in a dream. Please, Lord. Oh God, there might be 2 spot welds and I have 2 belts. Oh God, there's 2 spot welds. 2 spot welds, 2 belts, a man in a dream. Oh no. That scared me. I stopped sanding and it just fell off randomly. Oh God. We got 1 side off. Guys, I think we're probably 30 hours in and we got 1 side off. We learned a lot. Maybe the next side will only take 15, let's say half the time. I'm telling you, this was my first time doing this. A lot of mistakes, fixable mistakes. We finally did it. This is the most accomplished I have felt on this car for sure. Chevelle and Skyline, those all had their unique challenges that I felt really good on. This was a whole new, unique challenge for me. So many spot welds, so much air hammering. What a task. And the best part is, I get to do it again, dude. I was so excited every day to come out here and grind spot welds, and I'm only halfway done. And that just fills me with so much euphoria. You guys don't even know. We have 1 side off. I'm beyond, I can't even put it in words how just stoked I am to have gotten that side off. I know exactly what I'm doing on the other side now. There's gonna be so many less holes in the floor and in the firewall on this side. It's gonna be great. Okay, so we're back, I think the next day. I don't know how many times I've said that in this video. A lot, kind of sad. This side, bare metal, we're good to go. Keith actually is back to help me again. He's going to be cleaning up my mess over here, sanding it down, getting it back to bare metal so that it is ready for the new frame rail. And I'm gonna be tackling the other side. I've already put you through enough pain of watching that side, so this side will just be, I'll check in with you when I have sections off. So I'll see you in a couple days. Keith is gonna hold up the thing while I cut the other thing, and he's gonna lube me up too. We're good to go now. Thanks, Keith. Oh, it is going quick.
I told you.
Fire and rescue. Oh, you think it's the WD-40?
Yeah, look at that.
All right, ready? Oh, I forgot to go in between. Oh God, hold it. All right, you know, see you when we take the next piece off. Okay, back the next day. Thanks again, Keith. This is the second time he's put in like a 3 or 4 hour shift helping me, and I really appreciate it. The reason I appreciate it is this video is gonna probably be, not probably, I already know at this point, this video is gonna be 1 week late. I'm telling you guys, I'm putting in the hours here in this frame. It's just, I'm learning a lot, and it's taking me a lot of time to get it off, and I'm working on it, I promise. I try very, very hard to keep a 2-week schedule. You know, being part-time YouTube, that's really as fast as I can post them. And this goes to show I take on a little bit bigger of a project that I have less experience in, and instead of 2 weeks, it takes me 3. So again, thanks, Keith. Keith, yesterday, look at this. Look how nice this looks. You know, besides the holes, I'm gonna fix the holes, don't worry, but Keith sanded down the front passenger side where we already got all the frame off, and it's looking fantastic. We'll fill the holes, they're not that bad, I promise. That being said, I'm gonna continue working on this side. So I'll give you an update when I got the next piece off. All right, time for this top piece to come off. We're really close. Bada boom. I mean, not to brag, guys, but look, I only put like 1, 2, 3, and 4 holes compared to this side where I put, you know, a gash, a big gash, and then actually, you know what? These 2 were Keith, and these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, it's improvement. You know, again, Keith did those giant holes. I made these gashes, and I sanded through here. Compared to this side's pretty good. Improvement. Did I mention Keith made these holes? It wasn't me. All right, I should be close to getting this section and this top section off. There we go. There we go. Or if I can just fold it down. There we go. Just cut it. Oh, no, there it goes. Bada boom. There we go. Okay, this is the metal we just got off from right here. So from actually this corner over and up, which brings us to this bulkhead right here. That's what we're gonna take off next, and we'll leave the frame rail for last. Okay, last update for the day. We got this bulkhead cut off because there are spot welds on the inside that I gotta get to, and that'll let me get this right section off separately from the frame rail. Makes everything easier, plus you know, I have to get to the spot welds on the inside regardless. But that's where I gotta call it quits for today, and you know, a good bit of progress for 3 hours. Got this top section off, got this bulkhead cut, so we're ready for spot weld removal. Okay, you know, let's get to work today. Oh, okay, hold on, I gotta close the door. Okay, a pallet, boxes, everything's fine. Just half the car on the floor, another box. It's a little maze in here. Okay, here we are. Just had to navigate through the maze of old parts and boxes to get back into work today. So, after we finish getting off the old frame, which we're getting there, we just have this bulkhead and this frame rail. There's a dumpster outside, and we're going to organize the old parts, open the new parts to make sure we have the replacement for the old part, and in the dumpster the old part goes. I'm very excited to get my shop back organized and usable, because right now, besides this corner, it's full of stuff. Yeah, all right. There we go. There we go. Got that bottom piece off. So now, with this whole section free, it is just the frame rail all the way back. So I'll be back in an hour when, you know, the rest of the 100 spot welds are gone. Bam! Okay, hold on. We're not, that's the front. That's 99% of it. I gotta do the drive shaft loop real quick. It should be so easy. I'll be right back. There we go, boys. Oh. All of the old broken frame, unless you're gonna consider the quarter panel piece of the frame, all of the old frame is off. I'm so, I'm speechless. I'm so happy. We are back the next day with the frame off and we get to do the fun stuff. Most, if not all of this, should be in the trash. And most, if not all of those boxes should be open. Okay, so you just watched me get the frame off the Supra. That was literally the hardest car project I've ever taken on. Hard as in just mentally hard. Laying underneath the car with no lift and having all that stuff fall on me wasn't very exciting. But moving on, I want to do a kind of a cool shot. In my head, it's kind of cool. I want to get all of the new parts out of the shop, organize the old parts front to back so we can do a nice little before and after of what the old parts look like compared to the new. So I'm gonna move all these boxes out, organize the old stuff. And we're starting off strong by cleaning up all my tools and cleaning up all the stuff underneath the car. Now I can walk around and we're gonna get started by getting all these boxes out. Skid steer is going to be able to lift this, but we're going to try. The answer is barely. It barely lifted it. It was really heavy and really long, but I did start tipping over. And really quick, the last of these boxes. And just like that, all the new parts are out, and we can start organizing the old parts. The skid steer was absolutely unnecessary. I could carry each one of those boxes individually, but it was way faster and way more fun, so I don't regret it at all. But now let's organize all of the old parts front to back, and I'll be back when that's done. Well, boys, I flew my drone into a tree while trying to take some shots of the parts outside. So we're gonna have to do some hand filming where I wanted to do some drone shots. But we got our old parts all lined up. We got our hood, under tray, our front core support, our front radiators, our subframe, we got our actual dash. This is literally a Supra interior. And finally, we have our old exhaust and our old drive shaft. Obviously, a bulk of our damage is way up here. The frame is damaged, the subframe's damaged, the radiators are damaged, the front core support's damaged, the under tray is damaged, and our hood is damaged, and so much more that I've already thrown away because it was literally tiny pieces of plastic. So now that our old stuff is nice and organized, I can start opening boxes and replacing the old parts with new and throwing the old stuff in that dumpster.
Okay, let's get started with the prices.
The frame pieces were $2,630.28. All of the drivetrain components ended up being $6,653.06. That included $1,650 for the femto unlock, $300 for the downpipe, $22,1108 for the catback, and $880.72 for all of the intake pieces that were broken. The interior was $1,997.83. $374.45 for the center console, and $1623.38 for the airbags and seatbelt. All of the splash shields ended up being $283.44. All of the front crash bar components, $765.49. The front subframe and all of the bolt and little components was $765.13. The suspension was way more than I thought it was going to be at $2,808.44. I saved a lot of money on used steering components. I saved $1,400 on the steering rack alone, bringing the total to $905.89. Not too much broken on the rear crash bar. We ended up spending $335.69. The radiator core support, $561.99. We saved a lot of money on the cooling. The radiator used was $1079.14, saving me about $1,000 there. And for the rest of the cooling components, including hoses and ducting and these side radiators, brought the total with the radiator to $1889.26. Headlights are very expensive. I had to buy 3 headlights total to make 2 good pairs out of it, and that was $24.97 for both sides. The front bumper was $1698.76, and that includes all of the grille pieces, the brackets, the bolts, and the front impact sensors, so that was a costly bit there. The hood hinges, the latches, the actuators, the cable, all of that ended up being $2049.63. Both front fenders used together cost $558.64. The passenger door was $1995. The quarter panel and the glass to go with it was $1286.12. And the rear bumper was $807.49, bringing the total for all of the body components to $9362.64. And the grand total for just parts, and I'm sure I'm missing stuff, and I'm sure I'll have to order more, $30,489.14. Started at 8:30 in the morning. It is now turning nighttime. I've been doing this for like 13 hours. Lunch break, dinner break, but yeah, it was like 6 hours of just opening boxes. But the dumpster is literally full. Old parts, cardboard, all of the packaging in the box, and I absolutely filled to the brim. The entire garage, 2 bays full of parts. And then, you know, the door and the quarter panel. And we still have all the engine stuff and all of the engine parts over here. I went hot boy, got titanium tips. I love being a little bit of a rice burner sometimes, so I got the titanium tips. Don't hate me for it. This entire box here filled to the brim with bolts, brackets, my transmission mount, like all sorts of stuff. I think I still need to buy front struts. I think those are bent. It's hard to tell. I did, unfortunately, order 4 duplicate parts. So that's unfortunate. There it is. That's all the new stuff. By now, you know every penny I spent on what. I think it's finally time that our Supra gets its new frame. And the first thing we got to do is straighten out the existing frame on the Supra, because straight stuff and curved stuff doesn't equal straight. It's like negatives in multiplication. Positive plus negative equals negative. We want 2 positives so the frame is straight, and that's the best explanation I can do for you. So we have to straighten out this existing frame, and the same thing on this other side. We have to straighten this out. Currently, my plan for pulling those frame pieces are these 2 doohickeys here. One of them, this top one, is called a come along, and this bottom one is called something else. I don't know, it's a clamp. This come along here says it can pull up to like 5 tons, 4 tons or something. So I definitely think that'll pull it. Okay, so that solves our pulling problem. Second problem is, how do we not pull it off the jack stands? And you know, 4 tons of force could easily slide this car forward and off the jack stands. A creative solution you can find online is to use a tree to pull against. However, the Supra only has 2 wheels, and I don't really feel like getting it over to this tree. Which brings me to my creative solution, and that's to use my skid steer as something to pull against. And then I'm going to brace with either a 4x4 or, you know, some wood to brace in between the Supra and skid steer so that they don't pull themselves together. Whether that'll work, we'll see. So problem 1 was, how do we pull? That was the come along. Problem 2, what do we pull against? I'm going to use my skid steer. Problem 3, how do we keep them separated? I'm going to use some wood. So finally, problem 4 is, I don't really have the room right now to pull the skid steer in. Which brings us finally to the first activity we're gonna do this video, and that's separate the engine from the transmission to get it on the engine stand so I can move it out of the way. What a long-winded way for me to say we're gonna start this video by getting the engine on an engine stand, huh? But I felt like I should explain it. You know, I really enjoy this whole snapping thing, so we're gonna go ahead and clean this all up. And now I have plenty of room to work. Looks like I'm gonna have to raise it up to get to the starter bolts. There we go. Whew. Okay, bottom panel off, starter is unplugged. There we go. Okay, just got the starter off. Usually bell housing bolts hold starters to the engine and transmission, but in this case, it's just got 2 bolts on this side and 1 bolt inside of this rubber sleeve. So 3 bolts holding the starter to the engine and transmission, none of which are bell housing bolts. There we go. Okay. Transmission's off. Now, just need to take the torque converter off and we can get the engine on an engine stand. Okay, now to take off the torque converter, I need to turn the engine over. So I'm gonna take out the spark plugs. Just so we don't have any compression, it's a little bit easier to turn it around just because we're hanging and I'm not mounted solidly, I would say. Solid suction. Okay, I don't see anything in the spark plug holes. That makes me feel better, you know, no water or oil in there. Spark plugs look pretty normal. Nothing on the engine scaring me yet. Just mounting this temporarily so we have a place to turn the engine so we can take off the torque converter. Now the real question is the engine gonna turn over? I haven't tested this yet. Okay, all right, engine turns over, which means we can turn the engine over to expose our that means we can turn the engine over to expose our That means we can turn our engine over to expose our torque converter That means we can turn our engine over to expose our torque converter bolt so we can take it off and mount our engine to the engine stand. Man, I need to start including bloopers in my YouTube videos because that took me like 5 times to say. See, I still can't talk. If you guys watch my BMW series, I guess this is still a BMW. If you guys watched my last BMW series, you would have seen that I had to use like a boroscope, a little tiny camera to show you the torque converter bolts because you have to go through a little hole to get to them. This engine, the B58, I do not have to go through a little hole to get to the torque converter bolts. They are right where the starter is. So you take the starter off and you have amazing access to your torque converter bolt. That gets you an A+ from me, BMW. Good work. However, I'm not gonna place my camera underneath the engine while I'm working on it. That sounds like a really expensive mistake to make. So you guys are gonna sit right here and watch me take it off. All right, last bolt. I got the jack supporting the weight here. All right. Okay, I got our transmission and our torque converter tucked away in the corner here. We won't be needing those for a while, but now we can get our engine on the engine stand. There we go. All right, weight is on the engine stand here. You know, for some reason, this feels like an achievement in its own. It's gonna be a while before we work on the engine and before we use the hoist to put it back in. So we're just gonna get them out of the way so I can get the skid steer in here so we can continue working on the frame. Okay, and this path should be enough for the skid steer to get back here and use the skid steer as an anchor point to pull this straight. I suppose let's try it. Okay, new plan here. Skid steer not very versatile. Four-wheeler, a little more versatile. Here's what we're gonna try. No clue if this is gonna work. We're gonna try it. We're gonna ratchet, brace. All right, that's kind of working actually. While I'm pulling it, relieve the tension. Pretty good for now. Let me release the tension. All right, this side's looking pretty good. I think I still need a little bit more adjusting here and a tiny bit here. But I really want to see how that other side's gonna turn out because that'll determine if I have to buy that piece or not. So I'm gonna move to that side and do the same thing. It's important for me to mention that this really doesn't have a lot of tension on it. This isn't a thick piece and it doesn't require a lot to pull it. But we got a little bit of tension, so let's start hitting it and let's watch it transform. All right, you might not remember what it looked like before, but I'll show you. Here's the before and an after. You can see that turned out way better than I personally thought it was gonna. We still don't know if it's perfect. We'll have to do some test fitting of the frame rail to make sure. Well, I'd say for funsies, let's put this side of the frame on and see what happens. Shoot, I think this side's a little bit closer than the other side even, but let's put the other side on. Now, don't get too excited. This is very, very temporary. We still have a lot of prep work to do, a lot of sanding, a lot of grinding, a lot of cutting, a lot of hole punching. Yeah, the list goes on. There's a lot to do, but this is a taste of our straight frame. It looks so cool. All right, it is good to be back. It has actually been a week and a half since you last saw me. We decided to film a teaching my wife episode, and then I had to edit that, and then I was in a wedding, yada, yada, yada. Here we are a week and a half later. I haven't touched the Supra. We're changing the plan just a little bit. This wire harness is just so in the way. I gotta get rid of it. Should have did it from the beginning, but as you see, it goes through the firewall here, and I was already playing around with this side, and it actually really easy, just pops out. All right, now I think you can see me. Just gonna quick reach in here and pop it out. Bada boom. Now I just gotta feed all the wires through. Super easy peasy. Okay, now we can very carefully feed this through. I tried to keep so much of this car together, or as much of the car together as possible, and we ended up just taking it all apart. Okay, future reference me. I gotta keep this in the video so I can put this back together right. The one with the black tape went on the right side. Boop, like that. Got it? Can you see that? Don't forget. Look how much nicer that looks. I should have did that a long time ago. No more wires hanging on the ground, except for those and those brake lines. But much cleaner, much easier to access everything up here. Sadly, that was the easy part. The main goal was to not have all of these wires laying on the floor. So I'm hoping to leave it attached to the floor on the side there and just kind of drape it over this back section. It gets it out of the way up here so I can work on the firewall and the floor. So let's get to it. Whew, all right, just getting that mat out of the way helps a lot. Okay, other side. I think that is all of it. Let's see how this goes here. I might have to take the headliner off. Listen, I'm gonna have to take the headliner off anyway to repair the quarter panel. So if I have to take the headliner off, it's not a big deal. Also, the airbag's on the side. The headliner has to come off anyway. I was just hoping not right now. You know, like trying to repair the frame, not take apart more of the car. Okay, I'm gonna look up how to take the headliner off. See if it's hard. All right, listen, we all got a little bit of ADHD in us, right? I'm gonna take this glass off because it's so easy to take off. Now this is how you properly do this. I Googled it. You shatter the glass and then pull and cut yourself on the glass. Ooh, it's really sticky right there. I feel like this is just gonna shatter when I take it off. Oh! You know, this is what I get for being weird and randomly wanting to take my glass off. Well, if you couldn't tell, that was my first time taking out some glass, and I made a mess. Random idea in my head. I think next time I'm taking out shattered glass, I'll like duct tape it so that it somewhat stays together and I don't just cover the ground in glass and the interior. Random ADHD, just figured out how to take the glass out, why not? But now we have to take more of the interior part. I don't really want to. I'm trying to repair the frame for you guys, but here I am doing more disassembly. I need to take the headliner out so that I can peel back the wiring more to get it out of the way. And in order to do that, I basically have to just disassemble the rest of the interior. All right, back the next day. Next up, more disassembly. More disassembly. I'm going to basically take the rest of the interior out. One, I haven't mentioned this to you guys yet, but I bought an entire new chassis harness because I'm missing the rear section, I'm missing the front section, I'm missing the center console section. So finding all of the connectors that I need and buying all the individual connectors with wires to replace it all was literally the same price as buying an entire chassis harness. I have to make sure that the new chassis harness has all the matching functions like keyless entry and front radar sensor, front impact sensors, that kind of stuff. And I might have to combine them to make one good chassis harness for this car. I'm gonna have to take the headliner off to replace airbags. I'm gonna have to take the headliner off and these plastic pieces to replace this quarter panel. I'm gonna have to take the rest of the interior out to fix the floor. So it's time for it to come out. So let's get started. Now I'm gonna have to take this bar off to get the rest off. So I gotta do the same thing to the other side quick. Oh look, I can just go out this window. I took that window out just for this reason. Look at that. You guys doubted me. I knew I needed to take that window out. Now technically I wouldn't have to take anything else off for the headliner, but I think I'm just gonna take this all out because I'm gonna be welding and then I don't have to worry about it. All right, both sides are off. Last but not least, the centerpiece. Okay, and there we go. So I heard you guys like when I tear stuff apart. You know, you don't want to see me put stuff back together. So I figured I'd just keep tearing stuff apart. We have so much of this interior out, it's nuts. It's literally wires for the front, speakers in the back. This is actually really, really good that we took this apart. One, I learned more about the car. Like, there's a fuse box back here, our tow hook, and some tire inflator stuff. So, you know, that's neat. Even more important, on the other side, I believe this is our amplifier. Taking a guess there, but look at this. I don't know why that's like that. There's nothing holding it in, but that definitely would have been causing a huge rattle back here. So I would have had to take all of this apart just to get to this anyway. So it's all worth it in the end, you know what I mean? I'll still have to take the sound deadening out on this side, so when I'm welding this corner panel, I don't set it on fire.
Okay, it is officially Memorial Day weekend. So I have Monday off and I have a free and clear weekend. That gives me 3 days to try to get something accomplished on this car so I can get a video out to you guys. Some complications: 1, I sound a little nasally, I'm a little sick, that shouldn't be a problem. 2, the big problem, I hurt my back yesterday rock climbing. So in these clips, you might notice that I look like an old man because I can't bend over. But I can't let being a little sick or hurting my back ruin this weekend for this car because I have so much work to do. I mean, basically at this point, I have to just finish completely disassembling the interior. It was not in my original plan, but the more I dig in, the more I see that if I welded on that quarter panel, I would have started a fire. There's a lot of sound deadening back there. If I gut the entire car, there's nothing left to take off, and I'll have no more excuses. So let's get to it. Now, I found a nice 3,500 page PDF on doing most of the work on a Supra, and I've been following that on how to remove most of the interior. Next up, we're working on the headliner.
Okay, got this side off. There. Go.
There we go. Lamp assembly off. Okay, next up we take off these microphones. There we go. So the microphone stays in for now. Same thing with these lights. So instructions say the last piece I have to remove is the rear view mirror cover. Oh, yeah, it's literally that easy. So I think we're ready to take this off. Let's get out of here. Okay, so for the rest of the headliner, we just have 2 bolts in the back, 1 on each side, these 2 clips in the center, and then apparently you're supposed to actually take it out the door. So you like drop it down, turn it a little bit, and twirl it out the door. So hopefully that's fun and easy to do. Okay, rear bolts are out. Time to get these center clips out. I don't think I do. I think I slide it back. Oh, okay. Nope, you just pull. Okay, headliner is detached in the front. There we go. Got the rear ones out. There we go. So now it's forward and down. And we bring this corner out first. And rotate. Getting stuck on all the wiring we've previously taken off. And a bada boom. And it's that easy. Headliner out, boys. Next up, I'm sick of these airbags dangling in my face, so I'm gonna get them off. All right, yeah, there's just 2 little metal tabs on the inside, and you can do 1 at a time, nice and easy. Oh yeah, old airbag out. See, all of this work I would have had to do regardless. I had to get all of it out of the way to replace our airbags. And all of that work was just so I could detach the wires from the roof and move all of these wires to the back. So after all that, let's finally do it. Now that is a sight to be seen. That is literally 90% of the wiring for this car, and it does fit in the trunk at least. And finally, this is why we did all that work. Look how nice and clean it looks up here. I mean, you know, ignore all the holes that I made. This is gonna make it so much easier, and actually on that note, it's gonna make it possible to work up here. Before, with all that wiring, there was no way I was going to be able to sand, cut, weld, paint, do any work that I needed to do up here. And now I guess it's finally time that we do the whole point of this video, and that's repair the frame. So I guess we start sanding and cutting and welding. Well, I did an oops and I forgot to push the record button. So let me catch you up with what I've been talking to myself about for the past gosh dang 20 minutes. Okay, here is our transmission cross member. It's bolted in loosely, so, you know, don't mind this huge gap. However, there is a gap to mind. So you'll see I already made a cut here. That'll give you a hint of what's going on in the future. That's the part that I already explained but forgot to push record. So if you look, when I push this up, we make contact on this front side before we make contact with this back side. That's because during the wreck, you can see this bent up metal here. We bent this front bolt location down. So my plan is I'm going to make this cut that I've already made so that I can manipulate this metal so that it's back flat and back up into its normal location. And then once this is in the correct location, I can bend this back into the correct location, weld it back together, and our transmission mount will be back to operational. And now you can watch me make this cut that I've already made. And now that that cutting is done, I'm going to try and flatten this piece out. Don't know how well it's gonna go, but I gotta try. All right, I don't think that's gonna work out. I don't wanna have to replace this entire rail all the way back, especially when only that transmission mount section's bad. I'm gonna buy the whole piece and then cut and weld the transmission mount back in. I think that's our best plan. That'll make sure, because this is supposed to be like flat and it's in here and out there. I'm not gonna be able to make it straight again. It's going to be better for the car if I buy this rail and then cut and weld the new transmission piece in. So let's quick walk over to this laptop and see how much that piece is gonna be. Well, it seems it's actually more expensive than I thought. So you can see here at the top, number 10, that is the drive shaft mount loop thing that I bought. I already have that piece. And number 1 here, the center support, as they call it, that's the piece I need. And if we go down and we look at the right side, $242. I'll add it to the cart and we'll get it on the way. So we have a plan for the transmission mount repair. It's gonna be a lot easier to repair that when we have a fresh new piece as a template. We can bolt the transmission on the good side and we can bolt our new piece on the bad side, and we'll know exactly where it's supposed to go, and we can use the transmission mount as a template. So I'm thinking about this frame repair in 3 sections. 1, drive shaft loop. 2, transmission mount. 3, the front frame rails. That'll be fun. So we just got a plan for repairing this section here. That's where our transmission mount goes. So let's move back a little bit and let's start fixing up our drive shaft loop. So I'm gonna cut these and go cut them out on some sheet metal. Bada boom. We did it, boys. We disassembled more of the car. But there we go. We have our massive hole cut. See, that one doesn't look too bad now, right? Because that's just hammer it, weld it back together. But that area was way too messed up. It'll be way better for me to just patch it in. Now, I'm sure you guys have all heard this meme or joke before called CAD. Well, I got bent over my old man body. When you're not good with actual CAD, you use cardboard aided design instead of computer aided design. So I'm gonna insert this cardboard into that hole, and then I know what size it should be, and then I cut my actual sheet metal to the size of the cardboard, put it in the hole, weld it, done, easy. So I'll show you the result of the CADs in a second. Okay, got my CAD done. I got hole 1 and hole 2. And we have my nice and rusty sheet metal that's been sitting in my garage for years. Now, it's really simple. You just put your CAD on your sheet metal and you trace it out. top and bottom, 2 squares to cut, weld them in the car. Let's cut it. Now I highly recommend using a vice grip to hold your stuff while you cut it, but my workbench is now a parts bench. So anyway, I'm gonna cut on the floor. I got a nice 4x4 block of wood, and I'll get some pliers to hold it and cut one-handed, and it'll be fine. Now I cannot recommend that you do this. 1, because it's stupid, and 2, because it's really stupid. And if it doesn't work out, I'll just, clean my parts bench and make it back into a tool bench. Until then, we're gonna try this. Okay, that's that piece there. You can see, kind of matches it. Push it away because it's hot. Now we got, cut the other side. Not bad, right? I mean, you just vice grip, 4x4, and you just gotta have grip strength to hold that and not let it kill you. Highly not recommended, but we're done. Now I'm just gonna prep these. I don't know when I weld them in, hopefully tomorrow, but I'm gonna get the sharp edges off, sand the rust off, and get a weld through primer on these. Okay, look at that. Nice and shiny. Got the edges so they're not sharp. Now let's get a coat of primer on them so they don't rust again. We got our 2 patch panels nice and painted up, which means it's finally time that we start prepping the car for welding. We got 2 patch panels to weld. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to fix the transmission tunnel in this episode, and we have all of these holes to fill from when we were drilling out or grinding out spot welds. Like hours of grinding, sanding, straightening, so that we can weld just to grind it all back down flat again. Let's do it. Okay, this is just to show you what we're going for here. So we have, like this small little hole here, and I have the paint around it sanded away. So the goal is, wherever a hole is, to sand the paint away, sand the thin metal away, so I can weld it back together. This is my least favorite part of the car, right here. This is where I was tired, and I did not know the power of an air hammer, and I could not see this area, and I made a huge gash here. But we will fix it, we will fill it. We got all those small holes up top, sanded away, and just to show you from the front. So we have it all sanded, nice and ready for welding. Even though these aren't holes, they are where I sanded too deep, so I will fill them and sand them smooth, just like all of the holes. So this nice, shiny, clean metal is the goal. I just have to do this side. Okay, here we have it. Both sides are sanded down, super clean, super smooth. Even the rails all the way back, both sides. And look, even the interior is sanded and ready. Don't even have to walk around. I can show you through the firewall. So now, all of that grinding, guess what? not even done grinding. The reason being, as soon as I fill these holes, I'm gonna have to grind them smooth again. But we are finally ready to start filling all the holes I made. So I'm going to clean up. It's very dirty, very dusty, lots of tools, and I'm gonna get my welder out. Now I'm sure you could have guessed based on my clutch Northern Tool welder here, I'm not a professional welder. But when it comes to MIG, I think I'm good enough to get the job done. So I'm gonna start on the bad side, see how it goes. Well, here's the concept. Concept is fill the hole, or in this case, these were divots, right? I didn't go all the way through. Sand it back smooth. Not going as well up here in the really thin stuff. I'm gonna have to get some copper plating to use as backing to help dissipate the heat and give me something to weld to. That being said, I don't have copper plates and I can't find any locally in stores. And tomorrow's Labor Day, meaning I don't think my local welding shops are gonna be open, but I'm gonna call and ask. So I guess we call it a night and try to get copper plating to use as backing tomorrow. Hopefully, even though it's Labor Day, hopefully a store is open. I doubt it, but I'm gonna try. If they're not open, I'm gonna do everything I can without it. So I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, well, let's have a talk. I hate to say it, but the frame isn't going on in this video because I found more damage. Let's check it out. So the damage, let's talk about this quarter panel. So again, the obvious damage, quarter panel where it's up by the roof is damaged, and the quarter panel where the door closes is damaged here. Now I was hoping to just replace this section, right? Cut it on this section, cut it right here, and just replace the back half. To be honest, I was sitting here contemplating my life decisions with this car, and I noticed more damage right here. If you look, it's flush until right here, and then it's not flush. Wishful thinking would be that this plastic piece is broken, but it's not. This is bent, and it's bent a lot. Now, Toyota only sells the quarter panel in this giant piece, so I already have this piece. I was just hoping to not have to take off literally the entire half of the car, but if you look, this is nice and flat the whole way, and ours is not. Meaning I no longer can just replace this back half section. I have to replace all the way up to here, which I might as well just replace the whole thing at this point. I have to replace the entire quarter panel before we can put the interior back in because I'm gonna have to weld and it's gonna set the car on fire. This is turning out to be just so much gosh dang work, huh? So I hate to disappoint, but there's just too much work to do to put the frame on in this one video. I feel like I haven't accomplished a lot in this video. I'm actually very curious. Let me know in the comments, would you rather see just weekly updates, regardless of how long the video is, regardless of how much I get done? Or would you rather me keep this format where sometimes I'm a week late, sometimes I'm 2 weeks late? You know, in this case, in that mindset, it might even take me another 2 weeks, 3 weeks. What if it takes me a month to get this frame on? Would you rather me just not post until we have some sort of huge progress? Or would you rather see weekly updates? You let me know in the comments. I love your guys' opinion. On that note, in order for me to take the quarter panel off, I gotta take the rear bumper off, the tail light off. I probably have to take the rear hatch off and then the fender liner. Okay, it's been like 10 minutes, took a little break. I'm a little less depressed now. See, I recover quick. You guys wonder how I work on these psychopath projects. It's because I recover from depression at astronomical speeds. So, I don't know what the goal is for the end of the episode anymore. I'm gonna start with the bumper and tail lights. Let's get it done. One nice thing, if we did switch to, I just kind of post weekly updates, is you guys would see me more often. Just kidding. The real benefit is I could just work on the car and get stuff done without hyper focusing on one thing. Rear bumper immediately takes off something that's not the rear bumper. Oh, I'm psychotic, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. I've been keeping this a secret, but we're probably gonna have to drop the rear subframe too to replace our brake lines and fuel lines.
Gotta like this car. What's super fun about looking at this wheel liner is that it's covered in rubber, which means the previous owner liked to burn some rubber. Some burnouts perhaps, donuts maybe? Maybe he was a cop, maybe he liked donuts. Keith likes donuts. Oh, look, one was so covered in rubber, I didn't even see it there. There we go, come on out. Cool, all right. That gets us to taking off our bumper here. After that, looks like the bumper is ready to come off. Whew. Man, those are tough clips, but yeah, you just pull. Let me get this taillight off so I don't drop it and break it. Oh, a phone call. I'm in the middle of taking my taillight off. Remember, bumper's already broken. Don't really care about it. Or I'd be a little more gentle with it. But it's off. Care more about this taillight than the bumper. Okay, taillights and bumper off. All right, let's take this crash bar off. See if there's any more damage back here that I didn't know about. Whew. Okay, well that is trash. Pretty symmetrical back here, except for this bent piece here. So like this comes out, little dent here, and a little dent here. But those are fine, that's not gonna affect where anything lines up. I need to paint here just so it doesn't rust. Obviously, all the damage was in the front, and this crash bar definitely did its job and protected the rear of the chassis. So I think the new goal for the end of this video is just to disassemble the rest of the car entirely, so I have nothing left to disassemble, and I can literally only go back up from where I am, which would mean get the rest of this plastic off, maybe take the door off, maybe take the hitch off, get the rest of the wiring out. Bare chassis, literally nothing left. I think that'd be pretty cool. Let's do it. So another way that I can verify that we don't really have any severe damage here is you can see that this old crash bar does not go on. Right, very bent. Brand new crash bar, however, this is brand new. This isn't even eBay used. This is fresh off the press. Slides on perfectly. So I don't think any new surprises back here. Yeah, some heat shield issues, lots of wiring issues, lots of plastic issues, but overall, good to go. All right, next up, I want to get all the wires off of this. I think I mentioned to you guys I have a whole new wire harness. The more I look at this new harness, the more broken wires I find. Like for instance, just found another piece of wire missing its plug. We will most likely just use the entire new wire harness as long as it matches. Okay, other fender liner. Go. Okay, heat shielding and stuff is in the way. Let's get rid of it. That's all the rear heat shielding off. Every day this car strays further away from being a car. Okay, next step on taking off the subframe, we're going for the rear shaft. Also, BMW, I love this. Bolts on the bottom, I don't have to go through the top. Mwah, I love that stuff. 3,000 miles on the car, so all the bolts come off. I also love that. I don't think there's really gonna be a good spot for my jack. I don't think it's ever gonna be balanced. So we're gonna go right here. Jack stand out. Now I think there's only 6 bolts. 4 in the front, no, sorry. 8 bolts, 3 on the front on each side, and then 1 in the back, I think. So let's do it. You guys watch from the safety of wherever you are. Stay there. If it falls on me, just call 911 and it'll be okay. Now, super nice thing. I can get to all bolts without being under the vehicle. So let's go. Okay, now I'm not sure the best way to do this. I'm gonna loosen it just a little bit, maybe, not all the way out. Okay, this is actually all the way out. I'm gonna have to lower this really slowly. Man, I kinda wish I had a 3rd jack to keep the front level. I think when I start lowering it, it's gonna tip forward. That's my prediction. We will see what happens. Oh yeah, okay. It definitely tipped forward, like I said. Both my jacks are just holding it up right now. I moved this jack forward. Oh, shit. Oh boy. Okay, I'm sure this is gonna fail spectacularly, but we're gonna do it anyway. I checked, double, triple checked. I don't think there's anything left connected, so we're gonna just kind of wing it. I think it's gonna fall and be dramatic, but hopefully nothing breaks. Okay, wish me luck. If I never post this video, it's because I died. It actually stayed. That's perfect. I can get out of the way and try to lower this equally. Oh, woo! The whole car is falling still. Oh no, it's still so rear heavy that it falls backwards even without the subframe. No way. Look, subframe's not even connected and it still falls. I need this jack back. Okay, bracing the rear of the car. Let me check for any other snags since it's a little bit lower now. There is another wire over there right in the middle. There's a bunch of stuff that plugs into the rear. Now I gotta crawl underneath it while it's half falling out and try to unplug stuff. That's great. Okay, don't do this at home, kids. Oh, there we go. Everything disconnected. So back to lowering. Woo! That's pretty successful. No clash, no bang. Okay, roll out, please. Yeah, kinda. Not really rolling. Bend pack, listen, I know your rule. Guys, let me let you in on a little secret. It's not a secret, you can find it, it's public knowledge. Bend pack for a free lift. Now, they do discounts for smaller subs, but for a free lift, you need 1 million subs. I'm really far away from that, but bend pack, hear me out. Look at what I'm doing, man. There we go. Now we're on the rollers really good. Oh yeah. And I'm gonna leave it on the rollers for next time. Right there. All right, onward. Rear subframe is off, out of the way. We go forward. Bada boom. All right, let's keep going. This looks like our evap purge system. Don't want none of them toxic gas fumes anywhere. There we go. I wish I knew how much gas was left in our fuel tank. Just getting lines and hoses off down here. All right, next up, let's drop the fuel tank, boys. Now we do still have wires connected to the top, I believe.
Maybe not. Maybe they just go over the top.
Okay, I'm gonna take off the fuel filler neck. Pray that there's no fuel at this height. Oh, a little bit. Oh man, there's a lot of gas in that tank. That's not good. There we go. Fuel filler is off. You know, I'm gonna transfer some out actually. Look how much fuel is in there. I just stick that hose in and it just pours out. There must be a flap. I bet this tank is literally completely full. And when I put this hose in there, there's just a flap, like a trap door I'm just opening. Gee whiz, this tank is completely full. Oh no. All right, got a nice little siphon going for the fuel. There's a lot in there, and I'm only gonna be able to drain one side because there's a hump in the tank, but you know, the less weight, the better. You ever seen green fuel? You know, it might be a tint. It might be more tinted from the container it's in, but that definitely looks like Mountain Dew. Shout out to the guy on eBay who sent me a bunch of shirts as packaging when I bought a headlight. I appreciate it. They will be put to good use because there's a lot of fuel on the ground. If I get to be a big YouTuber, I should open a P.O. box where you guys just send me your shirts and I use them as rags. Okay, here we go. I emptied a lot of the tank out. I think 5.5 gallons of fuel. So let's lower it a bit. Okay, lowered it a little bit. Now I'm gonna check for, oh look, here's another wire. All I can see for now, let's go down more. There's a hose. I disconnected it. It's just going through this hole here, so that's fine. It'll come right out. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, there we go, okay. Took that hose off and it slid right down. Whoops. I gotta take the wires out from inside, down and around and out through there. Okay, gotta take the power lines out to get the brake lines out. And I also have to disconnect these. There's wires that go out through the fender, down and over the gas tank, and then up through here to connect to these. So if you needed to replace that wire loom, you'd have to drop so much. That's nuts. All right, let's start with the battery so I know I keep switching back and forth. This has probably been one of the most confusing videos for you guys to follow. I'm just doing so much all over, all the time. It's like, Jordan, can you finish one task? Nope. All right. Battery's out, power cables are out, those wires are out. Let's go back underneath. Okay, can get all these wires out of the way. I can take our brake line off. Okay, real quick, we just take this out one-handed and unplug it. Can you tell I already did that? I had to put it back in, I forgot to film it. Okay, time for these power wires. Bam! The power wires that went to the front of the car, they've been dangling around, getting in my way this whole time. And now they're finally out of the way. Now we're getting these wires out from underneath the car and into the car so that they're in the way inside of the car. That makes sense. Yeah. Whoa. Now these wires. Oh, they're gonna be a little harder. All right, I just took our box of Toyota or /BMW tools out. That in. Bam. Okay, last wiring that's outside of the vehicle. Bada bing. Okay, I'm gonna call it a night because I wanna get everything that's inside of this car out and probably take the hatch off and probably take the door off. And then that would literally mean that it is a bare chassis. There is nothing left to do, but it's gonna take me a couple hours to do it and I don't wanna commit to it right now.
because I'm tired. So I'll be right back. Literally, I'll be right back. All right, Tuesday, next day. My goal to finish this video on Memorial Weekend didn't pan out. That's okay though, because the last thing I want to do in this video is get this interior out, maybe the hatch, maybe the door, because that'll mean literally nothing left to take off this car. Take off as in unbolt. I'll still have to cut this quarter panel off, and I'll still have to do some cutting to the transmission tunnel, but there will be no more bolts until the frame is on and we're ready to go back together. I think this is gonna be a long video unless I just cut out so much stuff. I have 13 hours of me working on this car, and it feels like I've accomplished so little besides taking more off the car. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. For now, I'm gonna set you right here and clean up this mess because it is absolutely horrendous. But with a snap of my fingers, it's clean. So satisfying, love doing that. Easy peasy, everything's clean. I can't believe it's such a hidden trade secret that if you're a YouTuber, you can snap your fingers and things just get done. Like I didn't even clean this. This just happened. Anywho, now that we're done cleaning, I want to get all of this out. I've said it 10 times, so let's get to it. I'm not sure the order stuff's gonna come apart, but I'm just gonna carry you along with me and unplug stuff until the wires come out. Okay, we gotta somehow take this fuse panel out, just like that. Just 4 little tabs on each corner. Super hard for me to work in here. So I'm guessing you guys aren't really seeing much. So I'm sorry about that. Okay, we got that corner out. It's nice, I can leave all those wires plugged in exactly where they were and just take the box out with it. Look, I've been prying with this thing so much. Just plastic, I don't know why it's bending so easy, but I gotta straighten this out quick. Easy peasy, straight and easy, as they say. I don't know where, but they say it. Okay, that's everything back here. Let's go inside. Now this is where I'll probably have to start. I don't really want to take out every tiny little module if I don't have to. Okay, I think this whole side is unplugged. We unplugged the seat belt, we unplugged the speaker, unplugged these. This goes out with the hatch. This side's a little more interesting. Well, I'm not super excited about this now. Okay, well, we're gonna have to figure out how we get this wiring out from the hatch. Okay, so that wiring comes up into here. Okay, well, to be honest, I couldn't really find anything online. Apparently not many people are moving their hatch. Hi, it's me from the future. I'm gonna save you 10 minutes of your life and just tell you right now, the hatch, in order to take it off, you gotta cut the glass off. Now, I'm not gonna do that because last time I cut glass out, I shattered it. Well, it was already shattered, but I shattered it more. If you came here to solely know how to take the hatch out of a car, you gotta take the glass off, or I'll show you how I did it real quick. Okay, well, this is a little bit crazy. I could only find one video of somebody taking off their Toyota rear hatch. And it was a TikTok. So they did not explain how to do it, but I noticed one thing in the video that gave me the answer I needed. And they took their glass off. Apparently, this plastic is like, it's attached to the hatch. It's probably super glued. It's probably super glued, which means I have an idea. My idea is I'm putting my hatch back together. But don't worry, I'm not giving up. No, never give up. Giving up is for giver-uppers. So let's talk about how I'm gonna get this hatch off. These wires can go out with the hatch. These wires are attached to the loom. I need the loom out because I'm going to replace the loom. I'm gonna have to cut these wires so that they can go out with the hatch. So I'm going to take all this tape off, mark the wires on both sides, 1 through, I don't know how many wires there are, with tape so that I know which wire goes to which, cut it, and then the wires can go out with the hatch. And then I will just splice the wires back together when it's time to put it back together. So that is the plan.
Okay, here's our wires that go to our hatch, labeled 1 through 6 on both sides. So you see 6 and 6, and you cut right in the middle. Now I will know which of the 6 wires goes to which of the 6 wires. It'll be a little more complicated than that because I'm gonna have a whole new wire harness. So I'm gonna have to figure out which connector this goes to and then cut the other connector off the other side of the other harness. So it's gonna be kind of a pain in the butt, but it had to be done. So I'm gonna cut these and then probably ask my wife for help to get the hatch off. All right, now I got to pull the harness through now that it's cut. There we go. Okay, that's one side of the wiring out and the other side. Here we go. Okay, bolts are out. Now it should slide out. There we go. Whew, it's not that heavy actually. All right, hatch off, boys. All right, let's get this wiring out. All that work on the hatch was just for this wiring loom. It'll be nice to have it out of the way, that's for sure. Here we go. There we go. Now let's get all the wire over there. Oh yeah. What a task. You gotta pick this all up. Oh, that was easy. Oh God. Okay, speakers, seat belts, and the foam pad on each side. Let's get her. If I didn't take this car completely apart, there'd be so many rattles. Like there was a walnut shell in that subwoofer, and I promise you that it would have rattled. If I didn't take this car completely apart like this, I would have had to do it later. Okay, that's our 2 subwoofers. Okay, side speakers. Rear speakers, not side speakers, I don't know. There we go. Next up, this foam pad. So I just, boom. That side, free and clear. Side. Oh, let's go. Last but not least, the last major component left on this chassis, the driver's side door. And just like that, I'm tired, but happy. We did it. There's very, very, very little left on this chassis. There is some stuff left. There's the door strikers. There's the plastic pieces that hold on the side skirts. But if you were ever curious on what a Mark V Supra chassis looks like with nothing else on it, it's this. I mean, walking around it, I still can't believe it. Next video, probably take this quarter panel off. I want nothing more than to put this car together, but when I'm so deep, I need to make sure it's done right. I want you guys to know that it's done right. I want to know it's done right. I'm actually super happy that I gutted this entire car. I have found so many things that would have rattled when driving. Like there was a shell, like a seashell inside the subwoofer. The amplifier was barely held on, it would have rattled. There was some random emergency speaker underneath the dash that wasn't connected to anything, that would have been jostling around, and countless other things. I get to put this car back together completely, and if anything's broken or anything doesn't work, it's my fault, which is scary. On that note, I know that this video has been all over the place, and I know I started it off by saying we're gonna repair the frame, but the firewall needs to be pulled out, and that's just something I didn't know at the time. So we are going to start off by cutting off the uni side. In order to do that, we just gotta take off our gasket, our pillar trim, and our roof trim. That'll reveal all of the seam sealer and spot welds we have to sand out. If you've watched my previous videos, you will be familiar with seam sealer and spot welds. I like to hammer and chisel the seam sealer off so it comes off in chunks rather than dust. And then I use a file belt sander to get the spot welds off. We've been here before, we'll probably be here again, maybe not on this car, but on future cars. So let's get to it. Well, unfortunately, I broke this piece. Apparently that bolts in, doesn't just clip in. All right, so that was quick and easy. Obviously, not much holding that stuff on. So that was good news. I guess bad news, I broke the A-pillar, right? So that's not fantastic. The good news is most of the spot welds are gonna be super easy to get to, and there's honestly not even that much seam sealer to get off in the first place. Most of the seam sealer seems to be in this back corner. There is bad news, however. Let's start with the not really bad news. I knew this was gonna happen. Anyway, I have to take the front windshield off to get to the spot welds here. But the more bad news that I didn't know, I kind of was guessing, but I didn't want it to be true, is that the roof is actually on top of the uni side. And I can get to these spot welds here. So I'm hoping I can just get the spot welds off, leave the roof on, and kind of slide the uni side out. I really hope, because I do not want to take the roof off. I don't want to do more disassembly. At that point, the chassis is just gone. So I think next up, let's try to redeem myself on glass removal. I don't know if the glass is supposed to be shattering as I cut it. That's not super soothing. All right, so I don't think that this tool is actually going to get far enough in to cut all of the glue. And we're gonna switch to the T-handle and wire method here. For this, we're gonna use this long handle here to poke the wire through, attach our T-handles to each side of the wire, and kind of saw motion cut all the way around. Now, obviously, being new to all of this, I have no clue how much wire I need, like what length. So I'm starting with a pretty good amount. Oh look, I actually did cut this side off. But I think this wire method is gonna be easier for like this top piece, top section. Okay, so I think I got that set up right. Let's cut. Oh, okay, wire broke. I don't know how I'm gonna do this middle section. I'm not tall enough to reach. Oh, I can reach. Oh yeah, being tall. Nice. Oh, broke the wire. Let's see how far we get with this one. It's a lot easier when you take it off the right way. Some spots just don't cut. They get hung up on something, I don't know. All right, we're cut on both sides and the top, so we just gotta get this bottom piece. But I broke the wire. This is Amazon wire, but I don't know if I'm pulling too hard or if it's just, weak wire because of Amazon. We'll never know, because I'll probably never buy anything else. Okay, making progress on the bottom. Good thing I have the firewall torn apart so I can reach my hand through here. Okay. Okay, now I just gotta pick this up somehow. Yeah! Look at that. Look at that, boys. Windshield out. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I think the car actually looks better. We're not quite done. We still have this black glue all the way up, and we have to get it from this back quarter glass as well. So next up, get this glue off, and then it'll be seam sealer and spot weld time. Now I have one of those utility knife scrapers, but I for the life of me cannot find it. But I think this is doing just fine. This one's good enough. I'm gonna be grinding out the spot welds here anyway. So moving to the front, I'm gonna get the thick stuff off with the chisel. All right, that is that urethane gone. It's very, very thin here. Unfortunately, I can't really see my spot welds, but I can see them underneath. So like there's one here. There's a lot of spot welds here. They're about every inch. Okay, with that urethane off for the windshield, we are on to seam sealer. There's a lot less seam sealer on this uni side than there was on the front frame. So let's just start with this little bit right here. Okay, there's actually not a lot of spot welds. Yeah, like there's only 3 spot welds for this whole section, but there's definitely a lot of panel bond here. Like this red is seam sealer, or this yellow is seam sealer, and then the black underneath it is panel bond. So this whole section right here, 3 spot welds and some panel bond. Next up, bottom of the door, we got seam sealer all the way across the bottom. All right, that went about as well as I thought it would. I had to go around each one of these spot welds because there's tabs, and my arm's tired, but good to go. On to the next. Next up, right around the taillight here. Oh, man, guys. I did the wrong one. Guys, you gotta stop me before I do the wrong one sooner. I gotta do this one all the way out here. This one's part of the quarter panel, so that was for nothing. All right, I'm like 95% sure, got all of the seam sealer off. I think we're ready for just grinding out spot welds. So let's take a quick trip around, show you what all I have to do. So starting in the front, we just follow, wherever it's not red is where I'm going. So we follow up, over, and we follow up the windshield, through the roof, down the hatch, around the taillight, around the wheel arch, and then back along the bottom. And then guess what? That's just the outside. We got to do all the way around the door, all the way around the glass. A lot of spot welds, a lot of panel bond. I have a good feeling this is going to go way smoother, way easier than the front. So let's get started. Okay, that should be this window out. Can't really pry this out until I get around the door. So let's, well, I'll just start on the door right here where we are. Okay, I believe that is every spot weld around the door. So let's start chiseling out, see what we got. So far, so good. Guys, I'm getting a lot better at these spot welds. Still possible that I might have missed some. So far, we're a quarter of the way around the door, haven't missed any. I almost got, oh no. No, dang it. Well, hold on. Yeah, that's a spot weld. I almost made it all the way around the door. I missed one spot weld. Oh, disappointing. Now, this spot weld's 2 layers thick. Okay, hell yeah. Door, window, spot welds, all the way around. Done, that's all you gotta do. I'd say this is probably a quarter of the spot welds for the whole uni side, because this front section doesn't have like any, the back, yeah. So I would say this is probably a third, a quarter of the spot welds for the entire uni side. So I'm not gonna make you watch me do the rest. You guys get the point. So at this point, I just gotta do some work. Okay, next day for me, same video for you. I've been hard at work on these spot welds, getting this quarter panel ready to come off. And I hit a point where I'm ready to give you guys an update and teach you something that I learned. Before that, one thing, guys, I'm doing so much better with these spot welds. I put one hole in metal that's staying, and it was my first one. And then I was like, oh, it snaps back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. And I remembered not to put holes in. I haven't put a single hole in since then. I'm proud of myself, okay? Just thought I would brag, subtle brag. I put one hole in the car, guys. So we are off from the wheel well, down, over, up, and up the windshield, which means I have the roof and the rear hatch slash bumper area. Which brings me to this wheel well, and where I get to teach you something that maybe you didn't know, definitely something I learned just now. So let's look at the new quarter panel real quick. You'll see that this wheel well comes down just like you see in the car, and then it has this lip. So that lip is pinched together, and it's very, very hard for me to unpinch this. So I did some digging around, and what I learned is you can just sand off this bottom until they become 2 separate pieces, and then they detach. So that's the quick update. That's what I learned. Let's get back to work. All right, so that was a great idea. Dude, I Google stuff, I learn how to do it. I show you guys how I do it, or how I learned how to do it, or how I didn't learn how to do it. All right, so that folded edge is off. Okay, now I'm gonna heat gun this, because there's panel bond in here. So let me heat gun this and get this corner off. There we go. So we have the inner door and window all the way, front windshield all the way down and around to here. So we have from here up to the roof. And that's when I'm gonna check back in with you guys when I get to the roof, because honestly, I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do there yet. I haven't decided if I'm gonna cut around the roof or get rid of the spot welds on the roof. I'll probably do the spot welds, but I'll check back in when we're up there. All right, checking in again. I have all of the spot welds all the way around the entire quarter panel, uni side. I have all of the spot welds around the entire uni side except for the roof. The reason why I stopped here, well, is one, I want you to watch me take it off. So when I get this roof section done, it should come off. 2, let's talk about the roof section. I think I've mentioned it before, but to refresh your memory, this roof skin is actually on top of the uni side. So I'm hoping I can just grind through the spot welds on the roof, and the uni side spot welds are in the same spot, they should be, and I can slide this out from underneath the roof skin. I really do not want to take off the entire roof just to replace this uni side. Another option is I can just cut around the roof, but I'm so far into taking this uni side off, I want to take the whole thing off and get a factory new uni side in there. So again, I'm off all the way around the entire uni side, except for the roof. So let's get this over with. Also, you may have noticed that I look kind of snazzy with my new PPE setup. I still hate glasses, still don't have gloves on, but the ear protection, hopefully I'm not yelling, the ear protection is my favorite because this is loud, hammering's loud, ear protection is my favorite. All right, let's get this off. Okay, I need to remember what I learned on the front frame. If you remember on the front frame, I tried to do all of the spot welds on one side and take it off in one piece. And then I learned that there was actually spot welds that I couldn't even get to unless I cut pieces off. I've been peeling back metal like I have here on the back, and there's actually that same situation where there's spot welds that I can't get to unless I cut metal off. So change of plans, I'm gonna start cutting this uni side off in sections. So I'm fairly certain that the A-pillar down and around all the way to back here is definitely loose. I can pull on it. I'm gonna cut to the filler neck, cut up to the window, cut the A-pillar off, and then I can take this whole section off. So I'm gonna cut the B or C pillar. I don't know if this middle is a B pillar. I'm gonna cut the back pillar off so I can work on the back section, and then that'll make taking this top piece off way easier. So we cut it here and here, so this front section should come off. Yeah, okay. Look at that. Oh boy, boy. Oh boy, boy. Oh boy, boys. Okay, another piece off. Wanted to replace the quarter panel, and I took off not the quarter panel. That still has stuff we need, some bolts, some plugs that fill holes, and like the door striker. So I'm not gonna throw that away yet. I'll probably keep that until I'm 100% sure I have everything off of it. There we go, there, more of the car off. Let's move you to the back, take off the back section. Okay, back of the car. Now, this is easier to move because, you know, the front half isn't holding it in. And what I was talking about is it feels like there's spot welds here that are holding it, but I mean, it's pretty tight. So I'm gonna take these spot welds off, and then maybe I'll cut it up there and we can just focus on that roof section. All right, I found the spot welds we need to get. So I'm gonna have to cut basically this off right here. So I'm just gonna cut across, and I should be able to get to more spot welds. This piece off, I'm gonna have to do more cutting, but I wanted a better sight first. Let me go put this away. Now I cut this piece off separately because there's foam and glue holding it on. There we go. Looks like I wanted to cut in this crease. I couldn't really get the angle of the dangle in there. Here's some more spot welds. All right, let me grind these spot welds out. We're learning as we go, boys. You know, I don't know where all the spot welds are. There we go. Okay, this piece is about to come off. Having a hard time with seeing what's holding on here. Okay, I can't really see what's going on, so I'm gonna cut this section off. Okay, now that piece is off. Oofta, that one was kicking my butt. This piece is, I couldn't really get to this piece to figure out what was going on. So now that this is out of the way, I'm gonna get that corner off. There we go. Perfect. Just got the roof now. I'm gonna try to cut along this inside. Give myself as much room as possible. And I didn't nick anything else once. Now, we just gotta take this last little lip off and the whole uniside's off. Oh, and this piece right here. Oh, cool. Never mind, got it. So I just gotta grind through the spot welds that I grinded off for the roof. I gotta grind through the actual uniside layer. Let's get this off. Here it is, boys, last piece. No, I don't want it in two pieces. I want it in one. I want it to be satisfying. There, yeah. There it is, it's out. The whole uniside, all of it. Front to back, not a single piece of uniside left, except for the left side, but we don't gotta take the left side off. And, one second, check this out. All right, I'm super, super proud of one thing. Look, all of the uniside off, front to back. And I think I told you guys I put one hole. I didn't. That hole literally existed. I was grinding out what I thought was a spot weld, wasn't even a spot weld. So when I went through the first piece of metal, I found a hole after, but it was an existing hole. That means I am super proud of myself. I didn't put a single hole in the car, taking this entire uniside off. I'm proud of myself. I gotta take this win, okay? Now, all we have to do is straighten this wheel well metal here, and we will be ready to put our uniside back on. Ready as in like I gotta sand everything and then weld through primer it and then test fit. But ready as in like that's the closest we've been on any of this car to welding a factory piece back on. That's super exciting. Having this uniside back on would be super cool for the end of the video, but I need to pull the firewall out 1/4 of an inch on the left side, the passenger side, and 1/8 of an inch on the driver's side to make contact with our new front frame. And I want to do that before I weld anything else on. Okay, now update on our transmission mount. This piece, this frame rail that goes back about halfway, it's called a center support on Toyota's parts website. And you can only get this part from one distribution center in the United States. Obviously, it's not a very common part for people to order. It is so uncommon, in fact, that this part is in the wrong spot at their distribution center. If you order this part number, I checked 4 different websites. If you order this part number, you get sent the driver's side. So we don't have this part yet. I ordered it, it took a week to get here. I told them you sent me the wrong side, took a week to send it back. Then they sent me another passenger side center support. It took another week to get here. I got the driver's side, sent it back. So it's been 4 weeks of me trying to get this part. Next attempt is this time I ordered both sides, and hopefully at least one of them's the passenger. If I order both sides like I have, and I get 2 driver's sides, we are really out of luck. I've called 3 different Toyotas and told them this scenario and told them, hey, I need you to call Toyota's main distribution center in the United States and tell them they have the wrong part in the wrong spot because I need this part. The build is stuck. If I can't get this part, I'm gonna have to, well, I should say the build is stuck until I get that part, but there's plenty more we can do, right? I gotta pull the firewall, we can put the uniside on, and we still have to go through the motor. So there's plenty for us to do, but if I get all that done and we don't have this part, kind of scary. I know exactly what we should do. Let's put our new uniside on, see how that's gonna look. Oh, we could test fit the uniside and the frame, and we'll take a picture. boys. This is so cool. Look at it, dude. Oh my God, I can't believe we've taken this much of the car off. It's so cool to see this. We've already seen the frame, but seeing it with the uni side too, oh, that's exciting. And from the back, look how, I'm so excited. I hope you can hear it in my voice that this is the coolest thing. Wow, that's a lot of car that I've replaced. Soon, so soon. We gotta keep pushing. I know this has been a lot for me, probably a lot for you guys too. Which brings us to this. You might see this and think, hell yeah, brother, that looks pretty good. But let me show you a little bit closer. This is a tram gauge and it's used to accurately measure between 2 points. For instance, between point J and point C, it should be 1208 millimeters. And in this case, it is exactly 1208. From points J to F, it should be 685 millimeters or 27 inches. And when I measure this, smack on 27 inches. And if we measure from J to the very tippity tip of the frame, it should be 1283. And look at that, 1283. So this side is exactly where it should be. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ends. Let's do the other side. The other side, if we do those same 3 measurements, starting with the long one, 1283, we get 1279. And if we go J to C, this one should be 1208, and we get 1204. And finally, the shortest measurement, the passenger side J to F, should be 27 inches, and we get 26 3/4. So driver side, fantastic. Passenger side, no bueno. If we measure between the 2 frame pieces, C to C should be 1036, and we are at 1020. 16 millimeters too close together. Just for good measure, F to F should be 1092, and we are at 1078. So from that, we can see that this side measures fantastic, this side does not measure fantastic, and we can see that it's because this side is kinked in and these are too close together. We can verify that even more by just simply trying to fit our front crash bar and no go. So we know that the driver's side frame, spot on. Passenger side frame, not spot on, but it's because we're kinked in, and we know we're kinked in because of this existing chassis leg here needs to be pushed out 1/4 inch. The reason for my existential dread is not because that's 1/4 inch off, it's because the entire firewall is 1/4 inch pushed in. So here we are, firewall joining our new frame, and you can see there's a gap here and a gap here. This gap is only 0.2 inches and this gap is 0.3 inches. That gap is way better on the driver's side. You can see no gap here, but a little bit of a gap here. This one is also 0.2 inches. So I'm glad that we're finally on the same page. Why? I have no clue if I can repair this frame. I'm not a frame repair shop. I don't really have the tools to pull frame. If you're not new to the channel, you'll know that I already pulled some of this chassis straight using a 4-wheeler, a winch, a come along, and some wood, well, and a hammer. And that's how I'm gonna pull this firewall out too. So yeah, in the intro when I said I may be in over my head, I meant yes, I am 100% in over my head. I don't know if I can repair this, but I literally have no other option. I have to try.
So the first thing I'm going to tackle is this dent in the passenger side frame here. So we sand off the paint, weld on some flat bar so I have somewhere for my clamp to grab, set up my amazing pulling system, and start pulling. Then we relieve the tension by hammering on the corner here, and with that dent pulled out, I grind off my flat bar and weld and sand that section smooth. Now we can weld the flat bar farther out to give us more leverage on a stronger part of the frame. Clamp down on the flat bar, set up for the pull, and pull we did. Hammer on the inside corner to relieve as much stress as we can, and release the pull.
What do we got for a measurement? It did move it. Suppose we can throw the frame on and see if it looks any better. Okay, let's talk about me for a second. I'm sick of talking about the car. Talk about me, right? I would say I've been in what's called analysis paralysis, meaning I don't want to mess up the chassis, so I just keep on measuring and tweaking, trying to figure out what to do because I'm scared. I don't know. This is my first time doing this, so I need to learn. So I had my friend John come over. John used to work at an auto body repair shop fixing frames. He came over, talked to me for like an hour and a half about the car. And while he was talking to me, he started fixing this fender here. He just couldn't help himself. So while I'm talking, I'll put that up quick. You can watch him hammer it out. So anyway, John came over, talked to me about the car, told me that I'm on the right path and I need to stop overthinking it. Now I agree with him on most of that statement. Obviously it's way better to think, make sure you're on the right path before you do something silly. So I went over the measurements with John. He said, put the front crash bar on, put the front subframe on, and if it lines up, pull the firewall out, weld it on, and we can make more adjustments once the frame is welded to the car. He said it'll be easier to pull the car once it's welded on because I'll have more leverage. I have more spots to pull from. What I'm saying is this whole time, it's like pull that, measure, pull that, measure, pull that, measure. And I've been scared of this moment of where I have to pull the firewall because I don't want to mess it up. And of course, seeing the subframe on and the crash bar on, really reassuring. All the bolt holes are lining up. The bolts are in it, holding it on by itself. So it's time to bite the bullet. It's time to stop being so scared and just pull this freaking firewall.
So it's finally time to bite the bullet and try to pull this firewall. So we remove our crash bar, the subframe, and the actual frame pieces, grind off our flat bar so we can weld it onto the firewall, and now I have to move my lovely pulling device over from the side of the car to the front, which is super fun to do. And again, set up my wood bracing and ratchet it all together.
Oh, dude, see how awful this is? Like, oh man, I need a frame puller. All right, I'm setting you up over there so you can see if this moves at all. Oh, it's twisting it. I gotta straighten out the four-wheeler here so it's pulling straight out. It's just pulling the car off the stands rather than the firewall. I knew I was gonna have a hard time pulling this firewall out. I don't know if it moved. Okay, we're back the next day. I just wanna say, if you don't have frame repair tools, maybe don't try doing frame repair because this sucks. Not very fun. But yesterday our issue was I was pulling here and it was twisting it off, right? Because our pivot point's there and, you know, triangles and stuff. So I cut another piece of wood to brace that side. So now it can't pull it out. So if this doesn't work, which I think it will, because I'm gonna pull and then hit it with a hammer, you know, the go-to method of straightening stuff out. But anyway, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna either have to pay someone to do it or spend like $2,000 on a frame straightener, a Chinese one. So let's try it again, but with an extra piece of wood. Hopefully you guys can see this pull out. I probably won't be able to. I don't know if it moved personally, but the camera does. So before I cut this flat bar off and test fit the frame, because that takes time, I'm just going to upload this footage to my laptop, watch it back and see if it moved. All right, just watch that footage back. I mean, if it did move it, I don't think it moved enough. So I'm gonna do one more pull. I'm gonna hit it with a bigger hammer. I'll try to get some more tension on it. I know I can get more tension. I'm also trying not to stand above a tension metal wire, because that sounds dangerous. So one more pull, bigger hammer, and then I'm gonna have to cut this off, test fit it, and see if anything's even moving. You can see I got welding blankets over the wire here just in case it breaks. I don't know how much that's gonna help. If this cable breaks, just a little bit safer. Before it was 0.3 inches and now we have 0.2. Guess it worked a little bit, but yeah, not enough. We're so close on the driver's side. I mean, we're like touching everywhere except for just right here. So as of now, everything still measures out exactly where it should be. Triangulation measurements from our firewall to our new frame. Everything's still inspect there. And we did make some progress on the firewall. It pulled out 0.1 inches of the 0.3 inches we needed. So a family friend actually gave me a stud welder slide hammer starter kit. Used, of course. I mean, look at this box. It's used, it's old, but I've already tested it to make sure it works. Let's see if we can use this to start pulling this out. I don't know how long I'm supposed to hold down the welder for. So this I like just blipped it and it broke off. So a little bit longer. So that was just instead of a quick blip, that was a bit of a zzz, you know, held on to it for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it moved it a bit. Now, this is kind of stupid and just for funsies, but I'm gonna see what a self-tapper does. Yo! Guys, the self-tapper closed the gap. Can I just self-tap this shit together? It actually closed the gap over here too. Wait. There's no way it works for this frame piece. Boys, we figured out the secret. You gotta self-tap it together. Oh, it was pulling it in and I stripped it out. Boom, that gap's closed. So we can close all of the gaps. So the frame is in the right spot and we can close all of the gaps with these self-tappers. Like, this is flexible. This flexes out, the self-gapper closes it, and then we would weld around it, take this off, close the hole. So that's great. We have this top section figured out. Here, all the way around. Like, the floor is touching everywhere. The inside piece is good, it's touching. Everywhere is touching except for this piece here. The self-tappers draws it close together. We're sending it. I can weld it together with the self-tappers. Now, please don't think that this is some ghetto rig. I mean, okay, I'm pulling it with a 4-wheeler and 2x4s. I guess it is kind of ghetto, but the frame measures out. It is where it should be. People use self-tappers for unisides and frames all the time. It's common. It's doing double duty. It's closing the gap so I can weld it, and it's holding it in place so I know it's right. So that's final. I can't pull the firewall out anymore with the tools that I have, but self-tappers did a better job drawing the gap closed than the come along. So I'm happy with that. Tomorrow's prep day. We weld the holes that I caused. You know, being the first time I pulled the frame off, we used an air hammer. Don't use an air hammer, bad idea. We weld all my holes closed, prep all the areas for welding. I have a hole punch. I'm gonna hole punch every inch, an inch, center to center, all the way around, everywhere we have to plug weld this frame on. We put it on, self-tap it back into place, weld it together. God, that's gonna be an achievement. Okay, it is indeed the next day. It's just 2:30 in the morning. I'm on 4 hours of sleep. I was too excited to sleep. I wanna work on the car, so here we are. It's time to pull this off, and we have to fill every hole. Every one of these holes that I made taking this frame off. This was my first time ever taking off frame, and it shows. So every hole we will fill. The other side I clearly got better. And then of course, I already bragged about this, but on the uni side, 0 holes. Good to go. Time lapse time. All right, checking back in, it is 4 o'clock. I got started around 3, so it took me an hour to get the holes filled on 70% of it. I actually ran out of MIG wire, still have gas, just ran out of welding wire. The store that opens up soonest is at 8 a.m., so I have 4 hours to kill until I can buy more wire to finish welding the holes, but let me show you what I got so far. So passenger side firewall and the driver side firewall welded up and ready for sanding smooth. I got the driver's side floor welded up, ready to go, but you can see the bad side. This is the worst of it here. I ran out of wire. You can see I was starting at the top there, but we got the biggest gash here to fill. But for now, since I'm out of welding wire and I can't continue welding, we're gonna sand what I have welded smooth. Okay, there's the concept. Filled the holes, sand them smooth. No more holes in the firewall. But again, one of those things where you saw me fill the hole, you saw me sand it smooth. I need to rinse and repeat that for the whole chassis, fill all of my holes that I created, sand them all smooth, fill all the pinholes that show up once I sand them smooth, rinse and repeat till they're all full and I'm happy. That's gonna take me a while. And I'm not gonna make you watch it. So I'll be back when all of the holes are filled. Looking at myself in the camera, I am filthy. I'm out of welding gas. I've been at this a long time today. So let me show you where we are. 99% of the welds on the firewall and floor are filled. Again, I need to do a final sand. I ran out of gas, but you can see no holes on the firewall. The firewall is good to go. Again, still not done sanding, but the last hole I needed to fill right there. I did an insane amount of welding and grinding today. I mean, look at the floor. That is all metal shavings and dust. So I think next time I see you, fill one last hole, one last round of sanding everything smooth, weld through primer, punch all my holes in the frame, test fit, self-tappers, welded on. Oh boy, we're getting there. All right, been a couple days. I took Tuesday off work to get this frame on. We are so close, I can taste it. All of the holes are filled on the firewall, on the floor. Now, I say all of the holes are filled, but there's one thing I want to show you. When you're filling holes in thin sheet metal like this, you'll notice like this looks like there's no holes except for the big ones that are supposed to be there. It's not perfectly smooth. That's okay. We're gonna primer over it. We're gonna weld a frame here. We're gonna seam seal it. You will not see any of this. It's perfectly strong. It's smooth enough that we can weld to. It's thick enough we can weld to. But this looks like it's completely sealed. But let me turn off the lights and show you. Okay, so we are in the pitch black. If we look up, the only light in this shop is coming from inside the car. The reason being is even though this looks completely sealed, you don't see any light through it, right? So the reason why we have the lights off and one light on inside the car is we need to check for holes that you can't really see unless, you know, there's something really pointing it out. And we can do all sorts of different angles here and it looks good. We come up here, no light passing through, you know, except for the big holes, except for if we come right to this angle and it exposes a little pinhole, little gash right here. So even though this looks completely filled, turn off the lights, use a light on the inside to check for pinholes. Now I'm gonna fill, I've done this 10 times. When you're working with thin sheet metal like this, you fill the hole, you sand it smooth, more holes come back, and you're chasing your tail. So I'm gonna fill this last pinhole little gash here, and then we're ready. Weld through primer this so we can get the frame on. Now this place is absolutely filthily, disgustingly covered in metal shavings, including exactly where I need to paint. So in order for me to get ready to paint, I have to do a thorough cleaning on both the ground, the car, the air, everything. That way it doesn't get on the paint when I paint it. So I'm gonna do that snapping finger thing. So with a snap of my fingers, we're ready to paint. Okay, here we have it. Firewall is weld through primered. Super excited. It's not showroom finish quality. Look, if I get close, there's lots of pits. They're not through holes, no light comes through them. They're perfectly sealed. This whole section here is going to be covered by frame. That's why I don't care too much about how it looks underneath. So with all of our holes filled and weld through primer applied, it's time to test fit again. Self-tap the frame into place exactly where it should be. I honestly bet, just like this, self-tappers alone, I could just drive this car, you know? I bet it'll hold it. That'd be an interesting YouTube video, but I cannot afford that. That took way longer than I thought it was gonna take just to put some self-tappers in. That frame's hard. I went through a lot of drill bits. That was expensive. Literally $50 in drill bits just for me to temporarily self-tap the frame on. But it was well worth it. We are in place, touching absolutely everywhere. Oh, you know what? I missed one right there. Guys, don't worry. I saved the last self-tapper to do it with you. Boom. Now we're done. Now with our frame firmly self-tapped in place, the next step, undo all of it and hole punch, my guess 150 holes, put it back on, self-tack back in place, and then I can finally mark all of the holes, take it off again, sand this. Okay, get this guys, you're gonna love this. We have to sand the weld through primer off. You can weld through it, just doesn't look good. But for now, the next step, take it off, punch our holes. Okay, here we are. Hole puncher in hand, 8 millimeters. Pretty standard from what I read is 8 millimeter plug welds. If you are spot welding with an actual spot weld machine, you can use panel bond. If you are plug welding, where you punch a hole and then use a normal MIG welder to fill that hole, You cannot use panel bond within, some people say an inch, some people say 2. Now BMWs, remember this is a BMW chassis, even though it's a Toyota. BMWs repair instructions say if you are plug welding, don't use panel bond and space out your plug welds center to center 25 millimeters. That means from here to here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So in this little distance, we already have 10 hole punches, 10 plug welds. Already immediately realizing that when I said 150, we're gonna have 30 here, 40 here. I'm gonna double that number and say we have 150 each side. 300 hole punches, 300 plug welds each side. I'm gonna put up a little counter for you on how many holes I punch and time lapse it because I'm probably gonna be doing that for an hour. Ready, go. Bad news. No, come on, please. Oh no. It's not strong enough to punch through it. Okay, I looked up the operating range of PSI and it said 90 to 120. And if I turn it up to 120, it does punch a hole at least here. So let's try here now. Yeah, even at 120 PSI, it still does not go through this through the thick stuff here. So that's really unfortunate. Well, I'm gonna punch as many holes as I can with this. Keeping the count's gonna be a lot harder. I'm gonna have to drill all these out with a spot weld drill bit now. That's gonna be awful. All right, well, let's just do what we can with this. Well, it looks like I went through everything I could. All of this hard stuff on the bottom, just too hard. All right, well, at least I could punch half of it. I'm sure it saved me some time. I don't even know if you would consider this half. I guess we'll know when we're done with the count. I bought 12 5/16 drill bits, which is 7.97 millimeters. So basically the same size that I've been hole punching. All of the holes are either punched, drilled through, or marked. Let's quick count how many holes I either drilled or punched or self-tapped. That way we know how many welds I'm gonna be plugging. 175 plug welds on this side. That side's gonna be pretty much the same. They are a little different, they curve in different spots, but 175 times 2, that's like 350. Anyway, you get the point. A lot of holes drilled, punched, welded. Next time you see me, I'll be done hole punching and hole drilling, and we'll move on to the next step. Holy moly, 400 holes drilled, 350 on the frame, 50 on the car. 8 hours, 8 hours of my life. 2 hours a night for 4 nights. Awful, awful, awful. I went through so many bits. That was expensive. I think I spent $200 on drill bits because I bought Milwaukee cobalt tipped and titanium drill bits. They're expensive and they didn't even work for more than one hole usually. Enough complaining, I'm sorry. 8 hours of my life drilling holes, I'm kind of salty. But here we go. 2 frame rails, I guess they're called wheelhouses. 2 wheelhouses drilled, ready for assembly, and so is the car. Now I'm gonna change the plan on you guys. I gotta keep you on your toes. So 5 seconds ago for you, like 4 days ago for me, I told you, you can't really weld through primer. Obviously you can, it just doesn't work as good as welding to bare metal. I don't think that's fair for me to say for this primer. I've never used it. I've never personally welded through primer before, so I'm going to try it. I'm gonna put the frame on, screw it into place, and I'm gonna try one of the spots underneath where it'll be covered by seam sealer, nobody will see it. I'm gonna try welding through the weld through primer, and if it works just fine, I'm not gonna spend an hour to 2 hours sanding off 400 spots of weld through primer. Okay, we are bolted on. One thing, weld through primer works just fine. It welded just fine. I don't know why people on the internet say weld through primer doesn't work. Try a different brand. The brand I'm using, got it on Amazon, worked just fine. So I don't have to sand out 400 areas that I'm gonna weld to, but I do have like 50. I suppose I didn't try it, but the black stuff on this frame, that's called E-coat, and I don't think I can weld through that. So frame off, sand off the E-coat. It's time. If I was a good storyteller and a good editor, this would be the climax of the video, because all of the pre-weld stuff on is done. We straightened and filled all the holes in the existing chassis, weld through primer, test fit, measure it out, self-tapper screws so that we know it's in the right spot and it's sucked together tight, drilled 400 holes in the existing chassis and the new chassis combined. You're gonna watch me slide this existing frame on for the last time. I've done it, I don't know how many times in this video and how many times before, but unless I forgot something or something drastically goes wrong, this is gonna be the last time. Okay, all the screws in. Does it measure out still? 1017, 1141, 1283, 685. We are all within spec on all of those measurements. We still are too close together, but it'll be very easy for me to push them apart once these are welded on, rather than me trying to pull the firewall out with nothing to really grab onto. Now, I have about 375 plug welds to do. The only reason why we're not doing all 400 is because this section here is the uni side. Well, I guess this is about 10. 390 plug welds to do. These 10 I won't be doing because we'll do them when we put the uni side on. Okay, now don't be mad, but I already welded the entire bottom frame rails, and that was about half the work. Now, if you're new to the channel, I don't really like filming under cars because I barely fit under them and I don't have a lift, I'm just on jack stands. So I didn't count, but I'd say definitely half of the plug welds are already done underneath the car on the frame rail. I will say on the bottom, I both plugged and like stitch seamed weld. It's way overkill, but I want it to be strong. I want zero doubt in my mind that these two pieces of metal, well, these three pieces of metal are fused into one. Now I am by no means a good welder, but here's what I mean. So I both filled the plug welds, like 1, 2, 3, and then I also stitched weld or seam weld. Literally the whole way, I both plugged and seamed weld. Now don't look too close, because I suck at welding. Also, I didn't prep very well. Sometimes there was seam sealer in the way, and instead of sanding it off, I just kind of burned it off with the weld. But 100% sure, bottom attached. So now you get to watch the whole point of the video, me welding the frame back on. Holy moly, it's welded on. Started this video not sure that I could get this done. The firewall was absolutely terrifying. And here we are. This thing is welded. I would say that this is stronger than stock just because instead of panel bond, we got double the amount of plug welds. And on top of that, I wanted to be extra sure, and I seam welded on top of the plug, well, not on top of the plug welds, but on top of plug welding, I seam welded. My welds are not pretty. I can do nice welds, but it's very hard to get nice welds on this weld through primer. If you want nice welds, sand off the weld through primer. If you don't care, you can weld through it. But all the way around the top, down and in, down the frame rail, other side, frame rail, all the way around, down below. Again, don't zoom in. The welds are not pretty, but I promise you they are strong. I promise you they will hold. This is a pretty nice look from the inside. You can see how much weld is holding this on. Our firewall, you can see the pattern on both sides, and then the frame rail all the way down, and that box area that comes out there as well. I'm using a tram gauge here to measure between these two bolt holes. The official measurements from BMW say that these two bolt holes should be 1,036 millimeters apart. And if you take a look, we are at 1,025 and a half. We're almost at that 1,026, which means that these two bolt holes are exactly 10 millimeters too close together. And if you watched my last video, you would know that the driver's side chassis is to the millimeter exactly where it's supposed to be, which tells me that the passenger side is the one that needs to move.
So to try and prevent the driver's side chassis from moving, I'm gonna try and brace the chassis against the framing of my shop. And don't worry, this pole is a 6x6 and it goes several feet into some concrete, so I'm not worried about it going anywhere. Previously, I've been using a 4-wheeler and a winch for my chassis pulling needs, but it was never fun to set up. So I went down to my friends at Harbor Freight and bought this 10-ton hydraulic press. It is super easy to set up and came with tons of adapters and extensions, so I'm pretty happy with it so far. But let's make sure it works before I talk highly of it. Now this is my first time using this tool or doing anything remotely like this, so I'm going to try and take it slow and push small amounts and release the pressure and measure again. The reason why I need to release the pressure and remeasure is metal will try and spring back to its original position. So you'll see here, since I only pushed it 10 millimeters the first go around, it moved back the entire way like nothing even happened. But I'm trying to avoid pushing it too far apart and having to find a way to push it back together. So the second attempt, I only pushed it 20 millimeters, and after releasing the pressure, it came back 19, only 1 millimeter of total movement. Third attempt, we maxed out the press's length right before hitting 30 millimeters of flex, and that only got us another 1 millimeter of movement, putting us at 1028. So for this next push, I'm going to use a block of wood I just cut off to give us plenty of extra length to push. And now I am moving this puppy out. If 30 millimeters of flex is only getting us 2 millimeters of movement, it seems like I need to push this frame out as much as I can.
Oh baby, I think that it might be it. Okay, well. I think I mentioned this last episode saying you can't be scared to mess up because you'll never do something. And I think I just mentioned that I gotta be super careful because I've never done this before, but I messed it up. My super intelligent brain thought if I pushed there, then everything else would go with it. But it ended up, I'm just pushing this part over and not the top. So since I was measuring to this top bolt and it was moving less than the bottom piece, when I finally got the measurement to work out, I pushed the bottom too far. So now instead of it being a ½ inch too close, we're about a full inch too far. That is okay, mistakes happen, and in this case, it's fixable. To fix our issue, I went and bought another piece of this frame repair kit. This one meant for pulling rather than pushing. So this and the chain that I already have, let's pull this frame back into spec. Let's undo my mistake.
Before we get this subframe out of the way, let's measure between the bolt holes that I actually need to line up this time. That measurement comes out to around 843 millimeters. Now after making the mistake of pushing too far, I'm even more nervous, so I'm doing even smaller increments here. Pulling is a little more sketchy than pushing, I'd say. I don't like sitting next to a chain that's under thousands of pounds of force, but let's just get it over with. The first pull, I stopped at around 833 millimeters, so I only pulled 10 millimeters past where I need to end up. Obviously that's not far enough, but it's a safe start. I think you get the point though. Let's cut to the chase. I found it better to wrap the chain around the outside rather than hooking the chain to one of the corners to avoid damaging that spot of the frame rail. And it even let me hook the puller onto the chain a little bit better. This pull was after at least 10 incremental pulls, and the subframe is getting really close to fitting here.
Oh, that's like smack on, dude. That should be it. Oh, slotted right in. Goal 1 of 4 for this video accomplished. Subframe, front crash bar, line up perfectly. It's being held in with bolts. These top measurements that go across from the strut tower and from this top bolt there, instead of being 10, 11, 12 millimeters off, now they're only 5. It's not perfect, it's not within spec, but I'm not gonna push on those unless I need to when I'm assembling the car. And now that we can bolt our subframe and our front crash bar on, we're ready to move on to fixing this transmission tunnel. The first thing I want to do is try to straighten out the metal. You'll notice that it doesn't go straight back like the driver's side does. Lucky enough, I just bought a tool meant for pushing that we just used on the front frame here.
Now I know you guys are super excited to watch me push metal with this tool again, so I'll be pretty quick. All I'm gonna do is run back and forth from the inside to the bottom of the car, seeing where and how far I need to push. Push in that spot, release, maybe push again, or just move on to the next spot. If this ribbed piece of metal wasn't over the top, I could get it a lot straighter with a hammer and something against the back, but I don't think it's necessary. So we're just going to get it a little straighter, but not perfect, and I'll be happy with that.
And a Harbor Freight hydraulic press coming in clutch again. I'm super glad I bought that tool. Pushing this back just a little bit straighter is doing double, maybe even triple duty. Number 1, and maybe the most important, is it's straightening out the chassis so that the new straight piece fits back where it should be. 2, it looks a little better. 3, we gave our passenger a little bit more legroom. I mean, having 2 inches of knee or foot space could come in handy for some taller people. Next up, let's talk about how we're gonna repair this transmission mount. We're not actually gonna be grinding off all the spot welds on the entire thing and replacing the entire piece for one major reason. If we look at the major damage, we have a stud and then 2 nuts for where the transmission mount actually bolts into. So thankfully our new piece has those same 2 nuts for our transmission mount and even that stud, which is for a ground strap. So if we move forward from where the transmission bolts and that ground strap is up to the front, you can see we have a big hole here, which is from factory, but it's a marker for you guys because there's 2 studs here holding up heat shield. And if we move back, there's another stud here by the transmission mount, and back even farther, here's another stud for maybe under tray, and there's even a stud way at the back. We probably can't even see it, and I'm way too lazy to crawl back there. And if we come back and look at our new piece, so transmission mount, ground strap, there's that hole I mentioned, but there's no studs here. And if we move back, there's no stud here, no stud here, and there's no stud at the back. I don't know if I got unlucky and BMW just forgot to weld those 5 studs on for me. Either way, I have to work with what I got. So unfortunately, what we're gonna have to do, instead of replacing the entire piece, we're just gonna have to cut the bad section off. So we're gonna cut here, and we're gonna cut in the back and just replace this middle. Now that does mean we're gonna lose 1 stud, but in order to keep the 2 in the front and the 2 in the back, we're just gonna cut off this middle section.
Step 1 to remove the old piece is to get off the seam sealer. I like using a hammer and chisel to get it off in chunks, or in this case an air hammer on the lowest setting, and then follow that up with a wire wheel to get off the rest. But the ADHD mechanic in me decided to make the 2 cuts I needed first, one in the back and one in the front, then loop back to using the wire wheel to get the rest of the seam sealer off. Another nice part of using the wire wheel is it really highlights the spot welds, making them easier to find. Now we can finally start grinding off these spot welds, being careful not to go too deep so that you put a hole in the chassis. If you do, it's not the end of the world. You'll just have to weld the hole shut and grind it smooth before welding the new piece on. You'll notice I'm also using a spot weld chisel as I go. Really, this is personal preference, but I like to chisel some of the spot welds to make sure I'm actually separating the pieces of metal. But if you want, you can do all of the spot welds at the same time and just come back with the hammer and chisel afterwards. A big lesson I learned when I was removing the front chassis pieces is that if the piece seems like it's taking a lot of effort to pull off, you probably missed some of the spot welds. So just take your time and really make sure you get them all. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 pieces of metal all spot welded together, and you'll have to go deeper than just that one metal panel. Or maybe there's just some spot welds hiding where you can't even see them. But you'll see here, once I get all the spot welds off, all I had to do was pry off the last little bit being held on with panel bond.
All right, we got the old crumpled up transmission mount off. Let's take a look. We got the old versus the new. They are obviously very, very similar. I already pointed out the old one has a stud here that the new one does not. If for some reason when we're assembling the car, I found out that that stud is very important, we'll have to figure something out for that. I don't really have the tools to weld a stud like that onto this. And here's where we cut that piece off, so you can see the cuts I made on the old existing pieces and all of the spot welds I drilled out across the way. And the bottom was super fun. It had 2 spot welds all the way across and panel bond. So the next step is to cut and test fit our piece. I'm going to use that by using the existing transmission mount bolts. So I'm going to bolt the transmission mount in, bolt the transmission mount to the new piece, and that way I know that the bolts line up perfectly and I can mark each side and cut it off. Now before I cut and start test fitting the piece, I want to clean up the existing chassis here. I want to grind off all of the seam sealer all the way around, all of the panel bond, and get all of the paint off. Gotta love that. Those of you who've been around a while will know that I usually don't wear too much of the safety equipment stuff, you know, safety glasses, earmuffs, the mask. I think within the last 2 videos is when I started wearing safety glasses and the hearing protection. And then this is my first time wearing the mask. There's 2 reasons why I've started wearing more of it. 1, I want to do this a long time. But also, I don't think I've told you guys yet, but 4 months from now, I'm gonna have a baby. So I got a little mini me coming. So I gotta be able to hear, gotta be able to see, gotta be able to breathe. So I'm gonna start wearing more safety stuff for the baby, and 2, so I can do this longer. But back to the important stuff, I got the bottom of the car sanded where we're gonna have to weld, where we're gonna have to paint. But I'm gonna be doing some more cutting and grinding, so I'm gonna wait to do that so I don't get a bunch of metal flakes, dust, or anything in the paint.
Now we can start getting our new piece fitted properly so we can weld it back into place. My primary goal is to make sure the transmission mount is exactly where it should be, because if it doesn't line up, I'll be redoing this whole process. And as you can see here, there's a lot of movement in these bolts, so it seems like the tolerance is pretty loose. Next up, I need to get a rough cut on the new piece. So I scribed a line on both sides about a ½ inch longer than where it should be, because if I accidentally cut this too short, I'm going to be out a couple $100 and waiting for a new one. Now instead of trying to make the new piece fit perfectly in the old section, I found it better to trace the exact line I need to cut onto the existing chassis using the new piece as a template. That way I know if I cut on that line, they should fit perfectly. So we again cut the front section and the rear section, trying to be careful not to cut too far and damage anything that's staying on the car.
And if you take a look at our new piece, it slots in super good, very tight fit, pretty happy with this piece.
But we're still not ready to weld it onto the car yet, so I'm using a center punch to mark the holes I need to drill out, and I'm spacing them out 25mm center to center. And then we can head over to the drill press to drill those holes out. The reason I say space the holes out 25mm is because that's what BMW recommends. And yes, I said BMW. I'm sure most of you know, but just in case, even though this is a Toyota Supra, the chassis is actually made by BMW, so we're following their instructions for this repair. Now when you're drilling holes into hard metal, you want a slow speed and high pressure. So I currently have my drill press set up to around 700 RPM, and I'm using cutting oil as well.
All right, we got all of our holes for plug welding drilled. Luckily, I could do all of these with the drill press. That made it so fast, so easy. These ones I did have to hand drill. Just take the small wins we get. It's actually a huge win. Take the huge wins we get, being able to use the drill press for those. Also, I bought a drill bit sharpener. It was actually pretty expensive off Amazon, but it absolutely worked and it was absolutely worth it. I spent like $200, $300, $400 on drill bits last time doing the entire front frame here. If I had the drill doctor, I think it's like $150, man, it's expensive, but I would have saved $150 too. So bought it a little too late, but I'll have it for the next project.
So don't be like me and buy $300 worth of drill bits. Just spend the $150 and get a drill sharpener instead. Moving on to the last thing we need to do before we can weld this puppy on, we need some weld-through primer. So we need to sand off the E-coat, that's the black paint that comes on these new pieces from factory, clean it up with some wax and grease remover, and finally we can get the paint on the new piece and paint its new home too.
New transmission mount, weld-through primered, old spot weld-through primered.
So that means we're finally ready to weld this puppy in. I'm gonna use the transmission mount to make sure it is exactly where it should be. Drill in some self-tapper screws to hold it tight to the chassis. Then use the hydraulic press on the inside of the car like earlier to make the upper pieces touch. Use the floor jack to make the bottom touch. And finish off the fitment with a little tap of the hammer. Now the super fun part of welding while lying down under a car with absolutely no space. I personally don't think I want to do a project like this again until I get a 2-post lift. It is so cramped under here, I'm just losing my mind during this part of the build. It would probably be better if I wasn't wearing a t-shirt and shorts, but I'm stubborn. I know this is just the beginning of the welding under here for you, but I already did the front frame, now this transmission mount, and I still have to do the drive shaft mount after this. And hindsight says I will not do this again without a lift. Alright, thanks for letting me complain. Back to the build. Now as I'm welding, I'm either using the jack or the hydraulic press and a little hammer work to manipulate the metal to make contact to try and get the best fitment. And finally, since there is a lot of welds holding this in place, I can remove the transmission mount, giving me just a little more room to work. Now we can finish welding on the transmission mount, doing both plug welds and seam welds. The seam welds are overkill, don't get me wrong, but I want to be cautious here. I just have to be careful not to put too much heat into the panel and warp it. It probably would have been best for me to weld a little here and there rather than doing one long seam, but you live and you learn. Not that you should take much or any advice from me on welding, I'm really not that great at it, but this car will definitely test that. If my frame falls off when I'm driving, we'll know I need to do a little bit better next time.
And that is our transmission mount repaired. I did some cleanup with a wire brush, but I didn't grind any of the welds down. Now that the welding's done, I need to know, does our transmission mount bolt in? Now hopefully I didn't celebrate too early here, because if this doesn't bolt in, we're having a bad time. Yeah. Woo! And this, ladies and gentlemen, is goal 2 of the video complete. Let's move a little bit farther back and fix where our drive shaft bolts in. Things are getting a little bit crazy in here. Tools all over the floor. This is awful. Our working space is awful. However, I'm gonna clean it when we're done with the drive shaft mount. Fixing our drive shaft mount should be way easier and faster, only because I've already done some of the work in a previous episode. I've already cut our old piece out, and I've already cut out the bad section and made 2 pieces of sheet metal to fill those holes. So technically we're already on the step of welding for this section, unlike all the work we had to do for the transmission mount. So first step is to weld these pieces of sheet metal in, and then we can start test fitting our new piece, drill out the holes, sand it down, get our weld through primer on, and we should be ready to weld that on. In theory, this should be pretty quick. And for all of you who have ever said something should be quick and easy, and then you're in the garage for 4 hours trying to just do the simplest task on a car, I just jinxed myself. All right, let's fill this hole.
And really, this isn't going to be too much different than the transmission mount, so we're gonna go through this pretty quickly. We just need to weld in these plates to fill in these holes, and this is a prime example of when you should be stitch welding. Stitch welding is when you do a little bit of welding on one spot, then move away to another, and work your way around the panel instead of doing one long weld around the entire seam. It helps keep the heat down so you don't warp the metal. Then we just do a little cleanup and spray on our weld through primer on both the chassis and the new mount. After letting the mount dry, we can drill our plug welds. Then we can finally weld it in. There was one hole that I had in the car from the removal of the old part, so I'm doing the first weld to hold it in place from inside the car. Then we can get some self-tappers in. And just like the transmission mount, I'm using the hydraulic press to get everything nice and tight for me to weld it together.
And just like that, our drive shaft loop is repaired. The welds aren't pretty, but neither am I. I'm not a fabricator, I'm not a welder, I'm just a guy in a garage repairing a Supra. All I want you guys to know is that I think I'm done welding underneath this car. I really don't want to weld underneath the car again unless I have a lift, because that was awful. Props to all you welders out there who have to weld above their head. My hair, I think I caught my hair on fire like 10 times. All right, I'm back another day, and I will say, old me may be a little dramatic, but also, I still agree with myself. I don't ever want to weld under that car ever again. We should be 99% done with welding underneath the car. There might be some pinholes I missed and I'll come back for them. But let's start by cleaning up this workspace. It's disgusting. Metal shavings everywhere, tools everywhere. Let's give the shop a clean because I'm gonna need room to put that Uniside back on. So my favorite part of cleaning is all I gotta do is snap my fingers and we have a clean workspace to finish this chassis repair. Let's go put on that Uniside. Man, it feels good to clean. You know, when it's the shop though. Don't tell my wife I don't want to clean the house. I just clean the shop. So let's quick talk about a tool and the reason why I'm plug welding this rather than spot welding. I did buy this Harbor Freight 240 volt spot welder, and I did make my own custom extension cord. Now, any electricians, don't make fun of me for my box there. It's just, it works, it's fine. The reason I'm not gonna be using this, and I'm still gonna be plug welding, I could not personally get this to work nicely. If I didn't hold down the power long enough, it didn't feel strong. And if I held it down too long, I put a hole through the metal. Now that's probably an obvious statement. If I don't do it long enough, it's wrong. And if I do it too long, it's wrong. But with like 20 practice welds, couldn't get it right. Therefore, I'm not going to risk my Supra's Uniside with this spot welder, and I'd rather plug weld it. My plug welds can be ugly because I can sand them smooth and they'll be covered by seam sealer, but I know my plug welds will be strong. Not to say that the Harbor Freight spot weld isn't strong, it's just untested for me. So we're gonna skip it this time.
So let's get started on this Uniside repair by prepping our chassis. We need to sand off all the old paint down to bare metal on the front, the bottom, around the wheel arch, by the tail light and rear bumper, next to the rear hatch, and we can't forget the rear quarter glass and around the door too. Then we can clean the surface and spray weld through primer on all of the same places we just sanded down, except the wheel arch. We'll need to keep that bare metal for panel bond, and I'll talk more about that later. And with the existing chassis prepped, we can test fit our new Uniside.
Okay, I have every set of vice grips that I own holding this Uniside on exactly where it's supposed to be. Every edge is flush with the existing chassis. It follows this curvature perfectly. Now, if I was a professional, which I'm not, I technically at this point should be test fitting my fender, my door, my rear bumper, and my hatch, just to make sure that the gaps on the body panels are perfect or good enough. However, I am not a professional, and the fact that all of the seams line up perfectly, I'm going to go ahead and assume that all of the gaps will as well. That is not professional advice, and if you want to know that your car is going to look great, you should probably test your panels.
Instead, I'm going to skip that step and start putting in my self-tapping screws. That way when I put on the Uniside next time, I just screw these in and I know I'm in the right spot and it holds it nice and tight. Then I think it's best I mark all of the holes that I need to drill for my plug welds while it's on the car. That way I'm not just guessing and I don't make any unnecessary holes. And if you haven't noticed yet, there's going to be a lot of holes. Each time I'm using this center punch is a hole I need to drill. And if you were here last video, you would know I had to drill 400 holes for the front frame. And it literally took me 8 hours because the frame was so hard to drill through. And all I can think about is how I don't want to do that again. But now that all the holes are marked, I can take off all the vice grips, take out all the self-tapping screws, and get it onto my makeshift workbench, and start drilling these holes. Like I said, there's a lot of them, so I'm not wasting any time, I just need to get it over with.
You know, I almost forgot to try the hole puncher. This thin part here is honestly easy enough to drill, but this is faster, so we might as well try it. All right, this works, we're using the hole puncher.
I had you go in there, didn't I? I'm so glad I bought this tool. I want you guys to think about how much time and effort this is saving. If it takes me around 30 seconds to drill each hole, and the hole puncher is an average of 5 seconds per hole, over the course of 300 holes, I would save around 2 hours. And I'm sure we would all like to have a little more time in our day, so I'll happily accept that 2-hour time save. Not even just time, but drilling holes is hard work, man. Hole puncher for the win. Now after all of that, we still have about 20 holes to drill, so I'll knock those out pretty quick. Then we're ready to sand it all down to bare metal, just like we did the chassis. Basically anywhere I just hole punched or drilled needs to be sanded down, then cleaned, then painted. Now you'll notice we're on the inside of the panel. I already sanded in here off camera, but I have to clean and paint in here too. And then we can flip it back over, clean, and weld through primer all the way around the outside, and of course the window and door as well.
So we are so close to being able to put this on, but we can't rush and do it wrong. there's a couple things we have to do still. The last thing we have to do is prep everything for panel bond. Panel bond was here, anti-flutter was here, anti-flutter was here, anti-flutter was here, and here. Oh, and look, anti-flutter here too. Oh, and then panel bond on the wheel arch. Now the truth is, I don't have anti-flutter, but what I do have is panel bond. So I'm just gonna use panel bond to adhere the new panel to the old stuff. Panel bond you're supposed to do on bare metal, not weld through primer. What I did to find the exact location of where I need to sand is I put some grease on all of the locations where I need to panel bond. Now that's a double-edged sword. So one, it helped me find exactly where I need to sand so I'm not just sanding everywhere and putting panel bond everywhere. But two, it's gonna be a pain in the butt to clean that off, and I need to clean it off for the panel bond to adhere.
Sounds like a problem for future me though. Let's just finish this prep work so we can get to the fun part of installing this uniside. The last of this prep work should just be sanding down these locations that have grease on them to bare metal, and maybe a quick clean after that. Now it's time for panel bond. Panel bond has 2 tubes with different ingredients, so when you're first setting up, you need to squeeze some out before applying it to the panel to make sure they are mixing correctly. Then we spread out our panel bond, making sure we cover all of the bare metal. I won't be painting on the inside of this uniside, so if I leave any exposed metal, it'll rust pretty quick. And the thing about this panel bond is it only has a 90-minute working time. So starting now, we have 90 minutes to get this uniside in the right spot and clamped down, or I'll be redoing this mess again. I'm using a plastic scraper here to spread it out nice and evenly. Just make sure you don't spread it out too thin. After getting our panel all set up with panel bond, I'm going to get a little bead of it on the old chassis too, so it squishes out when I put it on for extra security that everything is covered really well. Now it's finally time. We can put our uniside on for hopefully the last time. So hopefully this is the last time I put in these self-tappers, and hopefully this is the last time I'll be using all of these clamps to hold it tight. Then it's time to get the hammer out and work this wheel arch, making sure it's nice and tight pinch to hold it all together. I used some clamps here to hold it in place while I pinched it too. This was kind of a mistake though, as it ended up denting the quarter panel. But it's a small dent and it's fixable. It's just something I wouldn't do next time. And now, the moment we've been working towards for so long with this car. We are welding the uniside on. The last piece of this chassis that needs to be welded on before it's repaired. Don't get me wrong, there's more work to do. Pinholes to fill, welds to sand down, primer to spray, seam sealer to spread, and paint of course too. But technically, if I didn't care about all of that, I could reassemble the car after this. And that to me is just such a good feeling. I still haven't gotten the perfect method for these plug welds. I don't know if my settings aren't the best on the welder, or if my welder just isn't that good. But it's probably just me. But there is a saying that I live by. I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Nope, sorry, wrong saying. A grinder and paint makes me the welder I ain't. And that's going to be the definition of this car. All of these welds can look ugly as long as they hold on tight. All that being said, I wish I had some really good advice for you guys, but I don't. The advice I do have is to get out in the garage and just tackle that project. I've seen some awesome comments from you guys saying some of my videos have inspired you to take on that project car that you've been sitting on. And honestly, I couldn't ask for more. I love making these videos, not only showing the projects I'm working on, but also sharing the knowledge I do have. And even if I don't have knowledge to share, at least I can show you what doesn't work. And we're almost at the finish line. We just need to weld around the window and finally around the door too. I don't know if you've noticed yet, but I'm moving 2 or 3 vice grips as I go, just to make sure all of the panels are as tight as can be. And sometimes I use a hammer just for a little extra manipulation, but only if it really needs it.
This GR Supra chassis has come so far from where it was. In fact, it's basically repaired, but there's a lot of rust prevention that we need to do. That being said, I don't even know if this engine's good, and I definitely don't know if my turbo is okay. That's right, after months of repairing this GR Supra chassis, I still haven't even figured out if this engine is good or repairable. See, this engine sat with a giant hole in the valve cover for 3 years collecting water and rust. And if we look at the inlet of the turbo, we can see a little bit of a chip in the blades. First, if you're just joining us on the Supra build, let me catch you up to speed. I bought this crumpled up GR Supra at auction, sight unseen, for $5,500. Then we removed all of the crash damage, pulled the engine, gutted the interior, cut off the damaged frame, disassembled the entire rear of the car, then we cut off the entire uni side, welded on our new front frame pieces, and then in the last episode we completed the frame repair by fixing the transmission mount, the drive shaft mount, and we welded on our new uni side. We really need to pray to the car gods here that I can repair this engine, because I've already been buying some parts for it. It may not look like a lot of parts, but I think it's $2,000 to $3,000 worth of parts there. And if we dig into this engine just to find out that I wasted $2,000 to $3,000, it's gonna make it even more painful when I have to spend even more money on a new engine or even more money repairing this one. That being said, we're not gonna find out until we dig in. We might as well get started by taking off our lift here and all of the wiring so I can get a better look. And if you've ever taken a car this far apart and you didn't take pictures, I bet you were kicking yourself the whole time you were reassembling it. Even though I'm 99% sure I already have all these photos, I'm gonna retake them and be safe.
Now that we got pictures of where everything roughly goes, we can start taking off this mess of wiring. My tip of the day with wire harnesses is to use a pick when you're unclipping the connectors. This is honestly the best advice I've gotten for working with wiring, and I'm happy to pass this on to you. Life-changing advice, some would say. There are 4 separate wiring harnesses for this B58. The first one I have here fared the worst in the accident and is hanging on by a thread or a wire. This harness is the green one in this diagram and has most of the sensors for running the engine. Things like the cam position sensor, high pressure fuel pump, wiring for the intake, and even the wastegate for the turbo. Some of the wiring harness is held to the engine with bolts, and even though I have pictures of where it all goes, I'm going to put the bolt back into the engine once the wiring is out of the way for safekeeping. The next wiring harness we have here is the harness that heads down to the transmission. That's the grayish tannish one in the diagram. 2 more harnesses to go here, and I have to say A+ to BMW for making these separate harnesses. In my case, I only have damage on one of the wiring harnesses, so it was nice to be able to replace just that one rather than the entire thing. Saves me some money, and if I had to replace this harness while it was in the car, it would have saved me a lot of time too. Now the second to last harness we have off is what I would call the accessory harness. That's the purple one. It runs to things like the AC compressor, alternator, and the knock sensors too. And I saved the easiest harness for last. This one on top, or the blue one in the diagram, runs the injectors and the coil packs.
All right, all of our wiring off, and honestly that cleaned up a lot of the clutter around the engine. Who would have thought that there's so much wiring on these BMWs? I say we keep going on the intake side of things here, and let's start getting off our front accessories.
Starting off with the AC compressor. The AC compressor itself may be working internally, but the pulley was obliterated. And since I can't guarantee it works to begin with, I just bought a used one. You can also see here that the mounting location is broken too. I had to pry it off with a pry bar. Next up, taking off the belt tensioner. The tensioner itself is probably okay, but the pulley is very rough to spin, and it would probably make a lot of noise. Then 2 bolts for the alternator here. This one also a little difficult to pull off, but I think the alternator itself is good to go, so I'll be reusing this.
And you can see the mounting for the AC compressor and the alternator are both broken, and this whole assembly here is actually the water pump. So if you're ever in a major wreck with your B58, you're gonna probably have to replace your water pump just for the fact that your alternator and your AC compressor bolt to it. Not that that matters for us anyway, obviously the water pump itself was broken too.
Now to take off the water pump, we have to disconnect this hose that attaches to it and the block. Then the water pump bolts to the side of the block, and I wasn't sure how this plastic tube on the back disconnects, so it's coming off with it.
And that's the water pump off. And just like that, we got our accessories off. We have our tensioner, our water pump, alternator, and our AC compressor. I've replaced all of them except for the alternator. Hopefully that's okay. And here we are again, looking at an even cleaner B58. All that's really left for the intake side is an oil cooler, an oil filter, and a couple water pumps. I guess I don't know what this is called technically. It has a lot of coolant going through it. That's very obvious. I don't know if it's a pump or some sort of flow control to decide where stuff goes. If you do know, let me know in the comments. But for sure, the one on the bottom is an accessory water pump, just like this one on the front here. The one on the front comes from or goes to the turbo. I'm not sure which way. What I do know is that the coolant system is pretty complex. It's got to keep the turbo cool, it's got to keep the block cool, and it has to keep the intake cool because there's no air-to-air intercooler on the front like most cars. We have an air-to-water intercooler on this engine. On newer cars that have air-to-water, it's the coolant that cools down the charged air. On older cars, it has an air-to-air intercooler that works similar to a car's radiator. The air coming through the front of the car cools down the charged air because colder air is more dense, more oxygen, more power. If you've ever talked to a guy with a turbocharged vehicle and they say something like boost weather because it's cold outside, technically you make more power the colder it is outside because cold air is more dense. Now it looks like it should be pretty easy to disassemble the rest of the intake side. Looks like we have 3 pieces and they're all separate. We have an auxiliary water pump, and I know you guys will help me out and tell me what this is in the comments. And then we have our oil filter and oil cooling system here. And then of course we got these 2 brackets. These 2 brackets are here to hold up the intake. Since the intake is full of coolant, it's pretty heavy, so we have some extra bracing for that. Let's start by getting these brackets out of the way. Now we gotta remember to stop and take a picture before we keep going too fast here. There's only 3 items, but we gotta be safe rather than sorry. Ooh, yeah, more coolant. You know, I'm taking a guess here and saying that this is our thermostat. I don't know if it's an electric thermostat rather than a mechanical one, but I'm betting it decides when coolant flows out of the engine and to our front radiators. That's my guess, but I'm relying on you guys to tell me if I'm right there. And then lastly over here, we can just take off our motor mount. And that leaves us with our super clean intake side. I mean, a little dirty. I got some stuff to clean up. If you were here for the last series on the $1,000 BMW F10 build, you would know that I'm very happy that I don't have to do an extreme cleaning session on this engine block like I did the last one.
Which just leaves us with the hot side of the engine. Believe it or not, they call the side of the engine with the exhaust the hot side because the exhaust manifold gets really hot. Engine manifolds can be around 500 degrees Fahrenheit or 260 degrees Celsius, and can see temperatures in the thousands of degrees Fahrenheit if the engine is being pushed really hard. So you should strive to never touch one unless you're very sure it's not hot. Lucky for us, there is a lot less going on this side of the engine, so taking off the turbo is super easy. If you haven't seen this before, it might surprise you, but the turbo and the exhaust manifold are actually one unit. So if you want to take off your turbo, the whole thing has to come off together. However, a nice thing BMW did here is that the bottom bolts actually hold on a bracket that the turbo manifold sits on, meaning you only have to take off the top bolt and then it just slides off the bracket, which also makes it super easy to install since you just slide it on and it holds itself to the engine. Another thing you have to watch for is the oil and coolant lines. It's definitely easier to remove the lines from the block and leave them connected to the turbo. Lastly, there is a bracket on the bottom of the turbo to help support its weight that needs to be removed too.
And that's our turbo off too. Another round of applause for this bar right here from BMW, being able to slide on the bottom, and this will hold the bottom on so you can get everything else in place. This has been a nice engine to work on so far. And the last thing on the hot side of the engine. Okay, I said last thing, but I actually want to take off this heat shield and this hose just so I can inspect everything. I just really wanted to make sure that there was no giant hole in the block behind that heat shield, because that would have been devastating to find out later when we put the car back together.
Now moving on to the top side of the engine, I'm just going to quickly vacuum to try and prevent some of this debris from falling into the head. Then we can take off our fuel lines, high pressure fuel pump, and our fuel rails, exposing our injectors. These direct injection injectors are press fit into the head, so we'll be using a slide hammer to take them out. I bought this slide hammer during the $1,000 BMW F10 build, and it has different adapters to work with these B58 injectors too. You just slide the tool on, turn it 90 degrees to the right, and it locks into place. Then I start gentle and work my way up in power. I want to use the least amount of power possible just to be safe and not break the injectors. As I'm taking the injectors out, I'm labeling them 1 through 6 to match the cylinder they came out of so I can put them right back into the same spot. Now, one thing I'm not liking about this slide hammer is that the bolt keeps getting stuck in the actual slide. So I just found a washer that fits to prevent that. You may also notice that the injectors look really wet. That's just the fuel that was left in the fuel rail. So when I took it off, it all drained out onto the injectors. And with the injectors out, we can take off our valve cover.
Woo, there we go. Now, unveiling our head. Bada bing, you know, not bad. Not bad at all. All right, so here is the top of our head. Here is our valve train. We have our exhaust camshaft, our intake camshaft. And then on the N55, this was called the eccentric shaft. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume this is called the same thing. The eccentric shaft is how they can change how the intake valves are working. This electric motor moves this gear, which moves this shaft, which moves these rollers. The springs hold it all tight, and they can modify the intake timing, duration, and lift. They can't really control all three separately, but if they move this, it's definitely gonna modify all three of them. So while the intake side is complicated so that they can get maximum power and maximum fuel efficiency, the exhaust side is really standard. The timing chain turns the exhaust cam gear or cam phaser, which turns the camshaft, which pushes and opens the valves, letting the exhaust gas out. The last thing on the exhaust side is this big hunk of metal, and you can see that giant lobe. I mean, comparing that lobe to the lobes that actuate the lifters, that lobe's huge. If you look at our high pressure fuel pump, you'll see something that resembles a valve and a lifter, and that goes in that hole. That high pressure fuel pump sits in that mount and is actuated by that giant lobe there. And that pumping is what gets us our high pressure for our direct injection. Now, I don't know the specifics of what fuel pressure the B58 is at, but pretty standard for an American muscle car is about 60 PSI base pressure with no boost. And then usually for JDM cars, it's around 43 PSI. Now with direct injection and that high pressure fuel pump, it can be in the thousands, like 3, 4, 5,000 PSI. The reason you want that higher pressure, it atomizes the fuel better, giving you a better air-fuel mixture, giving you better and a more even combustion. The only other thing that really stands out to me is you can see the front of the engine here, but the gears are on the back. Meaning, if you want to do the timing chain on a B58, the engine's got to come out. Now I'll look into how much a timing chain is for the B58, and I'll do if it's cheap, but honestly, it's probably just a waste of money. Remember, our Supra here and our engine only have 3,100 miles on them. So again, kind of a waste of money to do anything to this engine that I don't need to. Now at this point, I'm at a huge crossroads for this engine build. Part of me wants to keep the head on and only replace the exhaust camshaft. That's really the only thing broken on here. And the other half of me wants to tear the head off and inspect the cylinder walls and the pistons. The reason why I'm hesitating on that is, again, money. If I decide to take the head off, I need to get a new head gasket and I need to get new head bolts. And that's just gonna be another $300 to $500 that I don't wanna spend. Actually, like 5 minutes later, I've answered my own question. We are gonna take the head off. Here's what decided that for me is I have to take the exhaust camshaft off. The exhaust camshaft is bent on the tip from the accident. I already bought a brand new exhaust camshaft. And in order to replace the exhaust camshaft, I have to take off the exhaust cam gear, which probably means I have to take off the timing chain. And if I take off the timing chain, well, I can just leave the intake side put together and just lift the head off. So next up, we're gonna take the head off. But first, I wanna make sure I know how to time this engine so I can visually see on a factory engine that it's timed correctly and what to look for and where everything should be. And it's a good thing I did that because I'm actually surprised on one thing on this engine. See, normally when I'm disassembling an engine, I would take the oil pan off before I take the head off. But in the case of the B58, the way you make sure you're in time on the B58 requires the oil pan to be on. So in order for me to time the engine, the oil pan has to be on because the oil pan has this hole here. And here's the tool that you insert into this hole, which slides into the flex plate to make sure that your crankshaft is perfectly timed. Okay, so that's how you time the crankshaft, but that doesn't guarantee that the camshafts are in time. So if we take a look at our exhaust camshaft, there's supposed to be some writing on top of the camshaft here. And the fact that we don't see it means that our crankshaft is in time, but our camshafts are not.
The reason that the crankshaft is in time and the camshafts are not is because the camshafts spin once every time the crankshaft spins twice. So I just need to rotate the crankshaft another full rotation to get everything in time.
So now you can see I spun the crankshaft another 360 degrees, and we have writing on top of our camshaft on the intake side too, meaning our camshafts are in time. And I can slide our crankshaft timing tool in, and now our B58 is perfectly in time.
Now we can use this tool to lock the camshafts in place. That way when we remove the cam gears, the camshafts don't spin out of time. Then we can remove the timing chain tensioner, then use this special socket that comes in the B58 timing toolkit to remove our Vanos valves that also double as the bolt for the cam gears. After the Vanos valves are out, the cam gears just slide off. Then we can remove this top chain guide and we'll be ready to remove the head bolts. There are 5 smaller bolts around the timing chain that aren't torqued down too hard. I missed the one in the middle here, but I just came back for it later. Now onto the big boy bolts. I'm breaking them loose with the breaker bar first, then I can just come back around and zip them out with the impact. I have a bigger impact that I know could do the job, it's just not worth the risk of breaking a bolt or the socket, so I recommend breaking them loose by hand.
Okay, took the bolts out. Hopefully this comes out easier. There we go. Woo. All right, we have our B58 short block. Short block just means that it doesn't have the head on it, basically. If you have the heads on, it's called a long block. Definitely glad that I tore this apart. I mean, you can see how dirty it is. I don't know how much of this is carbon buildup versus sand and grit getting in here from when I tore it apart. But we get to clean the mating surface, we get to clean the heads. More importantly, we get to look at our cylinder walls and, oh God, it looks like the engine only has 3,000 miles on it. I'm stoked about that. That cross hatching is sexy. I don't see any issues in here. Definitely no cracks in the block. No holes in the side of the block. No holes in our pistons. I obviously didn't think it would, but you never know sometimes. Next up, I'm just gonna get some oil on the cylinder walls because they've been oilless for 3 years. Because the next thing I want to do is spin this over without the head. Now I'm going to get cylinders 1 and 6 to the bottom, and we can kind of clean up the top of these quick and lube up 1 and 6's cylinder walls. Now the chain is still in here, so you'll probably see this moving around a little bit, and any rattling or any weird noises you hear is most definitely just the chain, but I'll let you know if I think otherwise. All right, as I was spinning it, the timing chain was getting bound up. I think it's actually spun around down there. Everything spins over nicely. So finally, we can spin this over and dump a bunch of fluid on the ground. Nice. And oil, of course. Should have probably put a pan down to catch everything, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and take our oil pan off. All right, now with all the bolts out, there's 3 places around the oil pan for you to crack the seal, and it's on there pretty tight. Okay, sealant broke around there. Oh, there we go. Broken loose there. Broken loose here. And broken loose all the way around. And the oil pan should just come right off. Revealing, not our crankshaft yet, our windage tray. Oh my. Well, it's a good thing we took this off. All right, just a reminder, label your bolts, people. More importantly, it's very, very fortunate that we took this oil pan off because it's disgusting. It has a frothy mess at the bottom. I mean, look at this. This is not what oil is supposed to look like. I don't know if this is from sitting for 3 years or water mixing with it, but it's a good thing we took it apart so we can clean this mess. All right, now let's finally take off this windage tray and look at our crankshaft. Okay, so JK, in order to take the windage tray off, we have to take the oil pump off, which means we have to take the oil pump gear off. Now, it's really important to look up how to do stuff because in the case of this bolt, it's a left-handed thread, meaning if I just started cranking on it lefty-loosey, we would have broke it. But now that we know it's a left-handed thread and righty is actually loosey instead of lefty-loosey, it comes right off. There's a special tool that's supposed to be a really tight radius here so you can take this off. But if you have a really long Torx, you can go through the flywheel and not have to take it off. And that bolt's out and the gear is off. And I can put that bolt right back in so we don't lose the gear or the bolt. Now we can take off our oil pump. Woo-wee. You can hear the compression on that puppy. And that'll give us more room to work out the timing chain mess I made here. Big mistake on my end, I got the timing chain all wrapped around. Nothing's broken here, I didn't put a lot of pressure on it. As soon as I felt that it got tight and wasn't moving, I stopped. So we just have to untangle our chain. But all of that work to take the oil pump off was just for this one bolt to take the windage tray off. And that should be the windage tray, or whatchamacallit. And our crankshaft. Oh, God, it's beautiful. Now let me undo my timing chain mess here so we can crank her over and see how it looks. There we go. Okay. Timing is no longer tangled. Let's give her some spins. Smooth. Again, the rattling you hear is either my ratchet or the timing chain. And one more time from the top, now that the timing chain is unstuck. All right, it's time to start going through all these parts and seeing what's good, bad, what I need to order, and what I already have. Starting with the oil system, valve train, and basically everything needed to seal up the engine. From bottom to top, we have our oil pan. That's good, just needs to be clean. Windage tray is fine. Oil pump is fine. And then we get to our first problem child, our harmonic balancer. Originally, I thought this would be reusable. It's just scratched up from the accident. But if we actually look at it, it is bent. So unfortunately, harmonic balancer, bad, need a new one. Then we get to the top of the engine and we have our head. The head itself is fine. The intake is fine, although we do have some surface rust, but I'm very confident that I could just clean that up and we'll be good to go. Unfortunately though, the exhaust camshaft was bent in the accident, so I need a new exhaust camshaft. And of course I've taken the head off, so we need a new head gasket and new head bolts, which reminds me, for the oil pan, it doesn't have a gasket, but it is silicone or RTV'd to seal, so we'll have to buy some of that to replace it. And then we come back up to the top, we have our cam phasers, cam gears, our Vano solenoids. Those are both good, or at least I have no reason to believe they're bad. And then we get to the tippity top and we have our broken valve cover. Obviously I need to replace that too. Oh, look at me, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I said the intake side is fine, but I forgot that the eccentric shaft motor or actuator is broken. We're gonna need a new one of those. And this bent up bracket, obviously gonna need to be replaced as well. Next up on the chopping block, we have our fuel system and our ignition system. I don't see any issues with the wiring and I don't see any issues with the coil pack, so we're good there. What I don't have is spark plugs, so I'll add that to the list. Coming over to the fuel system, I again have no reason to believe any of this is not working. Now we have our turbo and the cooling system. Now you may be wondering why I grouped the cooling system with the turbo, and it's just for this one hose and this pump here. This auxiliary pump that runs to or from the turbo, I'm not sure, is broken, and this hose that connects to it is also ripped. So I need to replace this coolant line and that auxiliary pump. Moving to the right, we have another auxiliary pump. The pump is fine and those hoses are fine. These two hoses are not okay. This water pump is really, really not okay. I think the water pump is one of the worst parts that I've taken off of this engine, where the AC bolts in is broke, alternator bolts in is broke, the pulley that drives the water pump is broke, and even this fitting here that connects to the coolant hose is broke. So this thing is absolutely destroyed. There's no saving it. Then we get to this doohickey. I've already asked you guys what this is. I'm not sure. I'm sure I'll find out soon. I think it's good. I think it's a futuristic thermostat. Rather than being controlled by just the temperature itself, there's wires and a pump controlling the flow. That's my best guess anyway, but I'm sure this is fine. But the hose that connects to it is ripped at the end. And lastly, I did clump our oil filter housing into the cooling system just because coolant does run through it. Next up, alternator, AC compressor, and our tensioner. The tensioner is bad, alternator is good, AC compressor is probably functional, but the pulley is broken. Real quickly, all of the heat shields, the exhaust clamp, the motor mounts, the intake brackets, these are all fine. Don't need to order anything here. Then we have these 4 vacuum lines and the part of the intake that bolts to the turbo. We are 0 for 5 on these pieces. I need to order all 4 of these vacuum lines and that piece of the intake. And last but not least, we have 3 wire harnesses that we need to make sure are good. And sadly, only 1 of the 3 is good. None of these connectors are broken. None of the sensors that they go to are broken. Unfortunately, this wire harness is very, very broken. And then the third one, well, I already bought a new one for it, even though it's fine. I actually tried to order this broken harness, ordered the wrong one, and then finally ordered the correct one. So these 2 harnesses are gonna get replaced. That harness is fine. We only have 1 sensor that I don't have, that I don't know what it is. And once we have all of those parts that we just discussed, we can put this back together, paint the chassis, reassemble it, and I desperately want to drive this thing. So let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and get started right away on the bottom side of the engine. We're going to be putting on our oil deflector or our windage tray, our oil pump, and our oil pan first. Now I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm a little nervous to get started on the Supra project again. It's been like 2 or 3 months since I've worked on it, and that's because I desperately wanted a daily driver, so I bought that STI with rod knock. If you guys missed that, I'll link to the full build video in the corner. And the reason I mention it is because this engine looks so much better than what the Subaru engine did. We have 0 play in all of these connecting rods. It's fantastic. It looks fantastic. Super excited to be working on something clean and only has 3,000 miles on it. Even though technically I guess the Subaru engine had 8,000 on it, but the Subaru didn't count 8,000 miles. But you know, if you don't take care of it, you know, doesn't matter how new it is. We're gonna start by doing some cleaning, and I have some old gasket to remove here. And we're gonna do this cleaning before we get the deflector and the oil pump on, just so if anything falls in here, I can hopefully clean it up. Look at that. So just use a razor, get that top layer of gasket off, and then we can finish it off with this carbide scraper. Now, aluminum, super soft. You wanna be gentle. I'm not really pushing down, just kind of scraping. And also, I'm scraping away from the block. I don't want to get anything in the coolant or the oil galleys. And that is our oil sump or our oil pan surface clean. Of course, we'll wipe it off with some brake clean before we actually install it. Now I'm going to do a change of plan here. I actually want to do the same thing to the head before I get the oil pump on. I would hate to get the oil pump on and then drop something down one of the coolant or oil holes and have to take the oil pan off. So that same thing you saw me do to the top, I'm just going to very quickly do to the top of the head. We'll clean the actual pistons later, but for now I just want to scrape most of this off, which actually the top of the block looks really good. I don't even need to do much scraping here. Also, scraping's a really vulgar term for what I'm doing. Not really scraping. I don't know what the proper term for this would be. Cleaning. I'm just cleaning. Head isn't perfect. I'll probably do another pass later, but I just wanted to make sure there was no big chunks that ended up getting in any of these holes. So now I'm just gonna spray all these holes out and we'll flip it back over. And of course, I'm gonna clean our actual oil deflector. It's been sitting on the ground for 2 or 3 months, so this needs to be thoroughly cleaned with brake clean, just so we don't get any contaminants in. And here's our clean oil deflector. Again, clean is the name of the game when you're doing an engine build. And lucky for us, this only goes on one way. Now, of course, like every other bolt in the entire world, these are torque to yield and you should be using new ones. Now, it actually doesn't specify a torque pattern, so I'm just gonna work inside out. And then we have a 2-pass torque sequence. The first pass is 15 Newton meters, 11 foot-pounds, or I'm gonna do 132 inch-pounds. And then our second pass is 45 degrees. And now we finally have the first part of our engine rebuild torqued down. Next up is our oil pump, which is chain driven off the crankshaft. Before we put our oil pump on, there's 3 things we gotta do. 1, we gotta clean it, it's filthy. 2, we need to torque down our gear. Don't forget that you're not gonna wanna lose oil pressure. And the third one is on the same topic of losing oil pressure. Originally, the oil pump for the B58 had plastic internals. You want to check your part number and make sure it ends in 359. If it doesn't end in 359, you have the old one with plastic internals. They break, you lose oil pressure, your engine blows up, you're really sad. Make sure you have the newest oil pump for your engine. Now going back to step one, we need to make sure this thing is clean like everything else. So here's a nice before, and man, that cleans up nicely, you know, 3,000 miles, we got our clean oil pump. Now let's discuss how you install this oil pump. I'm pretty sure the official way to do this is to torque the gear to the pump and then install the pump. I think that's going to be harder. So I'm going to try installing our oil pump to the engine, torquing our gear through a hole in our flex plate while the chain is already on it. So on that note, make sure all of your surfaces are clean. Just like the bolt, BMW recommends to replace these dowels. I don't know how that's going to help anything, so I'm just gonna leave the dowels in there. Breaking the rules, you know, that's how I roll. And we're just gonna get these bolts started and snug, but not torqued. Now there's text on this gear only on one side. Make sure the text is facing out. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab our chain here with a magnet, get the chain on our gear, and slide the chain on our pump. Now we can just get our bolt started, and this is a left-handed thread, meaning lefty-tighty, righty-loosey. Now see, that just seems so much easier to me. I'm gonna be honest, I think the reason why they have you torque the gear to the oil pump off the vehicle is because they think there's gonna be a transmission here. You know, the instructions are telling you to do this when it's in a car. Now, if you're following along with what I'm doing, you're gonna need a very long torque stick like this to fit through the torque plate. You can just take this torque plate off, torque down the oil pump, and move on. It's actually a pretty low torque spec for this. And the nice thing about doing it this way is I don't need the special tool to hold the gear while I torque it down. Now that the chain is on and it's attached to the crankshaft, if I hold this flex plate, I don't have to worry about it spinning. So we have a two-step torque sequence for our oil pump. And remember, left-handed thread, the first one is 5 Newton meters or 45 inch-pounds. And then the second step is 90 degrees. The oil pump gear is torqued. Now we just got to torque the actual oil pump. And now, just like the oil deflector, we have 15 Newton meters, 11 foot-pounds, or 132 inch-pounds, followed by 45 degrees. Now, I don't know why I am the way I am, but every time I install something, I like to turn the engine over, make sure that it spins over correctly. And we're doing the same thing here. So I got the ATI harmonic balancer on temporarily, not torqued down, just so I can spin it over. And yeah, of course it feels smooth. One thing that's crazy about this oil pump is just how much slack this chain has. I mean, that's just how it is from factory, but if it's good enough for BMW, it's good enough for me. All right, next up, we gotta clean our oil sump or the oil pan. You can see we got a lot of grossness down in the oil. The valve cover was broken, so a lot of water got in here. It's not coolant, didn't get in the engine, it shut off right away. So we just gotta clean out the old oil and our mounting surface. So here's a nice before, and look at that. That's super clean. Bottom's not perfect, but who cares? The inside is all that needs to be super clean. Now, there is no gasket for the oil pan. We will be using an oil resistant RTV here. So the bead of RTV we're gonna be putting down goes on the inside of every bolt. There's 4 holes where we gotta go around the entire hole. So these 3, you go around the entire thing. This big one, you go around the entire thing. Okay, and here's a closer look at that pattern that I mentioned. Inside every single bolt hole, except for these 3 in the bottom, you go all the way around. This big one on the side is not a bolt hole. Oil goes through it. You go all the way around that one. And then just like I said, the whole rest of it, all the way up. Now, another thing to pay attention to when you're putting the oil pan on, there is no dowels to keep the oil pan where it needs to be. If you have the transmission on when you're doing this, you actually start with those bolts in the back. So that way you know it's seated all the way back against the transmission, and then you'll torque it back to front. Since I don't have the transmission on, there's 3 spots, 2 on the front and 1 on the back, that you can make sure that it's in the correct position. There is a flat spot here, a flat spot here, and a flat spot here on the back. So if you make sure all 3 of those spots are flush, 2 on the front, 1 on the back, you'll be good to go. Or of course, BMW has a special tool for this, and it looks like it's just 2 flat bars. So if you really want to go the extra mile and bolt 2 flat bars down to where your bell housing bolts to make sure it's seated flush, you can. I'm just gonna go this route, making sure that it's good enough. Now the fun part of lowering this into place without getting RTV on anything that shouldn't. And find those bolt holes. And there's 2 long ones, and those go on the back. And the rest of them get short ones. Now, while I get these bolts in their home, let's talk about this RTV. At least for the RTV I'm using, it mentions hand tightening these until RTV squishes out, and then letting it sit for an hour before you torque them down. I am a rebel, and I'm not gonna do that. But obviously, I can't recommend that you follow my lead on that. So now at this point, all of the bolts are snug. We should technically wait, according to the instructions, 1 hour before torquing them. If you have your transmission on, you start with the bolts that go into the oil pan from the transmission. Those are 19 Newton meters. And then the instructions just say work back to front, and the rest of them are 24 Newton meters or 18 foot-pounds. Okay, oil pan torqued on, and I can just double check. We are flush on the front, we're flush on the back. I'd say we're good to go. And that's basically the bottom of the engine done for now. Let's go ahead and flip it over, get the block in time, and put on our ATI fluid damper. Now I noticed on the top of the ATI, we have timing marks, and one of them reads TDC, and I'm gonna guess that it just faces straight up. There's really no timing marks anywhere else, which means that we need to get our rotating assembly to top dead center, which you'll notice piston 1 is already up there. But there is a tool to verify that you are perfectly at top dead center. So if you come on over to the intake side of the engine and go down to the oil pan, you'll notice a little plastic piece that you can go ahead and pull out. And with the B58 timing toolkit, to time the crankshaft and to time the heads, there is this tool that you'll slide in. And you'll notice on the flex plate, there's that slot, and you'll see that that tool slides right into that. So now while that guarantees we are at top dead center or TDC, what that tool doesn't do is hold the crankshaft from rotating while you torque down the harmonic balancer, or as BMW calls it, the vibration damper. Instead, I'm going to be using this. It's just a tool that has some teeth on it that I can bolt to the engine, and it'll hold the flex plate for me. There's a lot of ways you can hold the crankshaft from spinning. For instance, with a pry bar or a screwdriver, you could just hold the flex plate against the oil pan or the block. I wouldn't really recommend it, but it's all possible. This is just obviously the easiest way. It's just if you don't have the tool on hand, you got to order it and you got to wait for it. So now that we know our rotating assembly is at top dead center and it's locked at top dead center, I can find our TDC mark and line that up with the top and snug down the bolts. And now we have a 2-step torque sequence. The first step is 40 Newton meters or 30 foot-pounds, and it doesn't specify a sequence, so I'm just going to go across like a wheel. So there's 40 Newton meters or 30 foot-pounds. Next up, we have 120 degrees. Now, I don't often get out the big guns, but since I'm working on such a precious engine, I suppose I'll get it out. So I'll recheck these even though I just did them. Now we got to do 120 degrees. Okay, there we go. So we got 40 Newton meters, 30 foot-pounds, and then another 120 degrees. This bad boy ain't going nowhere. And now we are finally ready to put our heads on, kind of. I still want to clean the cylinder bores and I want to clean the top of the pistons, but we have an even bigger problem first. At the time that I was disassembling the engine, I did not have the proper tool to take the intake camshaft off. And the reason we need to take the intake camshaft off is it developed some surface rust while it was sitting there with a broken valve cover. Now I am like 99% sure I can save this intake camshaft. The exhaust one, however, is just broken bent. We already have a replacement exhaust camshaft. The intake one we're gonna take off and try to clean. The problem is I can't put the head on, so we're gonna go ahead and try to disassemble the head while it's off the engine sitting on my table here. The first thing we have to do is make sure our eccentric shaft is fully disengaged. So with an Allen key on the motor here, we're just gonna go ahead and do lefty-loosey all the way until it stops. We can also go ahead and get our camshaft timing locking tool out of the way here. We'll have to retime these later. But for now, can't pull the cams off with this tool on. So we're gonna go ahead and loosen all of our cam caps equally here to relieve the pressure off the cam and take it off, and then we'll clean it. There's also a lifter of sorts, we'll call it, inside of this that actuates the fuel pump. Mine is already out, but just don't lose it. You will need it or you won't have any fuel pressure. Now these are the 3 that we want to loosen evenly so we don't ruin any surfaces here. Let's get our camshaft out of the way. And again, our exhaust camshaft was all bent up in the accident, so we are replacing this. So now you can technically just unbolt your camshaft at this point. The problem is these eccentric springs will just fling these eccentric rollers out of the way as soon as you unbolt this. So the proper way to do it is with the proper tool and to take off these springs first. You know, props to BMW, they made this way easier to do. If you remember from my N55 build, these actually had bolts in the springs, so you had to tension them with the tool and then unbolt them, and then vice versa when you install them, tension it with the tool, put it in place, bolt it, and then release the tension. These ones don't have a bolt, they actually just sit on a ledge of the head, and then they sit against the roller. So this tool is pretty easy to use. You're gonna slide it onto the spring, make sure it's centered, because these arms need to come down onto the spring, and if they don't line up, you're not going to tension anything. And then just squeeze together. This lever locks it in place so you don't have to hold the tension while you remove it. Squeeze together again, release the locking arm, and slowly release that tension. Twist the spring off, and onto the next one. Now I'm down to the last one here. It is the 3rd one from the front of the engine. Even with the eccentric shaft all the way backed off, there's not a gap in between the rollers and the eccentric shaft for me to take the spring out. So once we rotate that camshaft a little bit, release the tension, we can take that spring off. And that is our last one. That is all of the eccentric springs off, which means we can go ahead and take off our intake camshaft. Now these eccentric rollers shouldn't come off. They're held on by these top bolts and plates here. But that is our intake camshaft off. All of the lobes look really good, to be honest. All of the rust is just surface rust on the actual shaft, not where any metal touches any metal. But we're gonna get it as clean as we can. All right, so now that we have the intake and exhaust camshafts out, all of our valves are closed. So I have this sitting on like 15 t-shirts, so it's nice and plush, not just on some hard concrete. And of course, I'm gonna go ahead and just go one step farther than I intended. I'm gonna take our eccentric rollers out, and I'm gonna take our eccentric shaft off because I just wanna make sure everything's clean. Now I thought that these eccentric rollers were in here pretty tight. Turns out they're not, and you can just really easily roll these out. They're obviously much harder to install, but we're gonna get these out of the way. Now we can get these top sections off. Now we can go ahead and take our servo motor out. If you couldn't tell, this one is broken. And now with our servo motor out, we can go ahead and take off our eccentric shaft. And after the caps are off, the eccentric shaft just pops right out as well. And just like the exhaust side, we have what I'll call rocker arms. Don't know what they are actually called. BMW has fancy names for everything. I can't keep up. Now, funny enough, I might as well just take this last little piece off over here. It's the last ledge that our intake camshaft rides on. And now, besides our valves and our valve spring, which I'm not gonna take off, this is our head fully disassembled, ready for cleaning. Okay, and here's everything all laid out. Obviously, some of these things are on top of each other, but if I were to lay this out from a 3D map to a 2D map, this is how I would do it. So we have our exhaust camshaft and the exhaust roller, rocker arms, whatever you want to call it, on the bottom here. Unlike the intake side that has an eccentric shaft, eccentric springs, and eccentric rollers, the exhaust side does not. The cam lobes push on those rockers and it opens the valves. Easy peasy, no complication to the exhaust side. The intake side, however, a little more complicated. We have this wheel here that just sits on the intake camshaft, and that is for timing. I could be calling these the wrong things, I apologize. But we have our eccentric rollers, our eccentric springs, and our eccentric shaft. And then we have a servo motor that actuates our eccentric shaft. And essentially the whole entire middle section here that I'm squeezing with my fingers is just the eccentric part. If we took the entire eccentric pieces out, we would just have an intake camshaft and the rollers just like the exhaust side. Basically, the entire eccentric system just gives the ECU more ability to control the lift, the duration, and the timing for better fuel economy, and as James himself would say, more power, baby. Now, all of that work to remove the timing goodness was so I can get my clean on. There's a lot of debris in here from the valve cover being broken, and we don't want to put it together with any of this gunk in here, so it needs to be cleaned quite thoroughly. And of course I have to clean the mating surface for the head gasket. We don't want any leaks here. So that's gonna take me quite some time. I won't make you sit through it. I'll be right back when it's done. Okay, this cleaned up really well. I was afraid that we were gonna have to take it to a machine shop and get it in an acid bath. But look at the bottom of our head. It cleaned up really, really well. And the top of our head is even better. We had leaves, broken plastic, just gunk, oil, a little bit of surface rust. It's all gone, cleaned up immaculately. So the last thing I want to do before I put our head on, clean our pistons, clean our cylinder walls, lube them up, and we'll be good to go. So again, I'll be back in like 2 seconds with this all cleaned up. Okay, this is a very exciting part of the build here. So I cleaned the top of our pistons, you can see that. I cleaned our cylinder bores, and I lubed them up as well. So I'm just going to do this last little wipe with brake clean, and our head gasket going on, hopefully for the final time here. I'm going to be running ARP head studs and nuts rather than a stock bolt or even the ARP bolts. This is a super nice upgrade, especially if you aren't keeping your engine stock. This one is going to just be the really casual downpipe and tune, but if in the future I ever want to run a lot of power, I'm already upgraded with ARP head studs. Now you'll notice that there is an Allen key on all of these studs. There's no torque for this. You are not supposed to torque these studs to the block, but you want them hand tight. So I'm just going to be using an Allen key to snug them all the way down, just so it's a little bit faster than by hand. If they aren't going in smoothly, you might have something in your threads, and I would recommend taking it out and maybe running a thread chaser through them, or just again blowing it out with air. Make sure there's no debris in your threads. And with our gasket on and our head studs on, we can do one final wipe. I know I wipe this thing clean all the time, more than once, more than I need to, but we'll wipe that clean, blow it with air, and then we can do the same thing with the head. Wipe it clean, blow it with air, and then we can just slide our head onto our studs. Nice. Head is on. Very exciting times. And of course, you come this far, just double check in your head. You got your head gasket on. If you forgot your head gasket, it's coming off. We lubed the cylinders, we cleaned all the surfaces. And now if you use an ARP head studs like me, you'll have washers and nuts. If you look at the washers, one side is smooth and one side is not. The smooth side goes up. So I'm gonna go ahead and get all of our washers in place. So next up is putting the nuts on and torquing it. But we have fastener assembly lubricant here. The reason why some bolts you want to lube, it just removes some of the friction from the threads binding and gives you a more accurate torque measurement. Now ARP wants us to lube the stud threads and the top of the washer. So I'm just going to do my best to do both of those with them already in. I'll probably just lube the threads on the studs and then put the lube on the bottom of the nuts to remove as much friction from the equation as possible. So again, I got it on the threads, get it on the bottom of the nut, and we can start installing our ARP nuts. Now a super neat trick, if it's really hard to get your fingers in here to get the nut on the stud, what I like to do is put the nut over something skinny. It could be an extension, could be a screwdriver, then put it on your stud. Then you can just drop it into place and it lands right on your stud. Okay, we can get them all snug by hand and torque these puppies down. Now ARP head studs have a different torque spec than normal head bolts. So I'll quick tell you what the normal head bolt torque is in case you're following along and you don't have ARP head studs. So the stock head bolt torque spec is 30 Newton meters or 22 foot-pounds, followed by 90 degrees, and then followed by 180 degrees. Whereas the ARP head studs are just 30, 60, and 90 foot-pounds in that sequence. So first step, 30 foot-pounds. So there's 30. Next up, we'll do 60. And finally, 90 foot-pounds. Okay, ARP head studs and our head installed. After you torque down the main head bolts, or in my case, head studs, there is 5 smaller bolts in the back by the timing chain here. Don't drop a bolt down your timing chain hole. Gonna be really hard to get that out. Probably have to take the oil pan back off. And you just torque it from one side to the other to 19 Newton meters, 14 foot-pounds, or I'm gonna do 170 inch-pounds. Now it's time to reassemble our heads, which we only took apart because we wanted to clean everything. For instance, this was right under where the valve cover broke. So as you can see, it's got a little bit of surface rust and gunk on it. But with a combination of WD-40, some Scotch-Brite, brake clean, and a normal lint-free towel, we can make these parts go from looking like this to this. You guys don't have to throw everything away just because it gets a little dirty. You can clean it off pretty easy. The WD-40 gets off most of the rust, then you just get it perfectly clean with some brake clean, and this is ready for reassembly. The next thing that needs a little bit of love is our intake camshaft. We have a brand new exhaust one, so we're good there, but our intake camshaft has a little surface rust. Luckily, if you look, the lobes themselves are fine. It's just in the in-between part that didn't have a coating of oil while it was sitting there with the valve cover broken. Guys, this turned out so much better than I thought it was gonna turn out. It literally got rid of all the rust. I don't even see any. If you can't find it on camera, the rust used to be here and here mostly. Turned out super well. This thing ready to go back in the car. Now, most everything else is looking pretty good. There's one more thing I want to give a good thorough clean to, and it's this block here. Nothing really rides on this surface here. It's more of a concern of the rust flaking off just like that and getting in the oil. So here's another before and after on this piece. Looks way better, super smooth to the touch. Obviously it's not as nice looking as the other ones, but the main concern was just not having any debris in the oil. So this thing, perfectly clean. I can't feel any issues. The only surfaces that matter are the bottom one and this one on the side, and those didn't have any issues with rust to begin with, so this one is good to go. The only other issue with this pile of parts is our servo motor for our eccentric shaft because it got wrecked in the crash. I have a new one of these, so I'm just gonna take the bolts and throw this one away. Now again, like I said, everything else here is already super clean, no rust, no issues with any of the other parts. I'm just gonna give them one more look over, clean everything else, and we'll be ready to assemble the head. First thing up is our eccentric shaft. So just like every other step, we need to start with a clean surface. Go ahead and wipe all the surfaces down, and we'll just do only the section that we're going to install. So we'll clean the eccentric shaft surface, blow any debris out. Now that we just cleaned it, we can get some fresh oil on all of the journals. Oh, you know what? Before I put the eccentric shaft in, it's gonna be a lot easier for me to get all of the rollers in. So I'm going to lube these holes, and now let's get those rollers in. And of course, they're going in the same hole that they came out. Make sure it's properly seated in the hole and on the valve. Okay, got all of these back in their home. Now what I'm gonna do is lube the top of them as well. We want everything lubed up. And I'm just gonna squirt all the valves with oil too, why not? Oil is your friend in engines, especially on first start. Now the only thing it mentions about is installing your eccentric shaft is for some reason it wants you to push this needle bearing all the way back before installing it. And then again, I'm gonna coat the top with oil, looking good. And now just like everything else, coat the cap in oil and make sure the caps go back in the same spot you took them out from. Also, there's dowels on both sides to make sure that you properly line this up because the cap for the eccentric shaft is also the ledge for the intake camshaft. And again, they are numbered. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the number's right here on the top. And now we're going to torque all of these bolts to 10 Newton meters, 7.5 foot-pounds, or 90 inch-pounds. And it looks like it wants you to torque these big ones first and this one last. So I'm just gonna work my way from inside to out like everything else I do. And after it's torqued down, give her a couple spins. It doesn't spin all the way around, it has a stopper, but I can feel it is super smooth. Our eccentric shaft is installed. Next up, we can get our servo motor installed. Since we're installing our servo motor and nothing is holding the eccentric shaft from spinning, just rotate it all the way counterclockwise so the stopper's at the top, and then you should just be able to slide the servo motor all the way in without having to turn the gear on the back. And then this gets torqued to 8 Newton meters, 6 foot-pounds, or 72 inch-pounds. And now we can just go lefty-loosey on the eccentric shaft all the way back to the loosest position, because that's the position we need to be on to install everything else. Now we need to install our eccentric shaft rollers and the piece that holds them on top. Now these pieces have a little part that juts out, and that faces towards the center to hold it in the proper position. Okay, actually turns out you want to install those intermediate levers, or the eccentric rollers is what I've been calling them, after you install the intake camshaft. So we have one more ledge over here that the camshaft rides on. And we're gonna do the same torque spec we did for the eccentric shaft. And now just a quick wipe down, and then oil. And then make sure you lube your camshaft surfaces as well, and we can set it on down. And again, more lube. Lube is the name of the game. I wonder how many times you're gonna hear me say the word lube today. Now lube the top sections and slide them on down. Make sure they're facing the correct way. So we start one towards the front of the engine, work our way back. And all the bolts are really long except for one, and that goes to the very end cap on the inside of the head. Okay, now for some reason it lists two different torque specs depending on the grade of bolt you have. All of mine are the grade 10 bolts, which is 12 Newton meters, 9 foot-pounds, or I'm gonna do 110 inch-pounds. And again, you work your way inside to out. You should be able to move this later, but I'm gonna just double check now. Make sure you can see the text and the data code on the camshaft facing up. Again, you should be able to roll this even with it torqued down, but not a bad idea to make sure your camshaft is timed correctly before you do. The intake camshaft is installed, it rolls nicely, and it is pointing up, so it's easy to lock it in time later. So the last thing we have to do for our intake side, intermediate levers and the torsion springs. All right, one thing I forgot to do while the intake camshaft was off was install our timing gear. It is super easy to install even when the camshaft is on. Make sure the nubs face towards the back of the engine. So it's gonna see on this skinny part in the middle here, and there's a flat spot on the bottom, and we wanna line up the flat spot on this gear with that. So we're gonna slide it on, slide it over, and if it's out of position, you can just rotate it until it pops in. Once you're seated on that flat spot, there's just a little tiny bolt to lock it into place. Again, this isn't really holding anything. This is just for your timing. So as long as it's in the right position and it's tight enough that it's not gonna rotate or move, you're good to go. It's a pretty small bolt, so it shouldn't take a lot of torque. Next up, we can slide our intermediate levers in. And this is why I left these loose before. It's so that I can slide them into place, super easy. And now that the two intermediate levers are in place, we can torque down this top block here. But you'll notice it has some slop to it. It needs to be pushed all the way in and all the way against this L shape here. The timing kit I bought off of Amazon had a special tool for this, so definitely going to be using it. You just slide it on, screw the bolt tight so it's held into position, and then we can torque it down. Okay, I got one of our intermediate levers installed with our camshaft. So let me show you how everything looks, and then I'll do the rest. So you can see those intermediate levers have a little bump to them right here in the middle. Make sure that's seated properly on that top block, and then make sure it's seated on top of that bottom roller. Also make sure your roller is seated on the hydraulic properly in the back and properly on the valve up front. Once you make sure everything is seated properly and torqued down in the right spot, we can move on to the rest. Okay, there we go. So our intermediate levers are installed and torqued down. So our camshaft is torqued down, our eccentric shaft is torqued down, our servo motor torqued down, intermediate levers installed, and the plates that hold them in place are torqued down as well. Now, when you get to this point, double check everything. Cam still spins very nicely. It won't rotate all the way around now by hand because it's pushing on the intermediate levers, which is pushing on the valves. So you're fighting your valve springs at this point. That's why it's important to make sure the text on the intake camshaft is pointed up so it is in time, making it easier from here on out. So double check everything is seated properly. It's in its home. Make sure all of the rollers that sit on the valves are in place. If those are out of place, your valves aren't gonna open. You're gonna be redoing this. All the stuff on the hydraulic side is also in place. We're good to go here. We're almost done with the intake side. The last thing we need to do is install those torsion springs, which again requires this special tool. I got this off of Amazon. You don't need the BMW specific one. It'll save you a lot of money going this route. Install the spring in the tool, squeeze it till it latches, slide it in between the levers and the eccentric shaft, down into the gap on the bottom, squeeze it, release the tension slowly, remove your tool, and again, make sure it is seated properly on the levers. Everything still moves freely, as much as it will under pressure, I should say. And a few more, and we're done with the intake side. This one's a little tight because of the camshaft. There we go. And just every time, make sure it's seated all the way down and seated against the rollers properly, and move on. Looks like we got one more hard one where the intake is pressing against the intermediate lever. Looks like I'm gonna need to remove this timing gear to do this. So if you're following along at home, don't put this timing gear on until after. It's just been in the way the whole time. Obviously it's easier to do at the beginning, but it seems like it's just in the way the whole time. So maybe I can just slide it over like that and then install this spring. There we go. Now let's put this timing gear back on. The timing gear is hitting the intermediate lever. I may have this on backwards. Let's take this off. There we go. That fits way better. You just gotta install stuff correctly, guys. That's crazy. Guys, if something doesn't feel right, it's probably because it ain't right. And if it ain't right, I'm not gonna be happy. There we go. Got that timing gear back on the correct way this time. And those intermediate levers are installed correctly now. Okay, two more. These ones should be much easier from here. Bada boom. Okay, so from the outside looking in, you can see each one of those torsion springs is fully seated all the way down. Make sure each one of these blocks pushed all the way up and all the way over before you torque them down. If you don't have the special tool, you can use something like a C-clamp. Just be very, very careful not to damage any part of your head. And from the inside looking out, you can see those hydraulics down in there, seated properly on the valve. Each intermediate lever seated properly in its home, on top of those rollers, inside those little grooves. And those torsion springs are down there, pushing the intermediate lever towards the camshaft. And of course, once we get the exhaust installed and the timing installed, we can spin everything over and make sure it's all spinning properly. And I tell you what, if you made it through the intake side, believe me, the exhaust side is so much easier. But we're gonna do the same procedure. Oil the holes, oil the valves, and then we can start sliding these hydraulic roller lifters. I don't know if you guys know, I just kind of name stuff whatever I think it should be named. Like I was calling these things the eccentric rollers. Turns out they're intermediate levers, which I should have known that from the N55 engine build, but I forgot. But oil the holes, slide these doohickeys, what I'm calling the roller lifters, into place. Okay, we got all of those in. Make sure they're seated properly and douse it in oil. And then of course, clean the surface that the exhaust rolls on, lube them up. And here's our brand new exhaust camshaft. Oh, it's looking good. Let me lube this bad boy up too. There we go. Exhaust camshaft is all lubed up. Make sure you install this with the text facing up. When you torque this one down, it's gonna be under pressure. Like right now, I can't even seat it down properly. So this is one of those things. There's a special tool. Again, BMW loves their special tools. There's a special tool to hold this down in place while you torque it down. We're just going to be snugging these down slowly and gently to get this seated in place properly. All right, now we have two oddballs out here. One of them is the end cap and the other one houses the hydraulic pump lifter, I'll call it. So those two go on the end, and then they are just labeled 1, 2, 3, 4 from there. Now, while I'm torquing this down, I don't want this camshaft to spin. So I'd like to get the tool that locks the timing in place. So we can see that the intake one already in time, perfect, good to go. But we might need to manipulate the exhaust one a little bit. There we go. So again, I'm just putting this on to make sure our exhaust camshaft does not spin at a time while I'm torquing it down. So with that in place, our intake camshaft is in time, our crank is in time, our exhaust camshaft is in time. So let's go ahead and slowly tighten our intake camshaft. I want to torque these down evenly so they don't bind sideways or anything like that. Now that the front ones are tight, we can go ahead and get all the other ones snugged up. Make sure your cam caps go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you have your high pressure fuel pump and then the end cap. And then the torque sequence is inside out, 12 Newton meters, 9 foot-pounds, or 108 inch-pounds. Okay, moving on to the timing chain. This is super exciting. Just make sure before you start doing anything with the timing chain that your crankshaft is in time, and now make sure your camshafts are in time. Make sure the text on the camshafts are facing up, and get your locking tool in place and everything locked in time, ready to go. Now there's 2 timing chain guides down in the block here, and there's a post holding one of the guides in place. We'll torque that in a bit, but I just have it started. Next, we can slide our chain up, and we can get our slide rail in place. This will hold the chain up for us. Pretty hard to find torque specs and stuff for this engine. They're aluminum bolts with a plastic little insert going into aluminum. I'm not going to tighten them down very much. Again, I do know it's called the slide rail, so if you want to try to find your own torque spec, please do. Maybe check the comments, maybe somebody's nice enough to put it down there. But for now, I'm just gonna do tight is tight. And then same thing for the little guide rail slide down here. Couldn't find a torque spec, just gonna do tight is tight for that. Now it's time for our cam gears. One says in, one says X or EX. In for intake, X for exhaust. It's funny because it's the opposite of what the intake and exhaust camshafts say. The intake camshaft has an E for ein in German, ein meaning in, and the exhaust camshaft has an A for aus, aus meaning out in German. It's weird that they would label the camshafts in German, but the cam gears in English. Okay, so we got our exhaust side on. Maybe it's easier to do the exhaust side first and then the intake side after. Oh yeah, much easier to do it that way. Okay, so let's talk about it before we continue. There's no specific way to put your intake or your exhaust cam gear on. They don't have to slide into a dowel or anything. As soon as we torque this down, they'll be torqued together and then they won't spin separately. So we have our timing chain guides on. We have 2 on the side, 1 on the top here. We have a little bit of slack as of now, but I haven't put our tensioner in. So now the next step would be to install your timing chain tensioner tool. So this isn't the actual timing chain tensioner. This tool simply lets you apply a certain amount of tension to it. Oh, it don't fit that hole. Okay, well, turns out I don't have the right tool for this. My B58 toolkit came with the wrong size chain tensioner. So what you're supposed to do, back this out all the way, install this chain tensioner tool all the way in, and then you're just supposed to tighten this stud by hand, no tool, only hand tight. Tighten the stud and pre-tension your chain before you torque your Vanos valves. So this is not professional advice at all, but I'm going to just be using my actual chain tensioner because I have nothing else to use. So I'm just going to go ahead and tighten this by hand until I can't tighten it by hand anymore, which is all the way. Our chain is tight now. It is definitely tensioned. So I'm not going to torque that down yet, just hand tight since I don't have the proper tool. And of course, another special tool needed for the next step. We're torquing down our Vanos valves, which also torques down our cam gears. We got a 2-step torque sequence for the Vanos gears. The first step, 50 Newton meters or 37 foot-pounds. And then the second step is 140 Newton meters or 103 foot-pounds. Now we're going to torque down our tensioner to 20 Newton meters and then 40 degrees. Our entire valve train is installed and it should be in time. So I'm going to quickly lube up the chain and the Vanos gears and the guide rails. And now we're ready to remove everything holding the timing in place. So I'm removing the flex plate holder. I'm removing the key that times the crank. And we should be able to loosen all of this up on top as well. Okay. There we go. It's time to spin the motor over and see if it stays in time. So with 2 spins of the crankshaft, you guys are back there watching the cam gears. Let's see if this thing spins over nicely. Okay, that should be 1 rotation, and it definitely is. I don't see the timing marks on top of the camshaft. Let's do another full rotation, and that should be back to top dead center. And I see our lettering on our camshafts. And I think we did it. I think we successfully built and timed our B58. Let's get a few more rotations. You guys can watch the intake side and how it's working over there. You can watch it push on the intermediate levers, which then opens the valves. It is spinning so nicely. And one more time from the front. Okay, that is our engine back reassembled and in time. We're not done yet. We're gonna put literally everything on this. We're putting our water pump, our alternator, our timing cover, our fuel pump, our fuel rails, injectors, thermostat. We have a lot of stuff left to do, but I'd say the most time consuming and the most in-depth part is done and taken care of. Super excited. All right, so with our long block assembled and in time, it's time to put everything else on. I spent some time moving stuff from the old parts to the new parts. For instance, we have these two solenoids on the back of the valve cover. These two nubs here did not come with the new one, so I had to move them from the old one. And then 1 and 2 cam position sensors. Oh, and this big bracket right here, can't forget that. So we are ready to put the valve cover on. However, I'm gonna quick take care of this broken bracket on the front. So obviously this was really bent up in the accident. We need to bend it out of the way, which is gonna be maybe harder than I thought. Better idea, big hammer. There we go. Now we should just be able to zip this off. Doesn't look like any damage happened here. And then we can just slide on our new bracket, 1 stud and 1 bolt. We'll keep the nut for the ground and the nut for the other side of the bracket to the side for now until we're ready to put it on later. What that does mean though is we are ready to clean the surface for our valve cover. Got a little bit of oil on it from when we were, literally using half a quart of oil, lubing up the entire valve train, being extra safe. And now I got a brand new valve cover, so it's pre-installed with the new gaskets, including the one up here for the high pressure fuel pump. One thing, let me make sure you guys can see this. Make sure you guys have the big giant lifter for your high pressure fuel pump in here. It does have a little nub and that faces towards the center. So it can only go in one way. Just make sure you got it in there and of course lube it up as well. Torque sequence is inside out, but you actually start with the middle section. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bolts in the middle. Work your way inside out with the first 8. And we're doing 8 Newton meters, 6 foot-pounds, or 72 inch-pounds. And again, this gasket's gonna compress a lot, but it is plastic. So if it feels like it's not going well, double check everything. And now you do that same torque sequence again, but at 11 Newton meters, 8 foot-pounds, or 96 inch-pounds. All right, that's our valve cover installed. Again, we got both our cam position sensors. These nubs had to come from the other one, and same with this bracket. So just make sure you got everything transferred over from your old valve cover if you got a new one. I believe next up, we got to do our injectors. Okay, now of course, with the BMW with direct injection, we have a special procedure to install our injectors onto our rail, and then you install the injectors and rail together onto the engine. There is a special tool for this installation. It's a little spacer to make sure you have the correct spacing when you install the injector and rail onto the engine. This is the front of the rail. It's got the sensor on it. The sensor's actually broken, didn't notice it till now, so I will be ordering that. But make sure that the plug for the fuel injector faces the front of the rail. Get the bolt started here, slide your spacer on, and then just get this tight and even. Even is the point here. So there we go. And now when you take the spacer out, it is going to be loose and floppy. This is just how they want you to install the injector onto the rail before you install it onto the engine. I really don't know how necessary it is, but we have the tool that came in my fuel injector pulling set, so I might as well do it the way BMW wants. So again, start the bolts, put the spacer on, and just get everything hand tight. And now we're ready to install this onto the engine. And now that we got all the injectors set up, we can slide them into their home. Again, make sure the plugs are facing forward. There's a little dowel that these plugs sit into. So if you do that wrong, they will not install correctly. And now we just got 4 long bolts for the fuel rail. Now there is a torque sequence for this. It is 2, 4, 1, 3. And you tighten them to 5 Newton meters, 4 foot-pounds, or I'm gonna do 48 inch-pounds. Now we need to torque the injectors down, and you want to tighten them 90 degrees at a time until you hit 5 Newton meters. So we'll go 90, 90, 90, 90. And the whole point is just to torque them evenly here. Okay, and that is fuel injectors 1, 2, and 3 installed. We will just repeat that process for 4, 5, and 6. After our rails are installed, we can install our high pressure fuel pump. Again, make sure your roller is installed, and you want to make sure that the lobe is flat and not pointed up, so you're not fighting the valve on the high pressure fuel pump. Of course, make sure your gasket is in place, make sure your surfaces are cleaned. I've said that every time. Anytime there's a gasket, you want clean surfaces, clean gasket. Now, 2-step torque sequence for this. Step 1 is 12 Newton meters, 9 foot-pounds, or 108 inch-pounds. And then another 90 degrees. And there's a little clamp over here for the fuel line. And then we can attach the fuel lines to the fuel rails. The nice thing about anything we do from here on out is it's pretty easy to access all of this once the engine is installed. So if this is leaking, we can just easily get to it by removing the engine cover. So I'm not going to crank on it. No need to break anything. It's easily accessible. And with our injectors, fuel rails, and our high pressure fuel pump installed, we can move over to the hot side of the engine. All right, this should start going pretty quick. Super exciting. The first thing we're doing on this side is a little heat shield that goes in between the block and the turbo. Then we got our engine mount. Putting the turbo on first might be a good idea, but this is how I took it apart. That's how I'm putting it together. Now for the turbo, this bottom rail just stays on, so we're gonna quick make sure that these are tight, because I started taking some of them off before I realized I didn't have to. And now the turbo. So just really make sure everything's seated down where it should be. There's some dowels here where my 2 fingers are that would kind of prevent you from going straight in and straight down. Then we can put this top plate back on. Now, if I'm reading this right, it wants you to torque this thing in 5 sequences, but the first 2 are 10 Newton meters, and then the last 3 are 16 Newton meters. So it wants you to double check the first torque and then triple check the third torque. So the first one is 10 Newton meters, 7 foot-pounds, or 84 inch-pounds, and you work inside out. Again, there's 5 passes, but the second one is the same torque sequence, so just double check them. And then passes 3, 4, and 5 are 16 Newton meters, 12 foot-pounds, or 144 inch-pounds. So there's 1, 2, and 3. The first time I've seen a torque sequence like that before. But we have our oil drain on the bottom. I imagine this is the coolant return, but it could be the coolant feed. On the left, it has a bolt to hold the flange and a bolt to hold the hose clamp. And your oil return has a bolt as well. And you have your oil feed up front. That auxiliary pump goes right into that bracket we installed earlier. Hold up, before I forget, there's a bracket on the bottom of the turbo as well. I've really appreciated having these really long torque spits. They've come in handy more than I can remember. Specifically for situations like this, where you just can't fit your fingers in there, and an extension would get in the way too. All right, so I got the 2 bolts on the block started. I'm gonna get the one on the turbo started too, just in case the bracket moves later. But with everything started, we can snug it down. There we go, turbo bracket's on. And we can snug down all the bolts for the coolant and oil lines too. It's this line here that goes to this empty spot. Don't wanna leave anything behind. So we can go ahead and tighten that line up. And now we just have a couple heat shields at the top. And we can go ahead and get our turbo inlet on. And it looks like this goes here. Don't know if we're gonna have to remove this later for something else, but for now, looking pretty good. Over to the cold side, we're gonna install everything besides the intake. We need the intake off to put the engine in the car. And we do have some sealing surfaces over here. I did already clean these prior, but we'll give them a little clean. There is some gunk around where the oil cooler / filter goes, so I'll give it a little scrape, a little bit of a clean here, and then some compressed air. So again, starting this side off with the engine mount. Next up, our oil cooler / oil filter. Then we have a super fancy thermostat. It's electronic. We have more control of where we send coolant and when. And the front of the hose broke off in the accident, so we can get this hose off. We can slide our new hose on. And like I said, that hose was broken. It was missing this front piece here. Next up, we have another auxiliary water pump. And I did double check all of the hoses on this auxiliary pump are good. We are just missing one of the metal clips for this. I'm sure I'll find it later. And last thing over here for now is our intake mounts. There's two little metal pieces that hold up the weight of the intake because it does have coolant running through it. It is also our air to water intercooler. And again, we're not putting the intake on until it's in the vehicle because of this hole right here. This is where we're gonna lift the engine up when we put it in the vehicle. And onto the front of the engine we go. The first thing we have to do is our whole water pump assembly here. This entire thing got smashed in the accident. It broke the water pump, it broke the pump housing. Now before we put the water pump on, there is a hose that goes on the back of the water pump housing here, but I think we want to install it on the thermostat housing first. So we need to take the two screws off. I probably should have did this before, but it's not too bad, it'll still work out. Now if I can't slide this onto the water pump housing while it's installed, I might be taking it off again, but I'm hoping I can. Maybe if I take the adapter off of the hose and put it on here, see if that makes it easier. Oh yeah, okay, smooth. Very easy that way. Now there's a couple dowels on the block for the water pump housing, and we can bolt her down. Then we have a hose that goes from the housing to the block across the front here. Make sure you got your O-rings and gaskets on. Now we can put this front auxiliary pump off. Let's just see if I can get this paint off. I bought this used off eBay. So they had the part marked with a part number, it seems. And yeah, it just wipes right off. And we can put it in its home and get our bracket on and over. Next up, we can get our alternator on. One long and one short bolt. Short bolt goes up top, long bolt goes on the bottom. And then our tensioner bolts to the alternator. Now the last thing we need to put on the front is our AC compressor, but it's a little bit broken. And unfortunately, I ordered the wrong AC compressor. I did buy a used one, so it was pretty cheap. Pretty sure new they're like $1,000. It's pretty outrageous. So I tried to buy a used one, but I just wasted my money on something that was not right. So for now, that is the front of the engine complete. Let's do a nice little walk around quick. Hot side's done. The top is all set up. Not much to do on the back besides the transmission and the very insane looking cooling system for this B58. If you remember the giant parts pile that was over here, it's pretty empty except for 1, 2, 3 wire harnesses. I'm not quite sure how to make me putting a bunch of wires on entertaining, so I think I'm gonna do the finger snap thing. And here's what the engine looks like with all of the wiring on. Boy, does this thing turn into a little bit of a mess with all the wires on it. Any wires that are dangling here or here will go to the ECU in the engine bay, whenever that is. But at this point, about 98% of the wires are plugged in and in the correct spot. I took a lot of time making sure all of the wires were clipped in where they normally clip in. I don't want any wiring issues in the future, so I double and triple checked all of the wire routing, and I would say we're about 99% accurate on what it is from factory. So there it is. We tore down the engine, cleaned everything up, rebuilt it. We got a lot of new parts. We got a lot of upgraded parts like ARP head studs and our ATI super damper. Super excited to get this thing in. And of course, it's not installed right now, but we got a catless downpipe and an aftermarket exhaust. It should sound super good. I'm super excited about this part. It still has the valves, so I can do a cold start in the morning. It'll be quiet. I can cruise normal with no drone, it'll be quiet, but when I want to hear it, open those valves and let it sing. Now we've completed the frame repair, but if we were to start reassembling it, the chassis would just start rusting away. So the last thing that we need to do before we start putting all of these parts on is paint our chassis. So hopefully by the end of this video, everything you see here should be one color. Now the first thing that I want to do is power wash it. There's a lot of paint that I can't see underneath tape and dirt, and I want to make sure that paint is good before I paint the rest of the chassis. But if we were to power wash it, there's a lot of exposed metal that would start to flash rust. So before we can power wash it, we need to get all of the bare metal covered in etch primer. but we're not even ready for primer yet. There's some self-tapper screws, some pinholes, and even some plug welds that I missed. So we need to go around the car, double check our work, and fill all of those holes that I missed. And then after that welding, we can go around and sand and grind all of the welds smooth. Some spots need to be perfectly smooth, like around the front windshield, around the door, the rear quarter glass, and around the rear hatch. Other spots like under the front fender, under the side skirts, and around the taillight housing don't need to be perfectly smooth, they just need to be ground down enough that they're not in the way during assembly. It's important to remember that 99% of the welds are going to get covered in both primer and seam sealer. So we really don't need to worry about any of the welds looking good, we just need to make sure that it holds the car together. Any pinholes or any ugliness is just going to get covered up by primer and seam sealer, making sure to keep all of the water out. Now that we're done welding and sanding and grinding the welds smooth, we can start getting the chassis ready for primer. All of that sanding and grinding got everything covered in a pretty nice layer of metal dust. So the first thing I want to do is just get everything clean with some microfiber towels and degreaser. I needed to do that first round of cleaning to make sure I didn't miss any bare metal. Now we can go back with a Scotch-Brite pad and just scuff up the bare metal and any paint around the bare metal to get it ready for primer. We don't need this to be perfectly smooth and a showroom finish here. We're just getting it ready for primer, so a Scotch-Brite pad is perfectly fine with this. We don't have to do a 300 grit and then a 400 grit and then a 5 and then a 600. We just need to scuff it up and get it ready for primer. The primer is when you're going to make sure it's super smooth and ready for paint. So after we scuff everything up with Scotch-Brite pads, we can go back and get everything super clean with wax and grease remover to get it ready for primer. 90% of the work in a paint job is done in the prep. You really need to make sure that you scuff your surfaces and that the surfaces are super clean after. If you don't clean your surfaces, your primer might not adhere, or you might just leave a bunch of dust and make your primer look really bumpy. So cleaning is one of the most important parts of a paint job. Now we should be good to go to start getting our chassis covered in etch primer. If I was priming this entire chassis, I would 100% use an epoxy primer out of a spray gun. But since I'm just doing little areas around where I welded, just doing spray cans of etch primer. It's going to be cheaper and easier to just do it out of a spray can. Plus, I haven't showed you guys yet, but everything you see here, I'm going to have to do to the bottom of the chassis as well. And I do not have a rotisserie. I'm going to have to be using a spray can to do the entire paint job on the bottom of the car. And now we get to do probably my second favorite part of this video, seam sealer. The first favorite is probably going to be paint. That's obvious, right? When the car is painted, it's going to be pretty exciting. But seam sealer is going to do three things for us. One, prevent water coming in the car and getting me wet. That sounds great. The second thing is prevent rust, which also really cool. But the third thing, and why I'm most excited, is it's going to cover up every single ugly weld that I did. And the first place that we're going to do, because it's nice and easy, is right along this bottom piece here. So I bought a Milwaukee caulk gun because I knew I was going to be doing a lot of seam sealer. I bought 6 tubes of seam sealer, and I probably am going to need more. So the nice thing about the Milwaukee caulk gun, it's electric, it does all the work for me. Squeeze the trigger and move at a nice steady pace all the way along the seam that we're sealing. After that, I'm going to be using an acid brush to do 3 things. 1, spread the seam sealer out. 2, we're going to make sure that we push it into all of the little nooks and crannies to make sure we get a proper seal. And 3, it gives it a nice little texture. Now you probably want to match the factory finish on whatever vehicle you're working on. I'm not going to be able to do that because the factory finish on this is a robot. The robot did it. I can't do that. So we're just going to brush it for our finish. And really that's all there is to it. Obviously that was the easy one. It's out in the open and it's flat. So obviously we got to get in all of the other cracks, like down in the front frame rails. And I'm really excited to cover up my mess of a firewall. Yeah, I was chasing my tail, filling pinholes on that. You know, fill one pinhole, it created another. As soon as I went to sand it smooth, it created more, and I really made the firewall pretty ugly. But it's all welded together, it'll hold. Just needed to make it a little prettier with some seam sealer. So why don't we go ahead and start with the firewall. Obviously if I do the floor and then try to come back and do the firewall, I'll be standing on seam sealer. So let's do the firewall and then we can do the floor, and and then we can let the inside dry while we work on the outside. Now I should have mentioned like 50% of the seam sealer that we're gonna have to do is all on the front frame rails. So I'm gonna do that last. So next up we have our uniside and around our wheel arch. Okay, I ended up doing something a little different. And I say different, I don't know if it's recommended, I don't know if I should have, I don't know if I just made my life way harder in the future. But I ended up putting seam sealer over my plug welds where the hatch rubber gasket goes. There isn't any seam sealer on the other side, but they also didn't do plug welds, they did spot welds. I don't 100% trust my plug welds to be 100% waterproof. Now I don't know if that matters because a rubber gasket goes over it, but I ended up putting a very, very thin layer of seam sealer over those plug welds. 1, to make it look better, 2, to make sure that it's waterproof. I'm going to take that same concept and do it to the door and the rear quarter glass. Again, hide my welds. 2, I doubt they're waterproof. 3, I don't know if it matters. 4, I don't know if I'm hurting myself in the future. The reason why I say I might hurt myself in the future, I worry that because of this seam sealer I'm putting on, the rubber gasket that I put on for the door and the hatch isn't gonna sit nicely, and it might create more problems in the future, but we're gonna try it. I'm super glad that I did the doors and hatch. I feel way better having those plug welds covered up so we don't have to worry about any water getting in them and rusting away. I forgot to do the roof and windshield. I was gonna work my way back to front. Forgot the roof and windshield. So we're just gonna do this because we're already set up here, and I'll go back to that later. And I'm finally wearing gloves because I've been getting seam sealer all over. It's on my knees, it's on my legs. Shorts probably wasn't a good thing to wear for this project, but at least I got gloves on. Okay, well I'm done with the fender area, and I've now realized that I probably should have did that last, because now when I'm working in here, I'm probably gonna rub that all over my shirt and head. The frame rail from here forward and the entire wheel arch that you're looking at gets covered in seam sealer. Now you are covering a lot of where metal meets metal, and that's important. That's why we're seam sealing, we're sealing the seams. But also they're covering the entire wheel arch, and I imagine it's for sound deadening. So we're gonna match that just to make sure we don't have a bunch of road noise. When I'm done with everything, I'm gonna go back over it, and I have like 300 photos of this car, and I'm gonna go through and make sure that I didn't miss any seam sealer. Like I know all of these self-tappers that they use for frame assembly, I know I got to cover all of these. That's why I did this section here. Like there's 2 up here I got to cover. So I'm gonna spend a lot of time off camera making sure I got everything I need to. And 6 tubes of seam sealer later, I think this car is completely sealed up and ready to go. Let's take a look at everything we did. So from the beginning, we welded, grinded, cleaned, scuffed, cleaned, primered, and we seam sealed every crack and weld that we did. So we seam sealed the roof where we plug welded, we seam sealed the hatch all the way around where we plug welded, then we went down and around the fender, around the door and window, along with by the side skirt. We did the front windshield, around the front fender, and of course around the entire front frame. They had this entire fender well seam sealed. That's more for sound deadening more than corrosion resistance. And then of course we did both sides. And with all of that being done, the car is ready for power washing, except for the bottom side. Everything that you just watched me do, I need to jack up the car and do to the bottom. I don't have to do as much grinding as I did on the top side because there's no flush mounted surfaces like the door, hatch, or windshield. So it's just more smoothing them out. Then we need to clean, scuff, clean, prime, clean. And then finally, once we get the bottom coated in seam sealer, the whole car will be rust proof. And then finally after that, the car will be ready to power wash, which if you remember was my first goal. We just had to do basically 50% of the prep work for the paint job before we could do it. Now, I'm not gonna make you watch me do everything again to the bottom side, mostly because I don't like to film underneath cars. The last time I did that, I ended up ruining a camera lens. Here's one coolant line coming off. Oh, Jesus. Oh, geez. Got blasted, dude. I might have ruined my camera lens. So give me 4 to 8 hours to do the bottom side of the car, 5 seconds for you, and we'll be right back. Which makes me super excited to say that first goal that I mentioned at the beginning of the video, power washing the chassis, we can finally do that without having to worry about the frame rusting. Another thing I forgot, my friend John came over and repaired our quarter panel. When I put that quarter panel on, I was using clamps to squeeze it together, and I ended up denting the quarter panel. Luckily, I have a friend, John, he's a bodywork magician. He even found an existing dent in the quarter panel that I didn't cause. Probably happened during shipping, but he fixed that dent as well. He fixed a couple big dents with the stud puller, reshaped the fender to show our body line a lot better, and then, of course, some body filler to make those lines perfect again. He's not 100% done. He said he wants to do one more glaze coat, and then we should be good to go to prime this as well. Now that does mean technically we have some exposed metal here, but I don't need to power wash the side. It's probably going to get a little wet. I'm just going to power wash everything else except for this corner here, and I'll make sure to dry it really good, really quickly. I don't have a drain in the shop, but I also don't have wheels on the Supra, so I can't roll it out onto my gravel driveway. So I'm just going to move the Chevelle. And then lower the Supra back onto the dollies and just move it right to the edge of the garage, and that's where I'll be power washing it. Okay, it feels like it's been forever since I washed the car, but it's only been like a day and a half. My good old baby boy Cam, he's going through what we think is a growth spurt. So he feeds like hourly and he doesn't sleep much, so haven't had much time to work on the car, but we're back. Next up, I didn't expect the power washing to perfectly clean the car. It sat outside for 3 years, collecting a lot of gunk. Now during the wreck, one window shattered. I think the other window was open, so they taped over both the windows. And again, the point of power washing the car was we need to clean it off so we can make sure I don't have to paint the roof and the existing quarter panel. Now I've seen a lot of different ways on how to get tape and tape residue off of cars. Some people say WD-40, some people say adhesive remover, some people say Goo Gone. I actually don't have adhesive to remove. I still have the tape. So I'm going to try using a steam cleaner to heat it up and see if it'll scrape off nice and easily without ruining the paint underneath. Okay, so we got all the tape off, but we still have all of this sticky residue. So the first thing you can try is, one, the steam cleaner that I'm already using. But another thing you can try for glue residue is WD-40. Okay, so that took forever, and it uncovered some scratches. So I really didn't want to, but I'll probably just have to paint the roof and quarter panel anyway. So I'm gonna kick it up a notch, and I'm gonna try this eraser thing. Apparently that's supposed to not ruin paint. So I figured since I'm probably gonna have to paint it anyway, we might as well try it. Okay, well, I don't know which of one of these methods to recommend. The eraser definitely worked way faster than the steam and eraser. I will say the Goo Gone definitely worked better than WD-40, so probably should have just started with that. I like trying new things. Another thing is, while I've been standing there cleaning, I found like 4 more scratches on the roof, so I'm probably just gonna paint the whole car. The outside of the car that you're actually going to see after final assembly is both quarter panels, the roof, the door jambs, and the hatch jamb. Everything else is literally just for rust protection, basically. The roof has like 5 scratches. I'm not surprised it sat outside for 3 years, and same thing with the existing quarter panel. I have a painter friend who's gonna come and take a look at the car, and I'm gonna ask him his opinion at that time. Another thing I did before Dylan arrives is clay barred the roof and the old quarter panel. I really want him to see everything as clean as possible so he can tell me whether I really need to paint everything or if I can do some touch-up paint. Most likely, I'm just gonna paint everything. It makes the most sense, but his opinion is going to be way better than mine. So after I've used all of the tools that you've seen working on this roof and quarter panel to remove that tape, the glue residue, there was some tar, I believe. It was black. I'm guessing it was tar. It was super sticky. Couldn't get it off with anything, but the clay bar did get it off. There is one more spot that I need to sand down because it's quite high. Now, if you look at it when it's all dull like this, it looks super smooth. You wouldn't really be able to see a high spot. But my good friend John told me if you just get the area wet, and now you can see my light. And when I transfer back and forth, it looks pretty smooth on that line. You can see a little bit of a bump. But if we come down to this corner and you watch that light again, you can see right there, you can see how it jumps. So that is our problem area. So while I'm very inexperienced with body filler, this is my first time doing it, I can at least show you that one trick and why I'm sanding that one spot still. Now, one thing I did learn that I can transfer the knowledge over to you guys is when you're sanding, I'm using a soft block sander. It kind of conforms to the body line. You don't want to use like a wood block. It's going to be too rigid. It's only going to sand the really small area that's touching. I'm using this foam block here specifically meant for sanding, and it conforms to that body line. Another thing you'll notice is that I'm not sanding up and down or side to side. I'm actually sanding in a cross or an X pattern. Just make sure that you spread your sanding out. You don't want to sand unevenly and just create more low spots in the process of getting rid of this high spot. I, for the life of me, cannot smooth out this transition enough to get rid of that light flickering back and forth where we go from bare metal to body filler. Option one is I keep sanding until it looks good. Option two, I'm just gonna do a very thin layer of glaze putty in this little section here, smooth that out and see if that fixes our transition. I meant to record me mixing putty and applying putty to show you how I do it. I forgot to hit record. I'm sorry. But what I did worked out perfect. Thank God I did it. And now it looks like this. Super smooth. Super happy with that. You'll notice it still has a little hump, right? When I'm moving across, you'll see the light really quickly moves from the left to the right. That is a natural body line. That is not a low spot or a high spot in the body filler. That is just the body line. It does the same thing on the other side. So I'm currently happy with how the uniside looks. I'm going to still wait for my friend Dylan before I primer over this, just in case he says, no go, I suck at bodywork. Entirely possible, I probably do suck at bodywork, being as this is my entire portfolio. Everything that is going to get painted needs to have a dull finish. So like right here, you can see how light reflects off nicely. I need to Scotch-Brite all of this to a dull finish. An even better example is you can see like here, the light does not reflect nicely at all. And if I spray it with wax and grease remover, you'll see then there's a nice reflection. And if I wipe away our wax and grease remover, you can see it goes back to that dull finish. There's no reflection for you to see. So I have to do that to basically the entire car now. Before it started out with just the floor and transmission tunnel, the uni side and front frame, and now it's kind of turned into the whole car. Okay, so I finally got the answers I needed from Dylan on what we're gonna do with the car and how it's going so far. The bad news is this video is going to be another week late. We are in fact going to paint the existing roof and the existing quarter panel. At this point, the entire chassis is gonna have a brand new paint job. The quarter panel is honestly in pretty good shape. There's just a couple scratches on the back here, but there's no dent. It's just literally a scratch here and a scratch here. You can actually barely even see it. Quarter panel would probably be okay. The roof, however, not okay in any way, shape, or form. You can see a dent right here. You can see how that light is flickering in and out. So we have a dent here. We have lots of scratches from when I took the windshield off. We have scratches from the accident all over. We have a big dent here and a dent right here. You can see that light, how it goes around that dent. So here is how we are going to prep the roof and the quarter panel. The nicks and the scratches, we just need a block sand with 180 grit until those scratches are smooth again. The dents, they're a little more in depth. The dents, we have to do the same block sanding with 180 grit. Once the dents have been sanded, we can clean and get ready for some glaze putty. Okay, I'm gonna change plans just a little bit. Originally, I was gonna block sand the deep scratches, the nicks, the dents, glaze putty, block sand, and then random orbit sand. Instead, I'm gonna quick hit the entire roof and the entire quarter panel with the random orbit sander now, because there are quite a bit of scratches that I can't feel with my fingernail, and I just want to see if they're going to come out with the random orbit sander before I start glaze putty, just to be on the safe side so I don't have to come back with glaze putty later. I will have to DA sand with the 320 grit again once I'm done glazing and block sanding. Again, this is an extra step that I wasn't originally told I should do, but I'm going to do it anyway. After we get our glaze putty down, we can again block sand with 180 grit to smooth out the glaze putty. We might have to rinse and repeat that sanding and glaze putty step a couple times to make sure we're absolutely smooth, just like we had to do with the new quarter panel. Once I am satisfied with how smooth the dents and scratches are, we can filler primer. The filler primer I'm using is also self-etching, so it works on bare metal if any spots are down to bare metal. It also works on top of existing paint as long as the paint has been scuffed. So we're just going to filler primer over all of the scratches, the dents that we sanded out. We're also going to filler primer over the new Uniside as well, only where we've done some sanding and bodywork. We're going to block sand the filler primer with 320 until we're satisfied with the smoothness again. After we block sand the filler primer with 320 grit and we are satisfied with the smoothness, now I can break out my random orbit sander and we can do 320 across the entire panel. This is how we're going to scuff up the old panels to get them ready for paint. We're going to start with 320 and scuff the entire painted surface. And then finally we can end up scuffing with 600 grit with the random orbit sander. Okay, well, unfortunately, I sanded through the filler primer in a couple spots. But the good news is, this time it's going to be much easier, much quicker. So I'm going to do another 2 layers of filler primer, 3 if I have enough. I think I only have enough for 2 coats. I won't have to do the block sanding at 320 grit, and I won't have to do the DA sander at 320 grit. I can just go straight to the DA sander, 600 grit, after the filler primer dries. So not going to make you watch me do it again. I'll be right back, and when I'm back, the quarter panels and roof should be ready for paint. I don't even remember the last thing I told you guys, to be honest. I've just been trying to get stuff done. So let me recap where we are and how close we are to painting this car. The new quarter panel, the existing quarter panel, and the existing roof are all prepped and ready for paint. They are super smooth. They look awesome. Pretty happy with how they turned out. One thing I would have done differently in the future is just coated the entire panel in filler primer. It was kind of hard to blend it together. I kept sanding through to bare metal in that transition area. So I just kept adding more and more filler primer. I was on like 4 coats of filler primer trying to blend it all together. It would have been 10 times easier, 10 times faster if I just coated the entire thing all at once in filler primer and sanded it. On the other side of things you will probably never ever see, the inside of the car, the front frame rails, and behind the rear bumper. I have 90% of that scuffed. So we just need to scuff the existing door jamb. However, I never even disassembled this door jamb because I didn't think I was going to paint it. So we need to remove our glass, remove these plastic mounting clips, remove the kick panel, remove this rubber, and remove the side skirt mounting plastic. Oh, and I almost forgot our hatch jamb. We have to remove our hatch hinges, and there is some tape that was holding on a rubber gasket at the top right by the hinges. I'm going to try that rubber drill eraser thing, see if that comes off with that. If not, maybe back to the steamer and a plastic razor. And then the very exciting part, after we disassemble the door jamb and the hatch jamb, we need to scuff it. And again, I'm just going to be using Scotch-Brite. These are already perfectly smooth. There's no dings, no dents, no scratches in the door jamb or the hatch jamb. So we just need to scuff them up to a dull finish with some Scotch-Brite. And on that note, I am super excited to say, I think we're ready for paint. Our quarter panels on our roof have been glaze puttied, any dents, filler primer, everything else, sanded with 320 and followed by 600 grit on a random orbit sander. Everything else has been scuffed with a Scotch-Brite pad to get rid of the shiny finish, make it dull so it's ready for paint. Now I have 1 day until we paint, which means I need to move the car out of the way and make sure our paint booth, 1, fits, and 2, works. I have no clue how the lighting is going to be inside the paint booth, so I need to set the paint booth up, inflate it, and make sure that you guys are going to actually be able to see, and I guess, you know, importantly too, that I'm going to be able to see so I don't miss anything when I'm painting. So let's go ahead and move the Supra out of the way to the front of the garage, move the paint booth box over here, unbox it, and see what we got. Okay, I think we're ready to turn on the blowers and fill up the paint booth. I took out the light bulb so that I don't burn a hole in my paint booth because that would be an expensive mistake. It should fit within the area that I gave it. If not, we might have to move a little bit of stuff. We just really don't want anything sharp next to it. And everything in here is metal. And so it's sharp already, so that's great. So the instructions are pretty simple. You zip up all of the zippers, tie off all of the exits for the air, tie the blowers to it, and inflate it. The only thing I'm confused about is which blower goes where, because the instructions show the both. I'll show you the instructions. The instructions show both tubes and both fans and say, you know, this one's the inflator and this one's the vent, but it doesn't show any portion of the actual paint booth, so I don't know which tube is which. Okay, where is the on button? There we go. Let's flip one on at a time. Is this? Which one is that? Oh god, it's inflating. Let's flip both on. Oh god, it's inflating. I made sure the fan is like 5 feet higher than the paint booth, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so it does in fact take up the entire garage. I'm on the opposite corner to get it in frame. Let's go explore. What have I done in life? Look, I literally just made the bare minimum amount of room. So you got a zipper for a door. I'm gonna take off my shoes, gotta be clean. And welcome to my paint booth. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing in life. The lighting is kind of okay, actually. The car will definitely fit in here. Look how wide the door is compared to the car. The perfect size paint booth. We go from pile of parts to pile of parts. We have room to walk around it, kind of. This back room here is for mixing paint, getting the gun ready. All of this mesh here is our filters. There's where air comes in, goes through these filters, and then air goes out there and there. Now we're actually not done setting this up. We have one more fan that's going to attach here, and it's going to suck all of the paint fumes out of the shop. That way we can keep this area as clean as possible. We don't want a pure red mist while we're trying to paint. We want to be able to see as much as possible. So you can see it's just Velcro square, and that mates up to the filter built into the paint booth. And then there's another filter inside of the trunk. And then I have two options for ducting it out. I'll just tie one off and then attach my fan to the other one. Okay, well this is exactly why I wanted to set up the paint booth the day before, because we ran into our first issue. So the VEVOR explosion proof fan, you need it because paint is flammable. So if you have a fan that causes a spark, you blow up, and that sucks. Don't do that. So the first issue we ran into, our VEVOR explosion proof fan does not come with a plug on it, so we need to figure out what amperage that it needs so we can wire the right plug on it. So wiring our explosion proof fan was actually super easy. I was initially worried that it was going to need a 30 amp breaker and a 30 amp outlet and a 30 amp extension cord. The big deal would have been I only have one 30 amp outlet, and it's for my air compressor, and we obviously need that for painting. The way we figure out what amperage this fan is going to draw is all we have to do is take our watts divided by our volts, which in this case is 550 divided by 120. It ends up around 4.5 to 5 amps. I'm guessing the reason why it doesn't come with a plug already wired is because they sell these fans to countries all over the world, and different countries use different plugs. So I went down to my local hardware store, bought a normal plug, and wired this thing up. Let me show you that. So general rule of thumb when you're wiring, brass is your hot, silver or white is your neutral, and then this bottom one here is your ground. In this case, we have a brown, a blue, and a green and yellow. The brown is hot, blue is neutral, green and yellow is ground. So we have our hot going to our hot, our blue or our neutral going to our neutral, ground going to ground. This is wired up and almost ready to go. Some little things to note. You'll see I have no exposed wire outside of the actual plug. That way I don't have to worry about ever electrocuting myself if it's plugged in and our housing there is broken or something. And then we can screw the housing on, tighten the clamp on the back, and our fan is wired and ready to go. Another very important electrical thing to take note of. If you're doing this paint job, the inflatable paint booth needs to have constant power or it's going to deflate and ruin your paint job. So our air compressor is on its own breaker. The lights are on its own breaker. The outlet that inflates the paint booth is on its own breaker. And then even my exhaust fan is going to be on its own breaker. Long story short, do not plug everything into one outlet or one breaker if you're doing a paint job with an inflatable paint booth, you might trip it, you might deflate, you might ruin your paint. Now that we wired our fan, and I explained a little bit about how I have separate breakers for everything, let's test our fan, see if we wired it right. Got it plugged in, on-off switch right here, and it should blow plenty of air. And finally, one last thing to set up our paint booth. We need to duct the air from the trunk to the fan, and then from the fan out, which I'm just gonna do when we set up the paint booth for the actual paint job. We have our ducting right here, right next to the fan. We just need to duct it from the fan, out the door, or out the garage when we actually set up the paint booth. Okay, I think we're good to go on our initial test. So I'm gonna take the trunk off, open up the exhaust ports, open up the doors, and turn the fans off and let this thing deflate. And while it's deflating, I just want to push it towards the inside so that it doesn't touch anything sharp and get a hole in it. The next time you see me, it'll be paint day, and that's really exciting. Guys, I want you to know this car is going to be better than factory, okay? Sure, I repaired the frame, okay? I'm probably not as good as a welder as robots, but I literally quadrupled the amount of welds. So even if I only have a 25% success rate on welding, still just as strong, okay? Remember that. Another thing, the paint job is gonna be better. Sure, it's my first time painting, but like the frame rails and firewall originally weren't even painted. They're just a dull brown primer color. It's gonna be perfect. I got a lot of cleaning to do. I should probably try to make more room in here. So I think I'm gonna do that. Try to move some more parts away, get everything sharp away. Probably should have did that before I inflated it. Everything worked out though. It is painting day, and I could not be happier to paint this chassis. There's nothing I want more than to paint this chassis so I can start putting this thing back together. I don't even remember how long I've had this car, how long I've been tearing it apart, how long I've been cutting, welding, sanding. Now obviously I already have started putting it together. The putting it together part started with the frame repair, and the frame repair has been done. But I want to see the engine in it. I want to see the seats in it. I want to see the wheels on it. I want it to roll. I want it to drive. That's what I'm excited for. Now I'm done cleaning the environment, and I did do another wipe with wax and grease remover on the car. That being said, when Dylan gets here, he might want to do another one. I don't know what cleaning procedure he's going to want to go through. Maybe he's going to feel it, say good enough, push it in the paint booth and paint it. I'm not sure. I didn't think about it at the time, but I'm going to be rolling it in on the wheel dollies. So I took the wheel dollies out from under it and cleaned the wheel dollies. My paint friend recommended PPG, so that's what I bought. There was one other thing that was like half the price. This stuff is expensive because it's good. I spent like $3,200 on just those products there you saw on the toolbox. That doesn't include the paint gun, that doesn't include the paint booth, that doesn't include the sandpaper, that doesn't include the sander, that doesn't include the body filler, the glaze putty, the masks, the goggles, the paint suit. It's just $3,200 for paint. Needless to say, this car has been very expensive, and you can support the channel, you can support me by just subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. It helps the channel immensely. It's really easy, it's free, and it'll keep me going. Dylan should be here in 15 to 30 minutes, so it's time to start getting ready. We're gonna pull the Chevelle out just in case any overspray doesn't get on that. After the Chevelle is out, we can do a little bit of cleanup around the area. So the Chevelle is out, the interior is covered, the heater is off. Let's start getting our paint booth set up. There's 4 things we need to zip up. 2 doors, the big one on the front, small one on the back, and then there's 2 zippers on the side that keep the air in, and you open them when you want to obviously deflate the paint booth. After the paint booth is inflated, we can situate it, get it all spread out so it's nice and flat and even, and then we can set up our trunk and our exhaust fan with the ducting as well.
And Dylan has arrived, and he already started looking over the Supra and the paint setup to make sure everything looks good to go. He thinks the prep work looks good, the paint I bought is correct, the paint gun I have looks good too, but I have the wrong air chuck. So while I head to the hardware store to get the correct air chuck for the paint gun, Dylan started masking up some areas we don't want to paint. Dylan started masking up some areas in the trunk, like the hatch latch and where the battery sits. He also taped around the urethane window sealant so that we can just peel that tape off and have a clean surface to glue the window down to later. Once I got back with the air chuck, we got the paint gun set up and started getting the car into the paint booth, which was a little harder than I expected. The wheel dollies couldn't roll over the zipper, so I had to jack up the car one side at a time to get it into the paint booth. But with the car cleaned, taped, And finally, in the paint booth, we can mix up our sealer, which is going to be our first coat of paint on the car. And now that our paint is mixed and our paint gun is ready, we can go over the car with a tack cloth. The tack cloth is a cloth that's tacky. Who would have thought? And the point of it is to pick up any debris left on the car before paint. We are only going to tack cloth the important areas like the quarter panel, the roof, and the jambs. The floor and frame rails will not be seen after assembly, so they will be just fine without it. And it's finally time to start painting the car with sealer. Dylan sprayed first to both make sure the paint gun was set up correctly and to just quickly demo the distance and speed to spray at. Then it was my turn from here. The sealer is kind of like a primer in a way. It promotes good adhesion for the rest of the paint job, and it will also get the entire car one color so that you don't have to use a lot of base coat or color to get a good coverage. Imagine trying to paint a white color over a red color. It's going to take a lot more paint to make it look good than if it was just painting white over white. So it may end up saving you money in the long run to use a sealer so that you can use less base coat, which is the expensive part of a paint job. Now we need to let each coat of paint flash for 15 minutes before we can paint over it. But that's fine, we have plenty to do while we wait. First thing we need to do is clean the paint gun. You need to clean the paint gun when switching paints, as to not cross-contaminate them. You don't want to accidentally put gray sealer in your red paint or red paint in your clear coat. And then after cleaning, we can mix up our base coat and get the paint gun ready again. But before we started spraying base coat, we went ahead and ran the tack cloth over the sealer we just painted to make sure no debris got on it. And now, after so much time put in this GR Supra, we can finally get that red paint on the chassis for good. We only planned on doing 2 coats of base coat, but we found that one of the quarter panels had a lot of hair-like strands in it. So we ended up sanding the debris out with 800 grit and hitting just that one quarter panel with a 3rd coat. And finally, the clear coat. This is when the paint job starts to really shine and look good. I just really wish I put the GoPro on my head instead of my chest, because I did not capture as much painting as I wanted to, which really makes me sad. I didn't want to ruin my camera or phone with overspray, so those didn't really capture too much, unfortunately. And the GoPro testing I did, I unfortunately did not consider how often I'd be leaning over. But the nice thing is we are done with the paint job. And once we let the clear coat flash for a couple hours, we can pull this thing out and take a real good look at what we've accomplished.
It's done. Painting is done. At least on the chassis. Don't forget, we got to paint the bottom, we got to paint the body panels, but the chassis is painted. I haven't looked at it yet. There was so much clear coat in the air, I couldn't see anything. It's been a couple hours. I'm gonna go in there, see if it's tacky. If the clear coat's not tacky anymore to the touch, we can pull it out, take a look at it, see how it looks. Bro, it looks so good. For my first paint job, I couldn't be happier. For a paint job I did in an inflatable paint booth, for my first time, I couldn't be happier. There's some imperfections, don't get me wrong. The clear coat on the quarter panels and the roof will definitely need a buffing to be perfect, but it's painted and we can start putting this thing together. This is the happiest I've been on this project to this day. There's no competition for it. Just walking around and looking at how far this has come is the coolest thing to me. Repairing engines, rebuilding engines is super awesome when you first start them. I'm getting that feeling now, looking at a fresh paint job that I did. I say huge shout out to Dylan for coming and like 3.5 hours, 4 hours, I don't know how long he was here, helping me make sure everything went smoothly. I can't thank Dylan enough. John, thank you so much for helping me with the bodywork. It looks, the quarter panel looks awesome. I hope for nothing more than you guys seeing what I can do solo and saying that you can do that too. I say solo, I've had help along the way. Obviously, I have a very supporting wife, I have very supporting friends. Keith has helped with this car, Dylan has helped with this car, John has helped with this car. All of my other friends have helped morally. They watch my YouTube videos, they give me advice along the way. But again, I just hope that you guys can see what's achievable and replicate it yourself. This has been the biggest, most stressful project I've ever done, time-wise, effort-wise, money-wise for sure. But finally turning this corner and seeing this paint job, I don't think I'll ever be able to quit YouTube. Like chasing this high, fixing these cars, I love it. I don't want to do anything else. I've been dreaming of putting this GR Supra back together for months, but looking at all of these parts on the ground is a little anxiety inducing. To alleviate some of that anxiety, we just have to do things in bite-sized pieces. So the first thing that goes back into the car is the wire harness. The wire harness is literally snaked through the entire chassis. So I feel like if we can get it back in its home, it'll be a really good start to our situation. However, I ended the last video showing you guys a painted chassis, but we're not quite done yet. I need to paint the bottom of the car and spray cavity wax in every new piece of frame we installed. Both of those are just for rust prevention, but it doesn't sound too fun to watch. So instead, here's a nice before and after on the bottom of the car, and here's a nice little clip of me spraying cavity wax. So now that we're actually ready to start putting this car together, we need to get the wire harness in. However, in the wreck, the wire harness was literally chopped into little pieces on both the front and the back of the car. So I bought a used chassis harness, but I didn't think about the part where maybe the GR Supra that it came off of didn't have all of the same options that mine does. For instance, my Supra has a heads-up display, keyless entry, and it has a front radar sensor for cruise control. So before we start putting the wire harness back in the car, we need to lay out the original and lay out the used one and compare the two to make sure they have all of the right plugs in all of the right places.
Alright, well here's the entire used wire harness that I bought off eBay. I noticed over there's one wire harness that was either cut off in an accident, and then there's one plug that was not on the wire. I have not looked through this wire harness to see where those wires go. Instead, I'm just gonna kind of compact this up a little bit more and get our wire harness out. And then we can start to compare, and I'm gonna compare them branch by branch. So I'm gonna start with where it attaches to the firewall, follow it out one side of the frame rail, follow it out the other side of the frame rail, and just compare each section one at a time.
Okay, and after comparing the wire harnesses, I think they are the same. Another thing I learned, the wire harness I bought did not actually come with all of the wires. There are some sub harnesses inside of the car that the used one did not come with, but it's okay, the ones inside the car on my harness are the ones that are good. Long story short, it's a good thing about the used harness, it's gonna work, and it has a lot of the wires that we're missing. Now I've been looking through a lot of photos to make sure I know the routing, so I'm not just kind of tossing wires in willy-nilly. And while I was looking at pictures, one thing I noticed is that we have a lot of sound deadening that we have to put on before the wires. So I was wrong, the wire harness is not the first thing that goes on, sound deadening is. Now let's take one last look at our super clean, completely disassembled interior, because I'm gonna start crawling in and out of this thing, and it's gonna get dirty pretty quick. And I'm super happy to say that the reassembly has begun. We have the sound deadening on the firewall, a couple pieces of sound deadening on the floor, and now with the sound deadening in, we can actually start putting in the wire harness.
So let's mount our body control module, and then we can start getting all of the wires inside of the car. I want to get the sections of the harness that go through the firewall situated first, to keep everything nice, tidy, and tangle-free on the inside. So we do one side, then work our way up over the transmission tunnel to the other hole in the firewall to get that section routed too. Then we have some wires that go up the A-pillar and a couple modules that go in the driver's side footwell. Oddly enough, some wires go back across the firewall to the other side again, instead of them being in the main plastic pieces to begin with. Then to wrap up the driver's side, we can route the rest of the harness towards the back under the door jamb. Back to the right side, I had to remove the body control module to get the wires that go to the door routed correctly. Then we can route the rest of the loom towards the back just like we did to the left side. Next we have some wires that go out the right side wheel well. These wires will go to the brakes, suspension, the gas tank, and the rear subframe. But first we need to mount the main power wire that goes from the battery all the way to the front of the car. Then we can route the other wires over the top. Back on the inside, there's one plug that goes out a separate hole to the gas filler door, and the rest go along the fender to the back. We have a big fuse box in this back corner, along with a distribution block for more power wires that come off the battery. In that same corner is where the wires for the rear bumper come out too. Now back to the left side, these sections are mainly related to the sound system. It has wires that go to the subwoofers, an amplifier, speakers, and some other modules too. Also, a little section goes up to the hatch, and the final section goes out the other wheel well for things like the brakes and the suspension. Okay, all of the wiring is routed. Now before we continue, I find that I am digging through this giant parts pile more than I'm actually assembling, so I'm kicking the Chevelle out of the shop and I'm going to organize the parts into 3 categories: interior, body, and everything else like suspension, brakes, and drivetrain. So let's go ahead and put the old wire harness in a box, put it in the corner. We might need it later if I find another plug is broken, and then I can start organizing this mess. All right, well, I kind of gave up on splitting everything up by categories. I just kind of separated out the entire interior. And once we get more of the interior in, we'll have more room to do more organization. Now, besides that, I did a little bit of wiring off camera. I think you guys saw enough of it. Plus, there'll be more when we start putting the dash in. So I got all of the grounds cleaned off and connected. I got all of the modules in place and plugged in besides the dash ones. So we have done all of the wiring that's possible with how far we've assembled the car. Obviously, if we wanted to do more wiring on the front or the rear, we'd have to start putting on the front half of the car or the rear bumper or the gas tank or the subframe. So to keep making progress on the wiring for the interior, we either need to do the firewall section, the center console section, or the middle section. The center section is going to be the easiest, so that's what we're going to do first. We have 4 safety related items, a seat belt and a curtain airbag, and obviously we have one on both the driver's side and one of each on the passenger side. So we can get those bolted in and plugged in. Next, for the center section, we have speaker related stuff. We have a module in the middle, 2 subwoofers, one on each side of that module, and then we have a speaker and a tweeter right next to the seat belt on each side as well. Once we get those bolted down, we can start routing the wire around it and get them all plugged in as well. Next up is a very exciting piece because it means we're making pretty good progress, and that is the carpet. However, it is filthy. Obviously, we're not going to assemble the car dirty, so everything that's filthy is going to get a nice detailed job before it gets in. So we're going to start with the vacuum, and since this thing is so dirty, we're going to whip out the carpet cleaner to get it extra clean. All right, carpet is clean. I'm going to have to vacuum it again when we're done because I'm gonna just walk on it and get it dirty again. But we did like the deep cleaning now, so we don't have to do it later when it's all cramped on the inside. So happy days, let's get this carpet in its home. Not much to it here. Slide it in place, mat it down, get it nice and secure. And then there is actually one clip
that holds this down into place besides all the plastic trim and the seats later. We have this orange circle that connects to this rubber grommet on the bottom of the car. This rubber grommet goes right over the transmission, that's why it's curved here, and actually the heater core and AC system drips right into this hole. And it already looks 10 times better with the carpet in place, starting to make it look like a car again. God, I just want to keep going. The next thing I want to do is the dash. But before I put the dash in, I want to put the brake pedal on and the hood latch lever. Only because that's how I took it apart. If I put the dash on and it turns out I can't put the brake pedal on, it's gonna have to come out. That's gonna suck. So I want to put the dash in next, but I think I should do the brake pedal first, only because that's how I disassembled it. But before I put the brake pedal on, I want to have the master cylinder in place. But there's some things we have to do on the firewall before we can put the master cylinder on. This is just a giant Lego set, and you got to do things in the right order, or you're gonna have to do it again. So here's what I think we need to do before we put the master cylinder on. We need to mount our wiper motor and our linkages in place. Then we need to organize these wires because 2 of them go through this hole on the bottom. Then there's these 2 tubes for water drainage, I believe. And then there's these 2 plastic filter clip things that go on the bottom. And then we can finally put our master cylinder on. Can't put this on until I get this rubber trim on. Let's do it, why not? We're getting sidetracked, it's fine. Now with that rubber door gasket in place, we can put on our hood latch release.
Now that the preliminary stuff is finally done, we can start getting the mass amount of wires that go to the entire dash system in place. First thing up is the heat and the AC system. It has a lot of small plugs that go to all the actuators that control the temperature and where the air is blowing. During this whole dash assembly, you're going to notice me checking my phone a lot. And that's because I took a lot of photos of every wire and the routing of said wire during disassembly, and I couldn't be happier that I did. I definitely wouldn't have remembered the routing, and this would have taken 5 times longer to do without it. After the heating and cooling system is the metal brace. This holds both the heating and cooling system and the dash pad in place, and it has a lot of clips and holes for the wires to be routed nicely. This puppy is bolted to the chassis very thoroughly. 2 big studs with nuts on both sides, 2 bolts close to the front windshield, and a giant bolt through the firewall. And then the heating and cooling system bolts to the brace with a stud with a rubber bushing, and then a bunch of plastic studs throughout as well. After the metal structure is in place, we can plug in and bolt down our heads-up display and our steering column.
Okay, new day, new haircut, and all I want to say is things are going so well. I am just so excited to be putting this car together. I can't put it in words. So we have our heating and cooling system in, we have the metal frame for the dash pad, we have our stereo in, our heads up display is in place and wired, our steering column is in place, I cleaned our dash, I cleaned a lot of stuff off camera as well. I cleaned our steering wheel, a lot of the trim pieces. I cleaned the climate control, the vents, the AC and heat controls. I just did a lot of cleaning off camera. Finally though, we are ready to put the actual dash into the Supra, and it's gonna start looking so good, so quick. Once we get the dash in, and then I can put the subwoofer like carpet cover over, and then the center console, it's gonna be, I can't wait. I cannot contain myself any longer. I'm going to put this dash pad in. There's a lot of screws in a lot of hidden places. I have the screws just in a bag. I know what screws go on the dash, but I don't know where they go. So it might take me a little bit. And while I'm bolting this dash pad back into the car, I gotta make sure the wires are also in the correct place. Dash is in. Let's continue to assemble it. 2 speakers in the center and a screen. There's a little plastic bezel that clips in for the heads-up display. And then we can plug in and mount our cluster. After that, we can get our stalks and our clamshell on for our steering. Now with our steering stalks and our clamshell in place and the back half of the dash assembled, we can start putting in our vents, our stereo control, and on the other side, another vent and a light control. All right, turns out I actually got to do the glove box before the stereo controls. All I have to say is, wow, this is starting to look good. I want to show you guys before and after shots of this so bad, but obviously we need the entire interior fully assembled before we can do that. The state of the interior when I first got this car was crazy, and I can't wait to show you it. For now, here's our like 90% assembled dash. Next up, we need to cover our subwoofers and get our center console in. Okay, now before we can put the center console in, we gotta put this on. And this just slides, so that just slides back and down, and then there's 2 plastic nuts up here. Now I'm super excited for the center console, but I wanna point something out to you, see if I can get an answer. I, for the life of me, could not find anything online of what these 2 plugs are. This one goes to the harness on the center console. This is our USB. These 2 are for our wireless charger. And this one is for our cigarette lighter. But I have no clue what these 2 go to. There is a ground on one of them. I have the ground attached. If you guys know, please let me know. I'm curious. Other than that, we have the main frame part of it. I already have the shifter attached to that. After that is our nice carbon fiber piece with all of the buttons on it. Then we have a cup holder, a nice little plastic compartment on the back. Then we can put on our nice climate control piece before we finish up the center console. And that is our entire center console and our dash. Besides our steering wheel, and the trim pieces that go around the dash. It's starting to feel like home in here.
So let's get those trim pieces on. There's one on each side of the dash, then there are pieces that run along the bottom of the door jamb along the carpet too.
Alright, now it's time to start trimming the back half of the Supra, but just like the doors, we have to trim the hatch jamb as well. That way when we put the plastic pieces on, it can slide into the rubber gasket. So just like we did the door jambs, I'm just going to quickly clean and put the rear hatch rubber gasket on. And now we can finally trim out the back half of the car. First we got to put a roadside kit back here by the fuse box. Then we can put in the biggest trim piece that goes back here. Then there's the piece that goes over the speakers. There's a tiny piece that goes over the B-pillar. Next up, we have to do the brace that goes across the back of the car, but we have to mimic what we just did on the other side first. So once the other side is caught up with the progress, we can bolt in the cross brace, and then we can finish off the middle section with the top two trim pieces, and then the back of the hatch gets one big trim piece. Okay, now I said both of the top trim pieces, but I almost got ahead of myself. We actually need to put the headliner on first. Now, those of you who have been around since the beginning of the Supra project when I was disassembling it might remember that I had to cut some wires off of the hatch to take it off. I had to do that because you cannot take those hatch wires off unless you remove the glass from the hatch. So I marked the wires and cut them, thinking that I was just going to splice them back together now. However, I've changed my mind. I don't feel right cutting the wires and splicing them when right now they're perfectly fine, and technically all I have to do is remove the glass in order to do it right. So if you guys haven't caught on yet, this is going to be a lot like the firewall situation where I wanted to do the dash, but first I had to do the brake pedal, but I couldn't do the brake pedal unless I put the master cylinder on, and I couldn't put the master cylinder on until I organized the wires, put in these two tubes, and put in the wiper motor. We are in that exact scenario again with the headliner. The headliner is next, but I can't put the headliner on because there's still wiring that I need to do for the hatch, and I couldn't put the hatch on because I need to cut the glass out. It's just one thing after another. When you're assembling cars, you got to do A before you can do B, and you got to do B before you can do C, and of course the last thing you want to do is A, B, or C. You just want to do D. Sorry, rant over. Let's continue with life. Now we need to bring the hatch all the way out from the corner, bring it out of hibernation, and give it a nice clean, and then cut the glass out. I'm really hoping this goes very well. The last thing I want to do is spend more money on rear hatch glass. Oh yeah. All right, hold up. Hold up. Oh, come on, just stay on here for a second. There's just something holding on here and here. And I finally cut it with the wire on the other side. Huh, just punched myself in the face. Well, we got the glass out. That's cool. We were so close. So close. It was just right here, and I pulled a little too hard. Well, add on to probably another, I don't know how much this glass is gonna be. Hopefully not $1,000. Okay, and here's the wire harness we cut originally. That one's out. I don't think we'll be using that one. It's a part of the new harness we bought. And the whole reason why we had to take the glass out is because I needed this harness. We have 2 plugs here. Both of these plug in underneath the headliner. So I didn't want to have to take the headliner off later just to plug these 2 in. So I'm gonna move this out of the, I'm gonna move the hatch out of the way, clean the glass, and then we can continue with the interior. And all of that work was just so we can put the headliner on and not have to take it off later. We need to fish these wires through, just like the other side here, plug them in, and then happy days, let's put on our headliner. Okay, well that was quite the start to the day. That was literally the first thing I did. I filmed, I cleaned the glass of the hatch, and then I broke the glass of the hatch. Anyway, headliner time. Bad news with the headliner. Who would have thought? If you guys remember how I took the headliner out, I took it out like this through the door. The bad news is you can't do that with the center console in, and the center console is currently in. It does not fit. So that's the bad news. The good news is I don't have a front windshield and it fits through there. So got lucky this time. Next time headliner's going on first, but this time we got lucky. No front windshield. Let's go through there, put the wires in the right spot, 2 clips on the front, 2 bolts on the back. After all this, the headliner, bro, the headliner doesn't want to stay up. It's broken. The other side went in. Just kidding, the other side popped out too. I might need a new headliner. Unless you guys can tell me some magic way to solve this issue here. Sadly, the only thing holding this headliner in is the rubber door gasket. And it got bent up pretty good from the curtain airbags exploding. So unless somebody in the comments can tell me a very good way to get this tucked up in the headliner pretty permanently, even with it pretty bent up, I'm gonna have to spend another $500 on a headliner. Now, unfortunately, what I'm doing here on YouTube doesn't quite make sense financially, hence why I keep telling you guys I'm in crippling credit card debt. It's because I am. I have no reason to lie to you about that. So far, I have not done any of the sponsorship opportunities that I've gotten. However, that changes today. The factory service manual that I've been using on the Subaru project that has the exact order in how to rebuild the engine, the torque specs, diagrams for torque patterns, diagrams for RTV, diagrams for O-rings. That factory service manual that I've been following was given to me by eManual Online. So if you go through the link in the description and use Shawnzey22 at checkout, you can get 22% off a factory service manual for your vehicle, and you'll be supporting me keeping all of these cars out of the scrapyard. So thank you, eManual Online, for giving me this opportunity. All right, I went and had dinner, a little bit of an emotional reset. Let's flip this puppy back around, finish off the interior strong. Sure, the glass broke. Sure, the headliner doesn't want to install very nicely, but that doesn't change the fact that we're almost going to have a completed Supra interior. So with a smile on my face, I'm going to clean these seats because they are disgusting. I probably said it already, but I'm going to say it again. Don't forget, this Supra sat with the windows down for 3 years. Water got in there, animals got in there, mold got in there, every little thing that nature could throw at it got in there. So we're going to start by vacuuming the crevices because there is a bunch of leaves in there. Wipe it down with a general purpose cleaner, get most of that dirt off. We're going to clean it with leather cleaner. Shoot, I might even have to do it 2 or 3 times per seat, but we're going to clean them very thoroughly before we put them in our Supra. And we have some very, very clean seats ready to be put in the car. I also cleaned up the bolts really well with the wire wheel because they sat in a waterlogged carpet for 3 years. So they were very rusty, corroded, grimy, just gross. So those are the nicest bolts I've ever seen. That being said, one of the most exciting parts of this video, let's get the seats in, starting with the passenger one. I have to be very careful not to scratch anything at this point. I don't want to scratch the dash. I don't want to scratch the center console. I don't want to scratch my fresh paint. But once we get it in, it should just be 4 bolts, a plug-in for the seat controls, And we can't forget the seatbelt itself clips in on the side. After the passenger seat, we repeat the same thing for the driver's side. Slide it in, being very careful not to scratch anything. 4 bolts, 1 plug, 1 seatbelt clip. All right, seats bolted in. Now they're plugged in and the seatbelts are connected, but I only have the back 2 bolts connected for the seats, because in order to do the front 2, we need to plug in the battery, move the seats back, and then we can bolt the front 2 in. But I'm not gonna put the battery in quite yet because I wanna wait until the steering wheel is in. Don't ask me why, it's just I want the interior to be pretty much put together before I put the battery in. That being said, we're at the last major component of this interior, the steering wheel. The steering wheel should be pretty simple to install. We take off the tape that's holding the clock spring in place. There's 3 plugs that connect the steering wheel to the clock spring, 1 giant bolt that we're gonna ugga-dugga tight, and then a couple plugs for the airbag and the horn, and then that just clicks into place. And my God, we're almost done with this interior. It looks so good. There's like 3 things that I want to do. 1, I forgot a trim piece that goes behind the subwoofer cover. Super easy. We'll put that in real quick. 2, I want to connect the battery so we can move the seats back and get them actually bolted into the car. But let's talk about that quick. We're in a little bit of a unique situation where sure, the interior is put together, but the rest of the car is not. We need to really make sure that when we connect this battery, we're not going to fry anything. Now, I'm not saying what I'm about to tell you is foolproof. I have no clue what's going to happen when I connect this battery. But what I am going to do is look at all of the major power wires on the front of the car and make sure they're not touching anything. Not touching another power wire, not touching any other wire, not touching any metal. We have 1 that goes to the electric power steering. That's inside of a casing. That should be fine. We have 2 dangling right here, but they are well away from anything else. That should be fine. We have 2 smaller ones in this little cubby. They are not touching anything. And then we have 4, but they're also in a plug, so those should be okay too. So with that explained, this is kind of an at my own risk kind of thing. I'm not guaranteeing that we don't fry a fuse. Hopefully, pray to the God, we do not fry any modules. And our negative, make sure nothing starts on fire. And I don't know if we'll hear any noises. Oh, we definitely hear noises. I hear beeping. All right, let's get the seats bolted down. Okay, magic moment here. Let's see if our seats move. Oh, it might be a little grimy, but they move. All right, I hear a lot of crunching from the rails. Of course, I should have cleaned those before I put them in the car. Hopefully I don't have to take it out. And that's our seats bolted down. Now, one last touch to cover up the battery and finish off the back side. And now I want to see if anything lights up on the inside. All right, if I push start stop, what do we got? Oh, look at that. I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of errors. Oh boy, look at that. Let's see if this works. Oh, it does. Look, I can scroll. This is so cool to see. Hood's open. Yeah, it is. Park and brake, drivetrain, refill coolant, emergency call, washer fluid, set time and date. We got a lot of issues with this car, don't we? My vehicle, driver profiles. Let's go. Let's change that name. This is now gonna be Shawnzey. Oh, hold on, I misspelled it. No! Shawnzey. Goodbye, Ahmed. We have Shawnzey now.
Now let's just take a few moments to appreciate the before and afters on a car that sat with the windows down for 3 whole years.
And now I'm going to quickly disconnect the battery before anything starts on fire. We have a lot of wiring yet to do. I want to hear this B58 start up. I want to hear this exhaust. I want to drive this thing. but I have no clue if the computers are going to let me drive it or even turn it on without the doors, the hood, or the rear hatch. So let's find out together. My goal is to have every part that you see in front of you on the car by the end of this video. But there is one major issue that is blocking us from doing that. Maybe two issues. If you look at our door jamb here, you might notice there's no door hinges. And if you look at our door hinge, you might notice it bolts in from the inside. And if you look at that bolt hole, you might notice that it's inaccessible with the dash in. So unfortunately, the first thing we're doing in this video is undoing some of the major steps I took in the last video. But don't worry, I'll make it really quick. We're just going to remove the seats, remove the center console, and I'm hoping to keep the entire dash in one big piece, unbolted enough that I can move it back and get access to that bolt hole. Now with the dash slid forward just a little bit, all of the wiring still in place, I think I can reach in, and there's our bolt. That really wasn't too bad. Now here is the second problem. I can't just bolt this on. Look at how much wiggle room is here. That's because you need to be able to line up the door. And for this bottom one, we just have to take off the bottom trim, and we can get that one in place too. Okay, I feel 10 times better having these door hinges in place, but not permanently set yet. We need to put our side skirt on and then put our door on, make sure the body gaps are good, and then bolt those hinges down. There we go. All right, and our body gap is pretty bad. Now I say before we keep messing with this side is we go put on the other side, because that side should not have changed at all, and that should tell us exactly how it should look. You know, the door's probably not even going to close with the dash here, because this side has the door panel on, the other side did not. But we're going to try it anyway. Working on cars solo, always so much fun. Oh. Yeah, dash is in the way now. So we just need to take the door panel off. I'll probably have to buy a new one or a used one. It's pretty ripped up here. Maybe I'll drive with it for a little bit, but in the end I'll have to replace it. But for now, without the door panel, we should be able to shut our door. Honestly, the door gap's a little bigger than I thought it was gonna be. So maybe they are pretty similar. Yeah, I can see it's close here and close here, but a big gap here. So we just need to move the door back just a little bit. So issue number one, fix door hinges, put the dash back in place. It's not bolted down yet. Issue number two, our airbag control module. Make sure you bolt this down and plug it in without the battery connected. I'm sure if you guys are watching me, you probably also watch Matt Armstrong, and you might have seen the video of him blowing up some airbags because he turned this over while it was connected and the battery had power. So battery's disconnected, this is unplugged, I'm gonna bolt it down and then plug it in. All right, a couple hours later, I have an update for you. The interior is almost back together. I did it off camera because obviously you've already seen me do it. Our center console is back together with our airbag module in its home. Our dash is put back into place with our door hinges where they should be. Now, I need to bolt the seats down, which means I need to connect the battery so I can raise the seats up. This is the first time I'm going to be connecting this battery with the airbag module plugged in. Let's hope it doesn't blow up the airbags. Here we go. All right, battery's in, everything's lighting up, and the airbags didn't blow up. Let me bolt down these seats, and we will again have a reassembled interior that as of now, I have no reason to ever take apart again. Now, unfortunately, we have some more boring stuff to do, so I'm just going to do it very quickly off camera and show you the result. I have to put on all of these rubber grommets, all of these brake line clips, so I'm going to make it real quick. So here's some before and afters on the wheel wells, the frame rails, the engine bay, a lot of plastic mounting clips that needed to get put on. Okay, now I didn't get all of the plastic mounting clips and all of the rubber grommets on, but I have a very, very good start to that. Honestly, I'm just ready to start putting some of these bigger pieces on and start feeling like I'm making some progress towards the end goal of this video. Now, if I were to follow the way I disassembled the car, that way I don't have to redo it like I just did the interior, the last major component I took off was the gas tank. Before we put the fuel tank on, brake lines and fuel lines need to go on above that. So let's start with the brake lines. We have two major brake lines that go from the front of the vehicle to the rear, and it's just one for each side. One of the brake lines has a bigger fitting, and that goes on the front. You can tell because the ABS module has a bigger hole on the front, so that's how I know the starting point for that one at least. So I can clip that one in, follow it to the rear, and then start the second one and follow that one to the rear. Now actually the brake lines were the only thing that we needed to do. I thought I was going to do the fuel lines first, but apparently the fuel lines attach to the bottom of the fuel tank, not the top. Now luckily installing the tank should be pretty easy. We have two straps and one nut, and the fuel tank is pretty light because we drained it out before we dropped it out. So I can just bench it into place and get one of the straps started, and then we should be good to go. Now last time I started the brake lines at the front and I ran into issues. This time I'm starting back here. All right, now I know I said fuel lines, but it's fuel line and evap hose. It feels good finally making some progress on the outside of this car, so let's keep it going with the fuel filler neck. Now we have some fancy stuff related to emissions here. Now, technically the last step for the rear of the car is the rear subframe, which has literally everything on it, the brakes, the suspension, everything's already on that rear subframe. So it's pretty heavy, which is why I'm not going to do that until I have a lot of the front assembled to make sure it doesn't tip over on me like it did last time. Oh, shit. Oh boy. Now when that happened, I didn't have any of the interior in, so it's possible that it doesn't tip over on me, but it is still rear heavy, even with all the interior, so we're gonna do it last. Which brings us to some more work in the engine bay. Now I didn't know this, but unfortunately the frame pieces I bought did not come with any of the studs welded or riveted in place already. And the worst part is I don't have a stud welder that works with big studs that are that size, and I don't have a riveter that works with stud rivets. So unfortunately it's not going to be 100% factory. It's going to be the same exact socket, just going to be a bolt instead of a stud, and I'm okay with that. So I'm going to put 3 M6 riv nuts here for the AC dryer bracket. I'm going to put a riv nut over here for our power line bracket, and I'm going to put 2 M6 riv nuts here in the wheel well for these power line mounting points as well. Back up to the front, we can get this bracket on now. And now the power wires that come from the battery all the way to right here are finally fully secured. Only a couple more things to do before we put on our ABS pump and module, our brake fluid reservoir, and all of the front brake lines, one of them being this bracket here. Okay, we are very, very close to actually starting the assembly of our engine bay, but this wire routing needs to be correct because I don't want to have to take it all apart to redo it. So I don't bore you, here is a nice before and after on that wire routing. For how little of a difference that made, it took a long time to find where all of that went. My videos didn't show good routing, my photos didn't show good routing, just kind of had to figure it out. But we should make a huge dent in how this engine bay looks. We have 3 big plastic pieces that go around the back side of the engine bay here. Then we can get the brake fluid reservoir, the ABS pump and module, and all of the front brake lines on next. Then there are 2 heat shields next to the downpipe. Then we have like 10 giant power wires in this other corner here. So another thing, on top of there being no riv nuts and no riv studs on these new frame pieces, is that places where bolts go are unthreaded. So we're gonna have to tap them ourselves. Question for somebody in the comments who does frame repair. Are you supposed to tap every single one of these holes? Or are you just intended to kind of send the bolt through and it'll self-tap itself? It is aluminum, it is soft, but we're gonna go the safe route. We're gonna tap them ourselves. That way we know it's done right. Now this top piece here you can see is broken half. It's supposed to come all the way over. Unfortunately, this is on national back order. There's no estimated shipping date. So as soon as I do get one of these, I will replace it. But for now, we're gonna just have to live with this. Now I've been thinking about how I wanted to fix an issue for a while, and I've come to the conclusion that besides buying the right tool, this is how we're gonna do it. These fuel lines are supposed to have another mount right here. All of the mounts previously, I've been able to use bolts for. This one I cannot. And I don't have a riv stud tool, I just have a riv nut tool. So what we're gonna do, since I can't use a bolt, because the hose goes right where the bolt's supposed to go, is we're gonna use a riv nut, and I'm gonna cut the head off of this bolt, and we're gonna red Loctite this bolt into the riv nut, and just use it as a riv stud. Long story short, I'm just making my own riv studs. Let me know if you think this is gonna hold. We're basically banking on the fact that hopefully this red Loctite will not let this stud back out. We are on the last little bit of this firewall. It's gonna go really quick from here. And then we get to do the fun stuff, the subframe, the steering, the suspension, the brakes, the parts that it's going to start feeling like a car again. I'm excited. So let's wrap up this engine bay with the ECU bracket, some fuel lines, the steering shaft, and then some AC and some coolant lines. I did look it up, and this line is bent right here. It's supposed to be straight, and that's why I can't get it into place. Who would have thought? So I already ordered a new one. It should be here in 3 days, they said, probably a week. For now, I'm going to take all of these hoses off, and we'll continue on with the front subframe. The good side of this is, on top of buying this AC line, the sensor down here is broken, and the AC line I bought was used, and it comes with it. Super exciting. Time for the front subframe. I've personally put this thing on like 10 times when I was test fitting the frames to make sure everything lined up, but this should be the last time. Hopefully we never have to take this off. It'll be a bad day. It means something terrible happened, but it's on for now. Let's move on to the steering rack. For our steering rack, we have a little bit of an issue. The one that was already on the car is very broken. The motor's no longer attached. The steering rack itself is broken in half. That side is bent. This side is straight, however. So I bought a used one. Brand new outer tie rods we'll be using. We need to get this inner tie rod, and we need to get this plastic piece as well. So let's start by disassembling our good one, because this is already broken, this is already broken, so it's gonna be good to learn on this before we take off our good pieces. So now we should be done with our old one here. I did want to confirm before we continued, this side does move, just needed a little more leverage. Good to go here. So let's get this inner tie rod on. I'll watch this boot. If this clamp isn't holding nice enough and it comes off, I'll switch to a metal zip tie. But next up, we can get our plastic cover back on with this wire. And then this plastic top cover too. Wire goes here, plugs in here. Now we just gotta do both the outer tie rods, and we can bolt this into the front subframe. And now we have one good steering rack made out of 2 used bad ones. Now before I tighten this down, I wanna make sure I can get my steering in. Now we can tighten the bolts. Now we can plug this in and route these wires. And then there's 3 bolts that holds this bracket to the subframe. So our front subframe is in and our steering rack is in. Everything's working with the steering rack from the steering wheel. Now we can wrap up the front suspension with the struts, the hubs, the upper and lower control arms, and then of course connect it to the tie rods. However, I'm not 100% sure that my struts were not bent in the accident, so I went ahead and bought some used ones. Now, coincidentally, our used ones did come with H&R lowering springs. However, I've heard a lot of good things about Swift lowering springs, so we're going to switch out our H&R lowering springs for our Swift lowering springs. After we get the lowering spring switched out, we're also going to switch out the struts from my hubs, and then we can bolt those into the car.
Now we can get our front suspension bolted on. First, there is a bracket here that holds some wiring. Then we can jack up and bolt in our struts from the top. Once that's bolted in, we can connect our tie rod, the lower control arm, and the upper control arm, and get all of that torqued down. After all that's sorted out, we can route and plug in the wiring that connects to the strut and tighten down the brake line too. And then of course we repeat that one more time on the other side. Bolt on the bracket, then the strut, the tie rod, the upper control arm, and the lower control arm. Torque them all to spec with an impact because tight is tight, then plug in all of the wiring.
Now while I tighten this brake line, let me just say, I know that I'm supposed to tighten all of these bolts when we're at ride height and not full droop like this. I'm just kind of lazy. But just so we're all on the same page, just in case you didn't know, these rubber bushings should be tightened at ride height, not full droop. Now we all know, and I know I'm doing it wrong. We're all gonna move on though. Now to wrap up the front suspension, all we need is our sway bar. And on that note, 95% of the steering, brakes, and suspension on the front half of the car is done. Everything brake related for the front is tight, but we need brake fluid. Everything for steering is tight, however we need an alignment. And everything for the suspension is tight, but I'm missing the ride height sensors. But the way that the front end sits right now, I think we'd be ready to drive it. Before I put the rear subframe on, I don't really want to deal with these wires dangling around, so I'm going to put on our rear plastic bumper piece and get all of this wire off the ground. So next up, we can go back to the rear end and get the rear subframe with all of the brakes and suspension already attached to it. This one's going to be tricky to do solo. We'll see if I can even do it. I know when I was taking it out, I kind of just dropped it down with 2 jacks because it wasn't balanced. However, I'm not going to be able to just jack it up really quick to get it into place. So we might have to do a little MacGyvering to get it to go in, or I might have to call in reinforcements. We'll see.
Then we can just wrap up the rear subframe install with the wiring. There's wires for the rear diff, the brake pads, the e-brake, and the suspension.
All right, everything is tight and plugged in for the rear suspension and the brakes. That was a little tough to do solo. Luckily I have 2 jacks, so I had one on the front of the rear diff, one on the rear of the rear diff, so I could raise it up evenly. Now the next major component to go in is the engine and transmission. We have a little work to do on the engine before we put it in, but before we get to the fun part of that, I want to wrap up the rear end with some heat shielding, only because I know as soon as I get that engine and transmission mated and start putting it in, I'm not going to want to stop for heat shielding in the rear end. So I'm going to do it now. Next up, we have a couple things we need to do before we mate the engine and transmission back together and put it in the car. Saying the words "put the engine back in the car" is like surreal. It's super fun, super exciting. We actually have far less to do to the engine than I thought. I had a whole box of stuff that I thought we had to do, but it turns out we have 2 things. 1, AC compressor. Last time I bought the wrong used one. This time I got the right one. Number 2, fuel pressure sensor. I didn't notice it was broken last time. Caught it on the engine rebuild, bought a used one, old one out, new one on, plug it in. Same concept for the AC compressor. We're going to bolt it on. I have 2 brand new AC lines that connect to it, and then we can put on our belt. Here's the current plan. I don't like working on the engine while it's on the engine hoist. I don't want to be underneath it, putting a starter on while it's dangling from chains. So I like to prep everything to keep that time as short as possible. I'm going to put the engine in the car with the transmission connected, the starter on, and the downpipe on. That's how I pulled it, so that's how I'm putting back in. So I'm not going to put it on the engine hoist and then get those things ready. We're going to get those things ready and then put the engine on the hoist. So we need to switch the O2 sensors from the old catted downpipe to our new catless downpipe. The old transmission mount broke, so we need to get the new transmission mount on. And our torque converter is super filthy, so I'm going to wipe it down, get it filled with transmission fluid. Okay, this is actually pretty full already, so I'm not going to add too much more. Because if I add a bunch more, it's just going to spill out when I put it in the transmission. But when you fill one of these, fill it up and then give her a spin. Make sure you get it seated all the way back. You saw it kind of stopped once, and then I had to kind of lift it up, twist it to get it seated all the way back fully. And like I said, if you fill it up too much, it's just going to leak out. But better to have too much and leak a little bit out now and not have enough in later. But at this point, downpipe ready, transmission mount ready, and torque converter mounted in the transmission. Let's get the engine on a hoist. All right, one last thing. It's gonna be easier to do the engine oil filter now rather than later, so why not? And now it's finally time to put our engine on a hoist and mate it up with our transmission. I can't get over how weird this feels. This engine's been on this stand for like 9 or 10 months, and to think that within the next week or so, this will be running, maybe driving. Let's get to work. And we immediately ran into our first issue of reinstalling our engine back in our GR Supra. The bracket I made to pull the engine, well, when I made it, the valve cover was broken and not in the way, so I made it too short, because now with the valve cover on, I can't get a bolt through. So I gotta go run and buy some more flat bar, cut it to be 2 inches taller, and then mimic the bolt pattern on the bottom, and then drill a new hole on top. And just like that, old bracket versus new, we should have plenty of room for our bolt and our chains. I did try to take this sensor out to make some room, but it did not work, so I'm gonna put this back in so we don't get anything dropped in our engine. Now, with that sorted out, we should be able to get the engine off the engine stand, mate our transmission together, maybe start a couple of them torque converter bolts before I tighten down the bell housing bolt, then finish up the torque converter bolts, then get our starter on, then get on our downpipe. Right now, love it or hate it, not getting a torque wrench in there, but I will be putting on blue thread locker. All right, looks like I'm gonna have to lift up the engine to put the downpipe on, but I think that's the last thing before we put this thing back in the car. Actually, almost forgot the transmission cooler lines that run obviously from the transmission all the way to the front to the transmission cooler. Obviously, I could have put that on later, but now it's fine. Now, since I'm going to be lifting the engine and transmission together, the load balancer needs to be pretty much all the way back to keep this thing as level as possible. And this is gonna be so easy to put in just because there's no front end of the car. It's literally just gonna slide straight back. What issues could I possibly have? And on that note, I don't think there's any more stalling. Let's get it in. Now I'm gonna go underneath, get the transmission mounts, the engine mounts, and then we'll go over the list from there. This thing has come so far. It's weird making this progress. I'm so used to 11 months to disassemble it, repair the frame, and paint it. I know that's a lot, but it never felt closer to being finished. Even the interior, when we got the interior done, it was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I could sit in it now. I could turn it on. It says hello Shawnzey, but it never felt like huge progress. This feels like huge progress. The suspension, the brakes, the steering, this is technically a rolling chassis. Even before I got the engine and transmission in, there's a lot of work. Don't get me wrong. I got to bleed the brakes. I got to fill the oil. I got to put the spark plugs in. I got a lot of wiring to do. That's probably what's next. But seeing the GR Supra, the way it currently sits, gives me like a renewed excitement. It gives me a renewed feeling that it is finishable. It's starting to look like a car that is plausible to run and drive, and that's exciting. I feel like we have a lot of hurdles left. I don't know if it's gonna let me start it with an airbag module from a different vehicle that's been popped. I don't know if it's gonna let me start it with half of the wiring missing for the bumpers, the front and rear bumpers, the hatch. I don't know. There's so many mysteries left, but huge progress nonetheless. Hi, it's me from the future. Things are about to get crazy pretty quick with the GR Supra, so I figured I'd just pop in real quick, just let you know. Subscribing, liking, commenting, sharing, all of those things help the channel a lot. So if you have a second to do any one of those things, I'm deeply appreciative. There is, however, a new way to help support the channel rather than trying to convince the YouTube algorithm that my content is worth showing to people. And that is this shirt or this hoodie or this phone case, or maybe even some stickers if you want. That's right, I finally decided to start a merch website. Even though I'm a pretty small channel, me and the wife have been coming up with t-shirt designs for quite some time, and they are all in the works. For now, I only have one shirt and one hoodie design on the website, and that's just a ShawnzeyRacing logo on the front and the back. However, I have 3 different designers working on 6 different designs for future shirt and hoodies. I really want my merch to be good, so I hired 3 different designers to make the same 6 designs so I can pick which ones are best and hopefully which designer is best and work with them in the future. That being said, if anybody in the community designs t-shirts, preferably related to automotive, hit me up on either Instagram or email me, and I'd love to try to work with you. The t-shirts are Bella and Canvas, and I picked that one out of the 3 brands that I tried because I liked them the most. Obviously, it was soft, it was stretchy, it felt good to wear. The designs are directly printed onto the shirt, so you don't have like a big piece of vinyl on your back and it makes you all sweaty. I hate that, so I picked the best brand I could. I picked the best type of printing I could, obviously just because I care about the quality. I don't want to skimp on the brand, skimp on how it's printed, and then you guys hate the shirts. That's just not what I want in any way, shape, or form. But like I said before, I have 6 different designs being worked on right now, so if you guys want to wait to see those 6 designs before you buy a shirt, totally get it.
Those are coming soon. Beyond all of that, I just really want you guys to know how much I appreciate you. You guys are so supportive in the comments. You guys are reason number one why I love this YouTube channel and I love making these videos. So before we continue on, I just wanted to say thank you for joining me on this journey. All right, sorry that took so long. I had a lot to say, but let's get back to it. The current goal is to get this engine running. So in order to do that, I probably need the throttle body on. I know these engines can technically run without the throttle body because of how much control they have over the valves, but I'd feel better with it on anyway. So in order to get the throttle body on, we need the intake on. And before we can get the intake on, we need to make sure that all of the coolant lines, the AC lines, and the wiring is all sorted out underneath the intake manifold. Then I decided to start putting on some of the front coolant lines, the AC condenser, and the overflow tanks just to make sure I have every coolant hose I need in the right spot. After hours of looking through hose diagrams and just putting stuff together as much as I could, I finally figured out that I'm missing a hose. I'm missing a hose that goes from this hose to the condenser and up to here. So that sucks, but we found the problem and it's right here. We can continue on putting on our intake and we can put that hose on later. Here we go. Everything's coming together nicely now. All that goes over there. This goes over the front. Okay, everything seems to be in place. Let's get our intake manifold torqued down. Oh boy, intake manifold's tight. Wow, that's really soft engine mounts. Engine mounts supposed to be that soft? Interesting. I guess it is, you know, gonna be a super balanced engine. Maybe we don't need super stiff engine mounts. Okay, let's speed this process up a little bit with a voiceover. This is taking too long to get to the crazy stuff, and believe me, there is some crazy stuff. So let's get this throttle body on, organize the wiring, and get the ECU bracket back bolted in place. Then on the other side of the engine, we can do the spark plugs and coil packs, along with the power wire that goes to the starter, and another one that goes to the alternator. On the front of the engine, we have a vacuum line and the charge pipe that goes from the turbo to the throttle body. After that, we can go back and wrap up the wiring with the DME or the ECU and the power control module. And last but certainly not least, we can put on our air intake box and the tube that goes to the turbo. Okay, we're ticking down the list to start this engine for the first time. Next up is fill our oil. Now with the oil filled, we can go underneath the car and change our transmission fluid. Now I know this car only has 3,000 miles, but I want to play it safe, change the transmission fluid and the filter.
Oh boy, this got water in it. Well, maybe the fluid's just that color. I can't tell yet. This fluid is such a weird color. Doesn't look right to me. We'll find out when we drop the pan, I guess. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. Not good, boys. I might have to buy a transmission. This is not good. No way. Boys, this is not good.
Well, this just took a giant turn for the worse. Not good. It did not get any better. The first thing that was weird is I took out the fill plug first and nothing came out. If this transmission is properly filled and you take off the fill plug when the car's not running, some of the fluid should come out because you fill it when it's running and some of the fluid is going to be cycling. Clue number 2 that we had an issue, I took out the drain plug and water came out first, which is crazy. How did we have water in the transmission? We didn't even have water in the engine, even though we had a broken valve cover and the oil cap was off. But somehow we had water in the transmission. So obviously I took off our oil pan and I noticed one bolt was really wobbly, and it's because of this. The corner of our transmission snapped. So the transmission mounts broke. Everything was just swinging around and banging around down there, and it broke the corner of the transmission.
Some good news is I'm fairly confident that no water is actually cycled through the transmission. I'm fairly confident in that because the torque converter had straight transmission fluid. I literally saw all the fluid in there. Some of it leaked out. So I don't think any water is in the actual transmission. I think this corner broke. All of the transmission fluid leaked out through that corner. And just over 3 years of sitting outside, water got in that crack somehow. But that's my best guess. The way I see it is we have 3 options. Option 1, we buy a used transmission for $2,000. And I don't really want to do that. Option 2, we pull the transmission out, I take it to a shop, they weld this tab back on. Option 3 is we get a little hacky, a little bit of hack, and I JB weld it. All this little corner is doing is holding one oil pan bolt. That's it. So if we can JB weld it and it seals and it holds the oil pan flush and that seals, that tab or that corner is doing its job. So because I think the transmission is still good, and all we need to do is keep that corner sealed and not leak any transmission fluid out, I'm gonna be a little hacky here and use JB Weld. If that doesn't work, then we'll probably have to buy a used one. I'm not super happy with the fact that my 3,000 mile Supra is gonna have JB Weld on it. Probably happier with that than buying a transmission for $2,000 right now. So we're gonna try it. Okay, I went and picked up some JB Weld. After reading what they claim, I think it'll work as long as everything goes well. It says 5,000 PSI of strength, 550 degrees of temperature, but it does say 15 hours of cure time, so we need to do it now so that we're ready to go as soon as possible. Here is our broken piece. Now, luckily this does like sit into place nicely all on its own. So I'm going to JB Weld inside the crack, put this on, JB Weld inside the crack, JB Weld outside of the crack, and then I'm going to bolt the transmission pan on so it's in the correct spot. And then guess what? After those initial JB welds and it's bolted down, I'm going to probably JB weld on top of it even more. All right, I am confident in the JB Weld product, but I don't know if I'm confident in sealing that kind of application. It wasn't like it was a flat piece that I just stuck in there and it was easy to get to. It was all sorts of different curvature. It was like 7 different sides because it was so curved, and it was the bottom piece where the oil pan seals to. Long story short, I don't know if it's gonna seal, but $10 of JB Weld to try to avoid a $2,000 used transmission, definitely worth it in my book. Now there is other options. Obviously I don't need the entire transmission, I just need the case. So maybe I just buy a case and I have to move everything over. I've never built a transmission, so that sounds difficult, but if it saves me $1,000, definitely gonna do it. 3 hours later, the JB Weld is still tacky. Obviously it says it needs 24 hours to be fully cured. Looking at it, I see really good coverage. I don't see any cracks on the outside, and I covered it as best I could on the inside. For now, we have plenty to do, starting with our brakes. I could be wrong, but I think we need brake pressure to start the car, so I'm going to bleed our brakes. I'm super excited. This is going to be my first time using a pneumatic air bleeder. Usually I do things old school and have someone push the brake pedal while I crack open the bleed nipple. This time I'm getting fancy. I'm going to use compressed air to push the brake fluid through the reservoir, through the ABS pump, through the lines, all the way to the brake calipers. The reason why I'm going this extra step is 1, I don't need a helper, I can do it myself. And 2, I think with these futuristic cars and their futuristic ABS pumps, you kind of need to do it to get a good bleed. So we can fill our bleeder with brakes, find the correct cap that matches our brake reservoir, hook up the hose to the new cap, hook up the air to our pneumatic bleeder, set our pressure to about 40 PSI, and then you always start with the farthest caliper. So the brake reservoir is on the front left, we're going to the back right, and we crack open this nipple until we see no air and only brake fluid coming through. Then you just work your way farthest to closest. So we go back left, front right, and then we finish it off with the front left. All I gotta say is, wow, that is the fastest, most efficient, easiest brake bleed with the best result that I've ever done. If you ever had any doubt or question on whether you should buy one of these things to blade your bleeds, if you ever had any question or doubt on whether you should buy one of these to bleed your brakes, get rid of it and buy one. This is the best feeling brake pedal I've ever had, and it was the fastest brake bleed I've ever done. Next up on our goal to start this engine for the first time in 4 years is something on the interior. Again, I don't know how much I need to do to start this engine. We're just gonna try to do everything that I can currently do to make sure it goes smoothly. And currently we are missing one airbag on our interior, and that's the driver's side knee airbag. Like many other parts on this GR Supra, I ordered 2 left side or driver's side knee airbags, and both times I got the wrong side or the right side. I guess there's just not very many people rebuilding GR Supras from scratch and ordering knee airbags and ordering frame pieces. Apparently it's just me. So driver's side knee airbag, plug it in, bolt it in, and then we can finish off the driver's side knee area with this plastic piece. Another thing that I just don't know if we need to start our engine is our gas cap. It's got a wire here to make sure that it's closed, so I'm gonna assume that they want it closed to start the engine. And while we're here, we can put fuel in because I think we're about ready to start it. Now there is one more thing we need to do before we start this car. I don't know if I've talked about this in this series yet, but in order to tune these newer BMWs, you have to unlock your ECU. As of now, only Femto does it, and you have to send it to Finland. I took another route. I paid a company to fly over there, tune it, and fly it back. That company is going to remain nameless because I think everyone can figure it out if they want to. It is like $1,600 to pay this company to do it for you. I mailed them my ECU, and they immediately mailed it back to me. So unless they flew that same night, got it tuned, and flew back immediately the next day and mailed it back to me, they either A, didn't do it, or B, it was already done and they took my money anyway. I emailed this company many times over many months, and they never replied to me. So we are going to try to tune our ECU, and if it's not tunable, I'm probably gonna be a little angry. If my ECU is tunable, I'm just gonna forget that it ever happened, even though I'm 99% sure they didn't do anything with my ECU. If it's tunable, I'm happy. MHD has an unlock check function. Lord, please be unlocked. Because if not, I spent $1,600 to a company that did absolutely nothing 10 months ago, and I might not be able to charge it back. Contacting the DME. Okay, DME could not be found. Make sure ignition is on. Okay, scanner's coming out. Let's see if this can detect anything or tell us of any issues. Okay, it's scanned. Did it find the DME? Okay, bad news number 1. I do not see our engine control module in here, our DME. However, we have so many faults. Hold on. Look at all these faults. Okay, we're gonna erase all of them. We're gonna start fresh. So let's quick erase. Okay, so we erased everything. Obviously more faults came back, but we cleared out a lot of them. Let's see if we can rescan this and have it find our DME, because last time it did not. Okay, so we scanned again. No DME. Let me disconnect the battery, try to reseat all of the DME wires, and go from there. Disconnect the battery, reconnected the ECU. Car is on in diagnostic mode. Can we connect to the DME? We cannot. I'm gonna guess that our battery is too dead. I have a better idea. Let's just test our battery. Connect the negative, connect the positive. 950 cold cranking amps. Battery's good. Okay, I think I found something. Let me show you. This is our mini airbag that disconnects the battery from the starter to prevent the engine from running once you're in an accident. Earlier, I said that I tested to see if this fuse was good, and I thought it was good because we have continuity. Once that's beeping, it means that there is a connection from this post down here to our battery terminal. We have continuity. We have some sort of a connection. I made the mistake of assuming that meant that the fuse did not blow. But if we switch to voltage, you can see our battery has 12.2 volts. But when I test down here, we only have 1 volt. So we have 12 volts at the battery, and we only have 1 volt going to the front of the car. So I learned a lesson here. Continuity does not always mean that we have a good flow of voltage in amps. All right, check this out. Here's what I've learned. Here's our post that connects to the battery. Here's the wire that goes down and connects to a distribution block that goes to the front of the car. These should be really sturdily connected, and I can wiggle this. And here's an even more in-depth look. I drilled out the rivets holding this plastic cover on. And you can see these wires are no longer one. The explosive inside of here pushed it out. So it's just tapping it to make contact. But if you look at it, I can kind of squeeze them back together and make them one wire again. So here we go to try to make some temporary progress. I will order a new one of these, don't worry. But I bent this bracket back into an L shape, squeeze these two back together. Let's see if we can put this back together now and see if we can get some power to our ECU. Okay, let's see if that made a difference here. Obviously, I still expect to have continuity here. Continuity, battery voltage, 12.6. And down here, also 12.6. All right, let's see if we can connect to our ECU now, or our DME. No dice. Okay, a little bit of an update. I've tried lots of things, shown you most of them. I bought a new battery. Even though our battery tested good, I bought another one. I felt more comfortable having a battery that wasn't sitting drained for 3 years. I know the battery tested good. I know it was supplying power to the car, but just in my head, I couldn't get it out of my head that maybe the battery just wasn't up to snuff, even though the battery tested good. I bought a new battery. Obviously that didn't fix it, but I'll feel a lot better knowing that my car has a new battery when I'm out and about anyway. I guess before I bought a battery, I also started testing to make sure I was getting power everywhere, and that's when I saw that, yes, that pyro fuse on the battery terminal did blow up, and I just had continuity, and that gave me a false positive that it was actually good when it was just barely making contact. So we fixed that temporarily. I still have to order that connector. The reason why I mentioned that we were testing power is I followed it all the way up and all the way to this power control module that you see here. I could verify that we were getting power to that power control module, but I couldn't find any spots where we were getting power out. So I called Toyota. They didn't have any in stock, but the parts guy told me that there was only one in the entire country. So I ordered it to be safe. It was only $60, so I played it safe and ordered it before I had to try to buy a used one and end up with the same situation that I'm currently in. Now these are not serviceable. They are not supposed to be opened, so it's not very easy to open them. I pried a lot, and then I ended up just having to cut it off anyway. The top plate just came off in a bunch of pieces. Now inside of this power control module is 13 fuses, and guess what? One of them's blown. I can test continuity on all of them except for this 10 amp right in the middle. It's blown. So I feel way better now that I've already ordered that part. I feel way better destroying this one because it had a blown fuse. But is that our smoking gun? I don't know. I see two issues with this. One, I have a 1 in 13% chance that that fuse is causing all of our issues. I mean, there's 12 other good fuses in there. What are the odds that that one 10 amp fuse is making our ECU not communicate? Issue number two is there's only one of these in all of the United States apparently. So if I plug in the new one and it pops that same fuse, that's bad. So here's what we need to do. We need to verify that that one 10 amp fuse is our issue and two, doesn't pop again. So it seems like a really good time for me to learn how to use a soldering iron, melt the old fuse off, put a new fuse on, because I can't mess up the circuit board any more than it already is. All right, well, here goes nothing. I have no clue what I'm doing. We're gonna melt the old one off, add some flux if we need to. Now forgive me because I have no clue what I'm doing, but our bad fuse right in the middle. I soldered a new fuse onto the back because I have no clue on soldering, but I could not melt the old one off. I have no clue why. I soldered a new one to the back of it. Now, unfortunately with that fuse soldered onto the back, it doesn't fit into the container. So we're just gonna have to plug everything in without the latches. This is gonna be very, very crude. This technically maybe is a repaired power control module. I wish I could have replaced the fuse and put it in the thing, but I have no clue if any other piece of this is broken. We're just gonna hope that we get some sort of good result here as is. Okay, now I'm gonna leave you here to watch to see if anything sets on fire. I'm gonna go plug in our battery. I'm gonna flip this over. Our fuse is gone. Oh my God, the fuse fell off. the fuse fell off the back of the thing. All right, battery's disconnected. I'm gonna try to solder the fuse on again because I failed last time. All right, attempt 2 of seeing if we can communicate with our DME. The fuse did not break off this time. Everything's plugged in. Let's hope that fuse doesn't pop and we can communicate with our DME and we would have this issue completely solved. That I hear the valve. Oh, okay, I think that's it. I hear the I'm so excited I can't think of what it's called. The eccentric shaft motor. I just heard the eccentric shaft motor moving. I can't, if that's, the fuse did not pop. Hold on, before I get too excited. Every time I've connected this battery, when we haven't been able to communicate to the DME, everything turns on immediately. Everything is not turning on immediately. And I heard the eccentric shaft motor moving. We can go back to what we were originally trying to do. Use MHD to see if our ECU is unlocked. I'm so excited. I need to not be excited because if this isn't fixed, it will be devastating. We are getting so many more warnings. Okay, unlock check, please. Femto unlock with MHD plus. Yes! Okay, our ECU was actually unlocked. I don't know if the company did it. It might have been previous unlocked by the previous owner, but I honestly don't care at this point. Our ECU is communicating and our ECU is unlocked. I want to put transmission fluid in and see if our JB Weld is going to hold fluid, because if it does, I'm starting this car. We fixed our DME, we fixed our communications. Please let this transmission hold fluid. All the fluid you see dripping is just dripping out of the fill plug because it sucks to fill. You know what, I'm gonna try, these bottles are nice, but I bought this syringe. I'm gonna try a syringe. Oh God, if this transmission repair holds, I'll be so happy. Oh yeah, this syringe is my new favorite. Wow, that went so much faster with that syringe. Okay, we're coming out of the fill plug. Where's my fill plug? Okay. Okay, transmission has the initial fill. We did, I think, 4 quarts. It was coming out of the fill plug, but it's not full yet. You need to get this thing up to temperature, shift through the gears, and then fill it again until it comes out of the fill plug. I'll do that once we're heating up the radiator and checking the cooling system. I just want some fluid in here for our first start. Now we have a catless downpipe with no exhaust, and we don't have a tune, and we don't have coolant. I don't know if this car is gonna run. I don't know if it's gonna run good, but I need to try to start this thing at this point. So here we go. Let's see what we got here. I'm kind of nervous to push this button. That was the loudest car. That thing is so loud. The microphone was just maxed out. I couldn't hear myself yelling. That was loud. Obviously we have a full exhaust for it. Oh my God. 11 months. 11 months. So exciting. Ah, that's the feeling, you guys. That's the feeling I chase. Those first starts are so good. Ah, the dopamine, the adrenaline. That was the loudest car ever. No fluid under the transmission so far. No fluid under the engine so far. That was nuts. And after hearing this thing run, I've had nothing else on my mind except for driving it. So that means we have a lot to do. the front core support, the drive shaft, exhaust, windshield, rear quarter glass, fill the transmission fluid, check the rear diff, headlights, taillights. I don't know if I can put it in drive without the hood or the rear hatch. The list goes on. So let's start tackling this list one at a time. Now, I would like to install the windshield and the 2 rear quarter glasses as soon as possible so they have as much time to cure before that first drive. However, I've never installed any glass. I've only gotten really proficient at removing it. So some of you have probably been around enough to remember John, who I call the bodywork magician. John is going to come help us install the windshield and the rear quarter glasses. However, I don't know when he's gonna get here. So while we wait for John, let's just go ahead and start tackling some of the other items. At the end of the last episode, before the first start, we found out that one of the 13 fuses in this unserviceable power control module had blown, and that's why we could not contact our DME. The parts guy told me that I got the last one in the United States of America, so let's go ahead, click it into place, and plug it all in. Another thing that I didn't have in the last episode was one coolant hose, and I got that in as well. It connects the hose and the AC condenser and then comes up to this little overflow tank as well. While we're in this corner, I'm gonna go ahead and tighten down all of these AC lines because I was waiting until I got this coolant hose installed before I did. Next up, why don't we try to figure out this puzzle of a cooling system? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to put the radiator as it is in the car. If they shipped it to me already like completely assembled, hopefully I can just slide it into place just like that. That would be super nice. We're gonna start with these 2 brackets on the bottom because I know that the radiator slides down and bolts to those. And now that we have those 2 bottom brackets on, we can take all the old hoses off of the radiator that I bought, slide it down into place, making sure all of the hoses are routed correctly. Once I'm very sure all of the hoses are routed correctly, I can bolt the radiator mounts down and then connect all the hoses along with the wires for the fan. Now the front of this car is gonna get a lot longer really quick. We have the bash bar, a bunch of metal radiator support pieces, and a bunch of plastic bumper support pieces. Now actually at this point, every coolant hose is connected. So before I start putting the rest of the car together, let's vacuum check our cooling system, see if we have any leaks. Now we actually have to vacuum check 2 different systems here. I believe the bigger tank is for the engine and the turbo, and this smaller tank is for the actual intercooler. So let's start by vacuum checking our engine. All right, we're sitting at negative 0.8 bar. It is currently 9:22. Normally you'd want to check this over like 15 minutes. It's late. I'm just going to do 5 and then we'll check the other side. All right, 9:27. We have not moved just at all, which is a huge relief because the last build I did, cooling nightmare. But the engine cooling system's good. Let's check the heat exchanger. My finger is blocking the tester from leaking, so I guess I'm stuck here. It is currently 9:30. We're at negative 25 inch INHG. I don't know what that is. We're like at negative 0.85 bar, 9:30, 5 minutes from now. It seems like it's holding, but we'll wait. I feel a little silly that I have to sit here for 5 minutes blocking this hole, but 5 minutes later, both vacuum systems completely sealed. That's a relief. And we are back. It's been like 3 days, been super busy. Took delivery of another car for the channel. Super excited about that one. I had to make a custom dolly to get that car off the trailer because it did not steer. It was missing kind of a corner of it, you know, no wheel, no suspension. I found out that if you do a lot of welding with no sleeves, you give yourself quite the burn. So I bought a welding jacket. I also found out I want a forklift because I got really beat up pulling that car off the trailer. Anyway, I'm super excited to introduce the new build soon after the GR Supra. I'm also super excited that we got 6 new t-shirt and hoodie designs on ShawnzeyRacing.com. We have a new to me t-shirt because we just don't like buying pristine cars around here. We have an Ugga Dugga tight is tight shirt because sometimes using a torque wrench is just too much work. We have a donut themed Chevelle shirt. We have a GR Supra shirt. We have a Subaru STI shirt. And we have a BMW F10, the car that kicked off the channel. Super excited about all 6 of these designs. Go check them out at ShawnzeyRacing.com. Let me know what you guys think about them. But let's get back to the GR Supra. Right after we got done vacuum checking both of our cooling systems, John, the bodywork magician, showed up to give us a helping hand with the windshield and both rear quarter glasses. I did watch a video on how to install the glass. I was pretty confident that I could do it myself, but with a windshield, it's just easier to have two people around, so I appreciate the help. Of course, with anything bodywork related, even installing glass, it's all in the prep. The actual install takes like 5 minutes. We started by prepping the windshield by giving it a thorough clean with glass cleaner. After cleaning the glass, we get some 3M primer in this dashed area all the way around the windshield. That is where our urethane will end up sealing. After the windshield has been prepped, we can prep the actual pinch weld on the car. We need to cut down any existing urethane, and in my case, since I have a brand new uni side that I put seam sealer on, we ended up scraping all of that off, getting down to the primer. And then just like the windshield, we put 3M primer all the way around the pinch weld. After you remove your old windshield, it's kind of likely that you're gonna end up leaving a few scratches, and any of those scratches that you make also fill with this 3M primer to prevent any rust. Make sure you cut your nozzle in this triangle shape here so that when you apply it, it's thick at the bottom, comes to a point at the top. That way when you put the windshield on and push it down, it squishes that urethane out, creating a super good seal. We can get our suction cups on, place the windshield in the correct spot, making sure that that weather stripping is pushed up all the way against the roof, squish it down all the way around to make sure that we have a good seal with our urethane, and then just 2 big pieces of masking tape to make sure it does not slide down. And that's it. Super easy to install glass, especially with John, the bodywork magician's help. And now, since it's been 3 days since the windshield and the rear quarter glasses have been put in place, we can take this tape off. And I gotta say, car looks way better with windshield on. Although this does mean if I ever decide that I want a new headliner, it's gonna be a lot harder to do that. Either I gotta cut the windshield out or disassemble enough of the interior that the headliner can come out the door. I don't see myself doing that in the future, so I think we're good to go. Now the plan from here on out is to kind of just work our way front to back on the car. I'm gonna be honest, we still have a lot to do on this car before we drive it, so let's get started back on the front of the car. On Toyota's parts website, a lot of these things have the same name, radiator support. Some of it holds strut bracing, some of it holds bumper brackets, some of it holds radiator brackets, some of it holds hood latches. I don't know the name of each individual piece, so I'm just gonna shut up for a little bit and get this whole front metal structure bolted on. You know, super fun fact, the way the front end currently sits is the most put together it's been since I've bought it. I mean, look at how I bought this thing. There is an obvious reason why I got custom license plates saying crumpled. Now we're gonna stop there on the front end for now, because I'm missing bolts for the headlights, I'm missing bolts for the hood latches. We're gonna move back just a little bit and install our height sensor, although I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it, so here's the height sensor installed. Now, just taking one more step backwards, we can install a plastic piece that goes under our strut braces and then install our strut braces. Just like we've done many times before, these front frame pieces came with no threads, no riv nuts, no riv studs, no nothing. So we need to cut the threads ourselves for our strut brace. And then of course we just bolt it down. The bar was touching the airbox here. I didn't have it seated all the way down, so now we have some space there. It wasn't in this rubber grommet over here. And with our strut braces on, we can take just one more step backwards and work on sealing up our doors. When I'm going for that first drive, I don't want to hear wind noise. I want to hear engine and exhaust noise. So I want to make sure that our doors are sealing really well. In order to seal up the doors, we have to put on our A-pillar trim, which has 4 clips on each side and then 3 screws on the inside on each side. I was hoping to keep this plastic on to protect it while we assemble everything, but it's just in the way. After that, the weather stripping that goes around the window has 4 clips, again, on each side, and then it snaps in to the A-pillar trim. Now there's one more hole to fill in the door because, again, I don't want to have a bunch of air rushing into the car when I'm trying to hear the exhaust, when I'm trying to hear the engine, and I'm trying to talk to you guys. So we need to take off the door panel, remove the little plastic piece by the mirror, and then it's just 3 bolts and it should come right out. Mirror's off the old door, let's go put it on the new one. And we can get our glass in at the same time. Now this time we're not going to take another step back, but we're going to get a little lower. I want to bolt down our side skirts, that way they don't fly off on our first trim. And then finally we're at the back of the car. We're not done yet. We still have a bunch of stuff to do underneath the car, but I want to get our bash bar on and then we can clip in this plastic piece. Next up, we can go inside the rear hatch. I finally got the new positive battery terminal, so we'll no longer have that check engine light. Plus, I won't have to worry about our battery terminal disconnecting while I'm driving, because that would suck. And then I think the last thing we're doing back here is our tail lights. And now the fun part, just like every other part of this car, I need to disassemble a little bit of the interior so we can get to the bolts on the back. First, they need to be clean, so here's a nice before and after. Then it's just one plug for each side, bolt it down, and then we can reassemble our interior. And that should wrap up the exterior of the car, enough for the first drive. I would have liked to have headlights to be a little bit more street legal, but we have taillights and we have both of our side mirrors. The taillights cleaned up amazingly. Super excited to have these on the car. That just leaves this pile of parts here. A drive shaft, a heat shield, the exhaust, the rear cross member that goes underneath the exhaust, rear diff fluid, the fluid for our transmission, and coolant. And we have to do it in that exact order. So let's get started with our drive shaft. Drive shaft installed. Next up, the heat shield. Now we're ready for a super exciting part, the exhaust. The first thing we have to do is put the valve on the exhaust. With the valve open, it'll be a 3-inch exhaust, 1 resonator, no muffler, gonna be really good. With the valve closed, it goes through a muffler, should deaden it if I ever want it to be a little quiet. You can see it's got a little spindle or rod that sticks out with a little notch in it. And we also have a heat shield with a hole that goes through. And if you look at our exhaust, the valve also has a spindle or rod that sticks out with the same notch. If we put our exhaust valve on, you see they do not meet, they do not touch. This little metal rod or pin here is what connects the two. So what I found to be easiest, put the rod in place and then slide the exhaust valve on top of it. And now they're connected, they are one. We just need to bolt them together. And that is our exhaust valve installed on our new exhaust. Unfortunately, the next task that we have to do to install this exhaust is a little bit harder. These 2 bolts that you see here are holding on our exhaust hanger, or what used to be one. It broke off in the accident, just like everything else underneath the car did. Now it's no big deal. I have a new one, except for it is a big deal. The top bolt here, it doesn't come out with the transmission in the car. So I'm hoping we can undo the transmission mount bolts and lower the transmission just enough to get that top bolt out. Lucky day. Let's get our new one on and get this transmission back bolted in place. And this is all that was left of that exhaust mount. And with our valve on our new exhaust and our exhaust hanger fixed, nothing left to do but install the exhaust. There's 5 sections of this exhaust. One of them connects to our downpipe. The second piece is our resonator. The third piece is the longest. The fourth piece has our valve and an exhaust tip. And then the 5th and final piece is our muffler and our other side exhaust tip. You install it all loosely, make sure everything is in its home, and then go back and tighten all the clamps. The muffler was a little tougher than I thought it was going to be. Everything went really easy up until the muffler, but we got everything lined up and then tightened down so the exhaust is installed. Now with the current plan, there's actually only one more part to install, and it's this little cross member here. After that, it's just fluids and tuning. Now I, more than anybody in the world, want to start this car, but it's late, I'm tired. Even if I got it running, it's too dark to film, so I'm gonna stop where I'm at and I'll be right back to finish this thing off. And we're back the next day and already nice and sweaty. It's been 100 degrees out with 70% humidity for like the past 3 days. More importantly, I was mocking up that cross member on the rear there, and it wasn't fitting because of the exhaust. All I really cared about the first time I installed it was that the exhaust tips were in the right spot, pointing straight. Unfortunately, I didn't notice that the rest of the exhaust was hanging too low. So I just loosened up all the clamps, turned all the pipes so that they were up higher, right next to that heat shielding, and I tightened everything down. And I had to do that like 15 times because I tightened it and it would move position. So it was a lot of trial and error, but you saw what I did the first time. Imagine me doing that 15 more times. So now that the exhaust has been repositioned, we're ready for that rear cross member, except for one more thing with the exhaust. Stainless steel exhausts change colors when you get heat through them. And your hands have a lot of oil, so when you install it, a lot of that oil transfers to the exhaust. So what we need to do is wipe down the exhaust, get all of that oil off, so that when we do get it colored, it doesn't have a bunch of fingerprints in it. This is definitely an extra step. If anything, make sure your tips look good, or if you have stainless steel headers in your car, make sure that those are clean. The bottom of the car, that's really up to you if you want to go that far. I do. So I'm going to quickly go underneath with a microfiber towel and brake clean and wipe down the exhaust so that when we start getting some heat through this exhaust and it gets a nice color, it doesn't have my handprints all over it. Now I think our exhaust tips are level. I could be wrong. I've only really looked at them from kind of low level. I'm sure I'll have to adjust them again when we get our bumper on, so I'm just gonna leave them for now. But now, for the third time of me saying we can install that lower cross member, I think we actually can. All right, exhaust installed. Exhaust is clean. Cross member installed. We can move back just a little bit to the rear diff and change that fluid. In order to get to our fill plug, we gotta take off this dampener. And then funny enough, our temp sensor here is actually the drain, but of course, we're gonna make sure that we can get the fill plug out first. Okay, fill plug's out. I can smell that sweet, sweet 75, 90 weight oil. Always the best smelling. And now that we got our fill plug out, we can take out our drain. No water in there, good fluid. I mean, clean. Definitely didn't need to change it, but we're gonna have fresh fluid and everything else. We might as well have fresh fluid in our diff. Now I'm not gonna sit here and let it drain completely. If you wanted to, you could lower the rear end of the car to help drain it out even more. Since it's only got 3,000 miles on it, I'm not trying to do a perfect flush here. And with our sensor in or our drain plug back in, clean it up, and now we can fill it. Gonna be using Valvoline here. It does have limited slip additive. Number 2 going in. There she be. Okay. Plug our sensor back in, and we should be good to go with our rear diff.
Almost forgot this dampener here.
Now, another wipe down here because I kept on touching this thing. Now that we're done with the rear diff fluid, we can go back to the front of the car and fill our coolant. The coolant I bought is concentrated, so I'm going to dilute it 50-50 with distilled water. It's important that you use distilled water. You can't just use the hose or your tap water. It has to be distilled. Also, I'm diluting it 50-50 because that works for my climate. But if you're somewhere where it's really, really cold, you might want to do 70% coolant and 30% water. You obviously want your coolant to be clean, so whatever container you're using, make sure you thoroughly clean it. In this case, I'm just using a drain pan, so I'm gonna clean it out with brake clean. Now, lucky for me, since I'm doing a 50-50 mix, and my coolant jug is 1 gallon, and my water jug is 1 gallon, I don't have to do any measuring, I can just dump them both in. Once we have our clean container with our coolant in it, we can pull vacuum on our system. In this case, we're going to have to do this twice because the GR Supra has 2 separate cooling systems. One for the engine and turbo, and the other one for the intercooler that cools the charged air from the turbo. This is sucking up a lot of coolant. Hopefully the intercooler one uses a lot less, because this one's taking a lot. Good thing about the concentrated one, or I would have had to buy 4 of those. That would have been expensive. That is the engine, turbo, radiator system filled. Let's do the other one. This one's filling up a lot faster. I should definitely have enough. With those filled, we can put our radiator caps back on. Now I had a little extra, so I put it back in the coolant jug and I just labeled it that it's already 50-50 mixed, so I don't forget that in the future. I also realized I didn't really explain why there's different mixtures of water and coolant. Water is better at cooling than coolant. Coolant is better at not freezing though. So if you live anywhere where it freezes, you need to mix coolant with your water so that your water doesn't freeze inside your engine and crack your block. Moving on though, I think we're ready to reconnect our battery, check our codes, clear them, and see how many we fixed, how many come back. Okay, let me add up all of the faults we have. I need a calculator to do this because there's a lot of them. All right, we have 191 faults. Let's erase them, rescan it, see what we got. After erasing them, we went all the way down to 74. Everybody give yourself a round of applause. We did fantastic. A lot of those fault codes were just the same thing repeated across multiple of those modules. And it was just complaining that it couldn't get in contact with the DME. So as soon as we fixed that, we got rid of 120 of them. This is interesting. We have 2 transmission faults and they say lateral acceleration center of gravity. And the second one is actual roadway longitudinal inclination. I'm guessing those 2 codes are from the accident. Hopefully we can get rid of those somehow. All right, I'm going to put away the Autel. Next up, what I want to do is do some coding with Bimmer code. The reason why that's important for our first drive is I want the first drive to be as good, as cool as possible. And one thing that I do not like is that the Supra plays fake noise through the speakers. And I'm absolutely going to turn that off before the first drive. I don't want the speakers ruining my exhaust sound. All right, so we have active sound design, and we're going to deactivate that. So we no longer will have sound playing through our speakers. Thank God. We're going to go ahead and turn off the auto start stop. That would definitely ruin my first drive. We can flash our MHD tune. I'm really excited about this. Very, very excited. We're doing stage 2. Stage 2, 91 octane. Hopefully that gets us 500 horsepower. Who knows? Map right. Oh, hold on. Options. We can have options. Activate anti-lag, yeah. Remove top speed limiter, yup. Increase iDrive power and torque gauges, yes. Exhaust burble. Let's go with a medium. For the first drive, let's do a medium exhaust burble. If it's too much, I'll turn it down. Exhaust flap always open in sport mode, yes. Startup roar, yeah. We should be ready with those options. Happy with that. Map right. Here we go. God, this is exciting. I want it. We're going to get to hear the first start with this exhaust. I'll have to make sure to put it in sport mode for our first start. I want that exhaust flap open. All right, success. Wait 30 seconds. So while we wait 30 seconds, I'm going to move you guys to the back so you can hear that first start. Hopefully we don't have any exhaust leaks, but it should sound awesome regardless. I hear a really, really bad noise. Well, that's really, really bad news. I took the little rubber piece on the bottom of the transmission to viewport, took that off, and the noise is very, very obviously coming from that area. A very, very disappointing way to end a Sunday night, just to go to work in the morning. Thus is life. But got to keep those hopes high. We'll figure out the issue. Flex plates are cheap. Hopefully it's just a flex plate. I think I found the issue. I'll walk you through the steps that I went to diagnose it. There weren't many because I found it, well, I think I found it pretty quick. So first thing I did is just turn the motor over by hand. Turned it over and checked each flex plate bolt to make sure one of them didn't back out and was scraping against the engine. All of the flex plate bolts turned out to be good and tight. Now the next thing I did, even though I was worried of hurting something, is I had to turn the engine on and look for the issue while it was happening. And what I noticed is our starter is not disengaging fully. It's half retracted so that it's just barely making contact. And so the flex plate is spinning at 800 RPM, whatever the engine RPM is at, but the starter is spinning at 10 RPM. I can watch it move. So the flex plate is just nicking the corner of the starter and making that screeching noise. So maybe our starter got bent in the accident. I don't know. Either way, let's pull our starter out and just test it to make sure that it's actually actuating. Now again, I'm sorry you guys can't see everything I do down here. I would love a lift. Bend pack, hit me up. Next car on the channel, I'm getting bigger jack stands so you guys can see better until we get that lift. Starter unplugged. Power wire coming off. By the way, this is probably one of the easiest starters to ever do. The bolts are on the bottom, nothing underneath it. I guess normally there's like a protective stuff here. I guess I don't have the car fully assembled. Still, really easy starter to do. And that's our starter. I don't know if you guys can tell on camera, but if you look right where my fingertips are, the teeth of the gears, they're shiny. They have definitely, in fact, been impacting that flex plate. So hopefully this is our noise. Looking at pictures of the starter versus ones I just looked up on Google Images, it looks like it's receding as far back as it does normally. So what I wanted to check next is if there's any slop back and forth on the starter install, and there's a little bit. There's like 1/8 of an inch that I can move the starter back when I bolt it in. It's not really my happiest fix, but if it gets us farther than we currently are right now, at least I can confirm that the starter is in fact the issue to begin with. So starter's back in, it's as far back as I can move it when I bolted it down. Let's connect the battery, start the car, see if the noise is still there. It's still there, but it's way quieter, so I think that starter is our issue. I gave it a little bit more space, the noise is a little quieter. By the way, exhaust sounds pretty good if you get over the fact that there's a screeching metal grinding noise on the front of the engine, but... Alright, so moving it back as far as I can and then bolting it in, no result. Don't know if it was maybe a little better, wasn't good enough. So before I get a new starter and assume that that's the issue, the last thing I'm going to do is just grind a little bit of the teeth away. I don't like admitting that, but this is just a test. This is me verifying that the flex plate grinding on the starter is in fact the issue. I'm going to reinstall it, start the engine, and hopefully our noise goes away. Good news, the noise is gone. That means the starter hitting the flex plate was in fact the issue. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that our starter is bad and not retracting enough. If I install a new starter and the noise comes back, then we have other issues. But for now, I just want to enjoy the fact that my engine is running and I no longer hear a god-awful metallic noise. I don't know if the engine's running right. Take a listen to this engine. It sounds like I have a cam. Maybe this is normal. I don't know. I'm gonna rev it up just a little bit. I want to hear what it sounds like. All right, it does sound good. The cackles are probably a little aggressive for my taste. I'll probably turn them down from medium aggressiveness to soft. However, we definitely have a misfire. Sitting in the car, I can feel it rumbling. Let's go ahead and check our codes, see if we can see any. All right, we do in fact have more check engine lights for the ECU. Hopefully they can tell us something important. Power management, reduction or shutdown of individual electrical consumer. That's one code, and the second code is DME encoding, coding data not qualified. Little bit of research I did. A couple people mentioned resetting your adaptations. Seems like a really good place to start. So I'm going to reset those. Okay, let's see if anything changed after resetting the adaptations. Well, I actually stopped the car because we have coolant underneath it. So I'm going to investigate where that's coming from. Okay, well, here we go again with another coolant leak. We just finished the Subaru build with a cracked head causing a coolant leak. And here we go again with the Supra, and it has a coolant leak. I don't think it's a cracked head this time. I can see the coolant leaking on the outside. Thank God, that's way better than it leaking into the oil. However, I'm going to rant for a second. On the Subaru, I pressure tested the coolant system and not vacuum checked it. On the Supra, I vacuum tested it and there was no leak, but here I am pressure testing it and now there's a leak. I literally flip-flopped what I did with the Supra and Subaru. Apparently from now on, I gotta do both because it didn't leak under vacuum, but here it is leaking under pressure. Now I did find the leak. Unfortunately, it is well underneath the intake manifold. We're gonna have to drain our coolant, which is super messy because there's no drain valve. It's just pull off the radiator hose, let it drain, and then we have to take off our intake. After we take off our intake, we have to take off our thermostat and install a new one. Sounds really easy. It is really easy. Everything's really easy compared to what we've done in the past. I just don't want to do it, but crying about it, moping about it isn't going to solve it. So let's get started. Just like me having to remove the dash to put the door hinges on last video, I always say it wasn't too bad. In my head, I'm always like, wow, I have to undo a bunch of progress. This is gonna suck. This is gonna take forever. But 45 minutes to undo everything to get the thermostat off, I'll take it. And here's our thermostat. And this hole here is where it was leaking from. The part that connects to it, I did double check. The bolts were tight. It was absolutely not a loose bolt situation. It has the O-ring on it. It has this extra gasket with the spring on it. It seems like it was assembled correctly, but obviously it was leaking. So I don't see any issues. I don't see any cracks, but I said that same thing with the Subaru. I didn't see any cracks, but they were there. I'm not gonna just replace those O-rings and take a chance at putting it back on just to make another coolant mess, just to lose another hour and a half of disassembly and reassembly. The new thermostat comes with that tube already on it, so I know it'll be assembled correctly and it better seal if it's coming from factory. So now we just have to hope that one, those aren't on back order. I don't think they would be. They are a very common fault. I Googled B58 coolant leak and I think the first 10 forum posts were all saying the thermostat. And guess what? Mine's leaking from the thermostat too. So I'm gonna go order this. I'm going to ship it as fast as possible because this is just another holdup in me driving this car and getting this video to you. Okay, I'm back. It's been a couple days. Turns out you can't order that part from Toyota. They won't sell it. If you go to the Toyota parts website, you go to part number 16670 WAA01, you'll see that it has a supersession, meaning that they have released a new part because there's probably a problem with the original. So then we go to 16670 WAA03. And if you look at that part, you can't purchase that one either, but there's no supersession for it. So I'm kind of just stuck with what we got. Now, obviously this is a BMW part. So the first thing I thought of was ordering it from BMW, but some of the pieces on this are specific to the Toyota GR Supra and they don't transfer over from the BMW Z4, and the parts that don't transfer over are the parts that we're leaking from. Long story short, we have to try to fix ours. Now it's fine, it's probably better this way. It's gonna end up saving me 200 bucks by just fixing mine with a $1 O-ring instead of the $200 part. Honestly, I only wanted to buy a new one because I saw that there was a supersession, so I figured I should just upgrade to the newest, latest part while I'm here, but we don't have that option right now. So here is our old O-ring. I don't believe it was this broken when I first took it off. I think I ended up ripping it when I was trying to mock it up and put it back in. But you can see the new O-ring that I bought, same size, same width. We're good to go. Let's lube this up, put it back together, put the thermostat back in the car, reassemble it, vacuum check, and pressure check the system. Okay, hold up. Before we continue and put our ECU and our air box in, let's pull vacuum and pressurize both of our cooling systems to make sure we don't have a leak. If you can tell by the smile on my face, pressure testing it, success. 15 PSI, 15 minutes, not a single drop. So it was a bad O-ring, I'm super happy with that. I actually went back and watched my engine assembly video and I noticed that I just kind of used the bolts to get it seated. And when I was putting it together the second time, I noticed it was really hard to get that O-ring seated correctly. I guess previous me was just impatient, bolted it on, and it ended up pinching, ripping that O-ring. So the lesson for the day, if you get impatient, just maybe take a break, because it ended up costing me 3 hours of my life in the future. If I would have paused for 5 minutes and did it correctly, we probably would have been driving the car by now. For now, let's finish our reassembly. We can put our ECU, our PCM back on, plug it all in, then we can put our air intake back on, the 2 strut braces, and vacuum fill our coolant. Now, unfortunately, I lost too much coolant and didn't have enough extra to fill both sides. The engine and turbo side is completely filled, but I don't have enough to fill the heat exchanger side, so I'll have to do that later. It is Saturday, which means I have all day to get this GR Supra on the road, and I intend to do that. The to-do list for the day is pretty small before our first drive, so let's get started. 1, I didn't have enough coolant to fill our low temp or our heat exchanger side, so that's really easy. Pull vacuum, 50-50 mix, and then let the vacuum filler do its job. Since I spent a couple days trying to fix our thermostat issue, the bolts for the headlights, the hood latches, and the front core support came in, so we can fill in the missing bolts for the front core support, install our hood latches and plug them in, which just leaves our headlights. Our headlights, I had to buy used ones. The driver's side headlight, I bought used with the housing and modules already together. We should just be able to bolt that in. The passenger side, however, I had to buy 2 used headlights, one with a good housing and one with modules. So I think all we have to do is unbolt the modules, unplug them, plug them into the good housing, and bolt them together. And then that headlight is ready to be installed as well. And now with our coolant filled, those 3 missing bolts bolted in, the headlights on, and the hood latches on, we are ready to do the door panel. We went through all that work to put the windshield and the rear quarter glasses in to try to avoid wind noise, so it only makes sense to be able to roll up my driver's side window as well. Let's just make sure everything works here quick. Everything does not work here. That sucks. Okay, everything does in fact work. You just need the keys to be able to operate stuff. Who would have thought you have to turn the car on? I'm obviously not that smart. All right, door panel's on. I can adjust the mirrors, I can lock the doors, I can open the doors, I can do all the things that I need to do. Even the folding mirrors work. It is clipped in, nutted in on the bottom, and bolted in the middle. I'm not gonna put the little plastic pieces on because I'll probably take these off for paint, but I do wanna clean it. Now, not super detailed, just first drive, but for now, door panel's on. Okay, I'm nervous. We need to run the car for like 15 minutes and just make sure no more leaks appear. Make sure the car can run for 15 minutes straight. Make sure we have no oil leaks. Make sure we have no coolant leaks. And we need to fill our transmission. That's the last thing on the to-do list before we can drive it, is fill the transmission. I did test the headlights. They do not work, so I'll have to get them coated. At least I have blinkers on the side mirror. So I have blinkers on the front of the car, and I'm not gonna drive it at night. So the headlights, they're in, but they don't work. I guess there's really nothing left for me to do except for turn the car on and just see if we're ready for our first drive. Once the transmission hits 40 degrees Celsius or 104 degrees Fahrenheit, after I've shifted through the gears, park, neutral, drive, reverse, back to drive, try to use the paddle shifters to go 1 through 8. Once I shift through the gears and the transmission's up to temp, I fill it again, and if everything else is good, I think we drive it. So far it's idling a lot better after we reset the adaptations. I can go into every gear, the paddle shifts are working. So far no fluid underneath the car. Transmission temp is going up, we have good oil pressure, and our coolant temp is going up as well. So far, so good. No leaks, everything's working. We might be able to drive this thing soon. So far just free revving it, I can already tell you that the burble tune is a little too aggressive for my taste. So we'll probably set that to soft before we go. Oh, well, the car turned off. I wanted to set the burble to soft, but apparently it turns the car off when it's flashing the ECU. I thought I could do it when it's running. I gotta wait 30 seconds and we'll get the car running again. Boys, we did it. Oh, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. We have to do, like I say we have to. I get to do the first drive. I'm going to wait for the car to cool down and check the coolant. There's really one more thing to do, and it's the bleed procedure on the coolant. But since I vacuum filled it and I just ran it and revved it up, which is really what the bleed procedure is, I'm gonna let it cool down, check our coolant, and then we're putting on our wheels and we're going for our first drive. I'm gonna go cool off because being under that car when it was on, I'm hot, it's hot outside. I'm gonna cool off, the car's gonna cool off. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't wait the full hour. Radiator hoses are a little warm to the touch still. Feels like it still has a little pressure. So while we wait a little bit longer, let's put these wheels on for the first time in a year. I can't, even without the bumper, I can't get the jack out. Oh no! The jack is stuck. And the first time in 4 years, this car is on the ground, on its own wheels, and drivable. This is the first time I've seen this car on all 4 of its wheels straight. Like, sure, I got it delivered on 4 wheels, but it was destroyed. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to feel. Like, I took this car completely apart. I cut the front of the car off, welded the car back together, painted it, and reassembled it. It's not like I just rebuilt the engine and the worst that could happen is it was a bad rebuild. That's not the worst that could happen. Like, I took everything off. The brakes could fail on me because I did the brakes. The suspension could fail on me because I did the suspension. The frame, what if my welding sucks? Well, obviously there's the engine part, there's the transmission. The corner could break off, I could lose all my transmission fluid. I took this car all the way down to the chassis, cut the chassis in half, and just put it all back together. And I'm going to drive it finally. The first start is such a good feeling. Because the engine started, it's done. It's great. This is nerve-wracking. But there's literally nothing left to do except for top off our coolant and just break the ice and do our first drive. No matter how nervous I am, I just have to do it. Now, the radiator hoses are still warm to the touch, but I'm impatient. So I'm gonna take the cap off. Hopefully it's not pressurized. A little pressure, but not a lot. Coolant's still full, actually. Check the low temp side. This one's a little low. And now it's full. And officially the to-do list is empty except for drive it. So I'm gonna set the camera up and let's do this. First time moving. Oh! Oh, no power steering. Okay. No power steering. Got it. Oh, it's gonna beep the whole time until we figure out how to convince it the hood is closed. Oh my God, I broke the rear tires loose. Not in sport mode, just half throttle. Wow, I'm gonna get in trouble in this thing. Oh God, I do not want to Mustang this thing. I do not want to slide into a crowd of people. That's a lot of power. We need to fix the hood thing. Oh, it stopped beeping. Okay, we don't need to fix the hood thing. It stopped beeping. Oh, I'm going 31 and I'm passing a cop and my car is very attractive to the cops right now. Okay, he didn't turn around. I know I said at the beginning of this video that I wanted to rip on this car. I fully acknowledge that I said that. The car is not ready. The brakes aren't there. They probably just have to be, like the rotors are rusty. So hopefully getting rid of the rust makes the brakes work a lot better. I don't have power steering. There's no way that I'm going to romp on this car in its current state. Like, it's beeping at me, the steering wheel isn't straight. Too much, there's too much to go wrong. There's too many issues with the car to floor it. But we just have to take this huge accomplishment for what it is. I said it already, I think I said it twice. We took this car completely apart and we're driving it. I have touched 99% of the bolts on this car. And it's on the road. It's beeping, it's angry. There's a lot to fix, but a huge win nonetheless. We just have to be happy with what this is. The exhaust sounds good. Sport mode. The exhaust sounds good. Exhaust valve open. Burble tune. Yeah, it's fast too. Sport mode, like, I don't know if this is a linear throttle map. It might be pretty aggressive, but the little bit of throttle, that sounds good. Oh my God, the tires, it breaks the tires loose instantly. Oh my God, this is a dangerous car. Okay, off sport mode. All we technically have to do is put this body together, take it apart, paint it, and then put it back together one final time. Now I know I just said that I need to assemble the body first, but there's a couple issues that we found during our first drive that I want to fix first. The power steering and the headlights I bought used, so they are coded to a different vehicle. So a couple days ago, I let somebody that I've never talked to in my life remote into my laptop, connect to the GR Supra, and code our headlights and our power steering rack. Let's go back in time and see how that went. Okay, here we go. He's gonna connect. Hopefully everything goes well. The guy just pulled up LimeWire. He's gonna brick my computer. Only thing I remember about LimeWire is getting viruses. Okay, he set ignition off for 30 seconds. Back on in diagnostic mode. Oh, he says he's done. Front passenger airbag. Well, apparently the one in the dash has 3 plugs and he says I missed one. Well, it's complaining about one. It's either it could be a bad wire or I just didn't plug it in. Unfortunately, it's the one at the top of the dash. It's not the bottom one, so the dash might have to come out again. He says he was able to code the SRS module either with that broken wire or that plug, but he says he might have to remote in to clear the code once I fix it, unless I can get it myself with the Autel. So I think I can remove my laptop, give everything a test, and then pay the man if everything's working. Oh yeah, power steering works 100%. Let's test our lights. Oh, I can see all the lights working. High beams, normal lights, blinkers, all of it's working. Success. We still have the airbag light, but he told us it's because the airbag's unplugged. Happy days. Happy days. Okay, coding went awesome. Shout out to Armin. Found him through a random Facebook post, messaged him on Instagram literally today, and he coated my car the same day. Super good price, super helpful. He was even showing me other modules that I didn't even ask about that were having issues. As of right now, all the modules that were having issues are just stuff that's unplugged, but I didn't even ask for that, and he still did it. Super good service. Thank you, Armin. The main concern currently is that dashboard airbag. I'm hoping that I can remove the radio controls, remove the glove box, and plug in that wire. Please, Lord, I don't want to pull this dash again. Lots of good news, a little bad news. The good news is I have the glove box off and I can see the wires for the airbag. The bad news is all 3 plugs are plugged in, so it's not a simple plug it in and it's fixed. But the final good news is I can see the sheathing on one of the wires is ripped off, so that is where our resistance is coming from. We can tape up that wire and we should be good to go.
Okay, well, I said there was some sheathing missing, and there is. The blue wires have some exposed wire. However, I just found out that the white wires are cut. So thank you, Armin, for pointing this out. I guess I should have checked my chassis harness that I bought used a little better, but we'll get these wires spliced back together, wrap them all up in some electrical tape, get it plugged back in, and Armin said he'll even reconnect, clear out those codes for us.
Okay, turns out Armin didn't even need a reconnect. The warning just went away on its own. I really can't say thank you enough to Armin. That was fast, that was a good price. I was super worried that the dealership was gonna charge me so much money to do that coding, or even just tell me like, oh, nope, we can't code those, you just have to buy brand new ones. Especially because the SRS module was literally on back order, I couldn't even get one. So if you guys need any BMW coding or Toyota GR Supra coding, hit up Armin, can't recommend him enough. Now that that's done and we have no more airbag codes, let's put our interior back together. Now we had one other major issue that I would like to fix, and that is that the brakes were not performing nearly as good as they should be for when we actually want to romp on this thing. Now I'm hoping that's because the rotors are super rusty from sitting for 4 years, and in order for me to test that, I kind of just gotta go drive the car and break in those brake rotors again. However, I'm not gonna go drive this car and try to break in those brakes with 1, our steering wheel not being aligned, and 2, the constant dinging from our hood being off. So let's start by fixing our steering alignment. Now I bought some Vevor alignment plates to try to get this toe set a little better so that when I do drive it, we're not scrubbing our front tires and losing tread for nothing. So what you do with these alignment plates is there's little studs to space them off of the rim so that you know that they're straight. And then you have 2 tape measures, and I compared the tape measure to make sure that they are exactly the same length. And it lets you measure the distance between the front of your wheels and the back of your wheels. So if the back of your wheels are farther apart than the front, it means you have toe in. And if the back of your wheels are closer than the front, it means you have toe out. And if you look at our measurements, we have 76.25 inch gap in the back, and we have just under 76 inches in the front, meaning we are towed in nearly 0.8 degrees. And personally, I want to try to get that as close to 0 as possible, knowing that I'm going to get an alignment in the future and that this is temporary. So I'm going to jack up one side at a time, remove the wheel, remove the tie rod, screw it out 1 full turn, bolt everything back together, and then do the same thing on the other side. Well, that doesn't make sense. I turned this side, only this side, out 1 full turn, and now we're towed out. 1 turn on one side went from 0.8 degrees in to 0.8 degrees out. 75.75 in the back, 76 in the front. So 1 turn really moved it that much. So we were basically 1/2 inch toe in, and then I moved just this side 1 rotation out, and now we're 1/2 inch toe out. Now we don't want to move them separately, so technically I should move this side back a full turn in to get back to equal. And then if a full turn out on one side is twice as far as that we need to go, that means both sides together we need 1/2 turn. And if we want to move them equally, it means I should move this a full turn in and then a 1/4 turn out. So basically move this 3/4 of a turn in and a 1/4 of a turn out on the other side. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, maybe I'll draw a picture for you guys. For now, let's jack this side back up, 3/4 of a turn in on this side, go to the other side and do 1/4 of a turn out and redo our measurement. Seems I went the wrong way because now it's 76 in the front and 75 3/4 in the back. So I did a quarter turn, but I did a quarter turn the wrong way. So now I got to go back to the other side and do half a turn the other way and remeasure. So I'll do that and I'll be right back. All right, I took an additional attempt, but we have our dead straight toe. We are at 75 7/8 on the front, 75 7/8 on the back. And with our toe in fixed, I'm going to actually take this for a quick spin and see if the steering wheel is straight while I'm driving now. If not, it might be that I need to move the steering wheel and not the wheels. So I'm gonna go double check that quick and I'll be right back. And I'm back from my little outing with the car, and we have good and bad news. Let's start with the good news. 1, it's fast still. 2, it still sounds really good. And 3, we have power steering, which made driving it 10 times better. Now, the bad news. 1, we have some fluids underneath the car. And I say fluids plural, because there's a couple. 2, our brakes are still really squishy. And 3, I still don't have a hood, so it still dings at me. So let's jack up the car, take a look at the fluids, and maybe, just maybe, the fluids underneath the car have something to do with our squishy brake pedal. All right, good news and bad news on the fluid. Let's start with the bad news. One of the fluids underneath the car is transmission fluid, but I can actually see that it's leaking from the fill plug, but it happens to be right next to our JB weld repair. So I'm hoping that I can clean up the area, tighten that fill plug, and then that leak doesn't come back. I think that's most of the bad news. We have some iffy news. The iffy news is the other fluid is a dark, oily, I don't know what the other fluid is. It's old fluid. So it makes me think that the rear diff, I just didn't do a good job cleaning it and it dripped off and I just didn't notice it until now. That's what I'm hoping. I don't know what that fluid is. I didn't see any drips from the rear diff. I didn't see any drips from the engine oil. So we're gonna just have to leave that one for now. I'm not sure. Now, good news. Our brake pedal is still very squishy, but I think I figured out why. It happens to be I just bled the brakes wrong. Turns out the front calipers have 2 bleed nipples, one on the inside and one on the outside. I only did the one on the inside of the brake caliper, not the outside. So I think if I bleed that extra bleed nipple, we'll have a good brake pedal. Again, I'm solo out here, so I'm gonna hook up my pneumatic brake bleeder, and I'm gonna go ahead and do all 4 corners one more time, starting with the farthest corner, working my way to the front, and I'm gonna do both sides of the front caliper this time. Look at this, how did I miss this? This giant bleeder right here. I'm proud of myself for finding this. I'm also not proud of myself because I missed it when it's right here. That is our brakes bled properly. I imagine I'm not gonna have a squishy pedal anymore, and since we're actually using our front brakes, we should probably stop 3 times better. Okay, I'm finally satisfied with how the car sits, running and driving wise. We have no leaks. We have good brakes, we have power steering, we have headlights, we have taillights, we have no airbag lights. The past week of work have been refining what we already have put together and making it properly work. Now, I still desperately need an alignment, so I'm going to schedule that ASAP because both of the rear wheels are turned out and that's why I have no traction. I floor it, both the wheels slide out, traction control saves me. With an alignment, I'll be able to romp on this thing finally with good brakes, good steering, and a good alignment. So let's finally start assembling this body to make sure all of the body gaps are good so we can take it apart and paint it. I think we should start with the back of the car. So let's go get our rear bumper on. Now the rear hatch. All right, let's talk about a lesson that I've learned from this GR Supra. And I've learned this lesson 5 times over now. Never assemble your interior first. Because, turns out, I gotta take the headliner off in order to bolt the hinges on for the rear hatch. Lesson learned, okay? You do not repeat my mistakes. Assemble the interior last. That'll give me enough access there to reach the bolt holes. Not with an impact though. Everything's always a little bit more fun when you're solo. Okay, now the hope is that I can latch this like that, and that puts the hatch exactly where it needs to be. So when it's latched, I want this body line and this body line and it to flow smoothly. So that's how I'll know whether I need to raise the back up or down. Basically right where it sits. So let me tighten down the hinges because those are where I want them. Okay, hinges are tight. That body line's good. and good, and good, and good. So now, the hinges are where we need them, and this back line is where we need them, so we just need to tighten these bolts down. So we need to raise it up without moving the hinges. And then now that everything's tight, does everything still line up? Seems that when I tightened it down, this side moved up a little bit. Okay, I moved it a little too far out that time. Okay, perfect. Bumper's installed, bumper lines look good, hatch is installed, hatch looks good. And I'm pretty happy with how the rear bumper and the hatch are turning out. When I take off the hatch, I'll be marking where the bolts go so that I know next time I can just bolt it right in. Don't got to worry about scratching anything. Now we already put the doors and the side skirts on, so that moves us all the way up to the fenders. Now we have 5 bolts holding each of these fenders on, and these brackets were actually on before the wreck. They are not brand new, so they are a little bent. So we might have to put this on and off a couple times to get everything to line up. Okay, this fender is on good enough, I think. The door opens and closes without hitting it, so I have it about as close as it's gonna get without the door hitting. If I look at the body lines, it seems like it flows nicely. So the brackets are tight where they should be. Now we gotta go do the other side. The other side is almost the same thing. There is one huge difference with this side's fender than the other one. This side has our windshield washer fluid reservoir, so you got to bolt that in first, and then the fender goes over the top. All right, I actually did this side way better. Turns out the reason why the door was hitting, unless there was such a big gap, is because I had my fender too far in. So if I go move that other side out, I can move it closer, close up that gap a little bit. Now that I'm happy with this body line, I can take the fender off and install our washer fluid reservoir. I needed to make sure that this body line was good first, because this bracket, the bolt is behind the washer reservoir, so I wouldn't be able to adjust this bracket with the washer reservoir on. Washer reservoir installed. As soon as this bracket's tight, it won't wiggle. Now we can reinstall our fender. This car doesn't make sense. There's a bolt for the fender behind the washer reservoir. Am I supposed to install this after the fender? You're telling me that I install the fender. So I install the fender, and you're telling me I'm gonna get this washer reservoir installed behind it. Well, gosh dang, I guess that is how you do it. Well, gee whiz. See, this is why we assemble the car before we paint. We have to learn all of these things, so that way we know how to put the car together later, and we minimize the chance of scratching the car. The last thing I want to do, spend a whole bunch of time painting it, and then immediately scratch it. So we get all the brackets where they need to be, mark them out, so we can bolt them in next time, don't have to play with it, and then we know how to assemble it, so we're not doing it 10 times trying to figure it out like we are right now. So now we know the order of assembly is the door, the fender, the washer reservoir, and then the side skirt. Now let's go ahead, take our washer reservoir out, because apparently we don't need this right now. All right, happy with this side, except for obviously we'll adjust this side when we get the hood on. I'm gonna quickly off camera fix the other side fender and apply what we learned here. The fender needs to come out, and then it can come farther in, close up that body gap, and still not hit the door. All right, I'm happy with the fenders. Let's move forward to the front bumper. I just have to put this bracket on, one on each side for the corners of the bumper, and then the bumper just slides right into place. And now with our bumper slid into place but not bolted on, we can bolt on our hood hinges and put our hood on with the help of my lovely wife. Since my wife is in here helping us, obviously Cam is here too, giving us some moral support, so you might hear him screaming in the background. Okay, been a couple days. Cam started throwing a little bit of a fit, so me and the wife did not get the hood lined up. But I got John, the good old bodywork magician, coming. He's gonna help me line up the fenders, the hood, the front bumper, and then we'll be ready to take everything apart. It has been days of getting this body in a spot where I'm happy with it. I measured every body gap to be around 5 millimeters, which I think is probably on the big end of what's acceptable. But again, for someone who's never, ever done anything bodywork related, it's consistent and I'm happy with it. I mean, really, if I wanted to, I could put the rear glass on the hatch and bolt everything down, and I'd have an assembled GR Supra. And if I was happy with it being multiple colors, I could call this quits. But we want one solid color. The front bumper is not bolted in, so that's why the bumper and hood gap is so inconsistent, but I can hold it in the right place and the holes line up. So of course I'll bolt it down for the final assembly. Bumper and hood are not fully assembled. There's vents in the hood, there's grills in the front bumper. This is just to make sure that the body gaps are good and all of the brackets are where we need them to be. Some of the brackets I'll need to take off to paint them. Like this silver fender came with one of the brackets, so it's also silver. So I marked out where this fender goes with Sharpie, and I'll take it off and paint it, and then it's marked out and it'll bolt right back into its home. The hood hinges are black, they need to be red, so I also marked out where those hood hinges go so I can bolt them back into place as well. I tried to mark the rear hatch hinges so I know where those go. Long story short, everything is good enough for me, so it's time to start disassembling the car, get everything on the racks, and start our paint prep. Okay, we are running out of room to put parts on stands. So I'm gonna move the Chevelle out into my garage, move the Supra back to where the Chevelle is, clean up and organize these parts a little bit, and I'll be right back. Okay, reorganization complete. Chevelle's out of the way, Supra out of the way. It's next to the door, so if I need to move it, I can. And then all the parts are where I normally work. Much more room, much more organized. Last two major components to take off the car for paint is the doors. However, I want to take the door panel off and the side mirrors off while it's hanging on the door, so it's easier to work on. Once the door panel and the side mirrors are off, we just unbolt the door and carry this 100-pound thing over to the rack. I'm having a couple realizations. One, I'm not going to be able to paint all of the body parts in one go. My paint booth is just not big enough. Apparently when you take the hood, the hatch, the doors, the bumper, when you take all that off and you put it on racks and spread it out so you have room to paint, it takes up way more room than one car. Who would have thought? So we're gonna have to paint this in two goes. We're gonna have to paint the doors, the hood, the hatch, assemble that, and then paint the bumpers, the fenders, the side skirts, and assemble those. So not exactly what I wanted, but that's just how it goes when you're working in an inflatable paint booth. Let's make a list of the things that we need to do to get our body on our GR Supra. I'm gonna go through the list backwards because I think it might make more sense to explain it that way. So obviously, the last step is assemble our body. But before we assemble the body, we need to paint the body. Before we paint our body, we want everything to be nice and smooth. We're going to achieve that with filler primer. Filler primer sprays on really thick and gives you a lot of material to sand it smooth and not eat through the primer. Now, while filler primer is really good at filling scratches, it is not good at filling dents. So we need to fill our dents with body filler. But before you can fill your dents with body filler, you need to scuff and sand the painted surfaces down to a dull finish. And technically, that's all you really need to do to paint your car. However, we're not even ready for that step yet. We need to clean off some glue and rubber and tape that was left over on the car. Before we do that, I want to tape off and mask everything that we don't want paint on. And even before that, we need to disassemble our door so we don't get paint on our rubber door gaskets, the light on our door handle, and this nice plastic trim piece in the door. So now that we're all on the same page of what we need to do and why we need to do it, let's get started with disassembling our door. Now, I've mentioned this before, but I am not a bodywork guy. I'm not a painter. I've never done any of this. The GR Supra is my first time learning all of it. I don't know how these rubber gaskets come off. I don't know how this door handle comes off. And I don't know how this extra trim piece on the side comes off. But we're gonna figure it out and get these doors disassembled and ready for paint. Okay, I got John, aka the Bodywork Magician, in the background. He's already started. We're excited to get everything prepped up. I started taking off more of the internals of the door because John recommended it, but it was actually because he thought we were going to paint the whole door instead of just the outside. So John is already getting started on the doors. He's going to be working on the body filler and I'm gonna be working on the hatch and the other door, getting off all the tape and just really cleaning them up. So the whole point of getting these doors clean is not to make it easier to sand. Obviously, if we just wanted to sand off all of this extra gunk on the door, it'd be way faster than cleaning it. The point of cleaning it is so that we have a nice shiny surface. It just makes it a little bit easier to see dents. A trick though, if you have a dull surface already and you want to check for dents, you can spray it and get it wet with whatever, water, brake clean, wax and grease remover. Get the surface wet, and then you can use the nice reflection of light to check for dents that way. It's a good thing we cleaned this door. It pointed out a big dent that I didn't see. It was probably under a bunch of tape or the tar or whatever was on the door. So either using a light or any like straight object in my shop. So for instance, the structure of my shop, the 2x4s, the 6x6s going up the wall, if I make those transition over the door and you can see a spot like warp where all of a sudden the 2x4 is bending, that's a dent. Or of course you can just use any light, and if the light warps around it, it's a dent as well. So that door is clean. I can see one dent already. John can probably see more. I'm gonna move on to cleaning the rear hatch. All right, I messed up just a wee bit. Luckily, John caught it. I asked him a question, I was like, hey, why is this going so poorly? And it turns out it's because I was doing everything completely wrong. So I was using the eraser wheel to get the old double-sided tape off of the emblem. I was actually eating through the plastic of the rear hatch. Luckily, it sanded out. We don't have to buy a new hatch, we're fine. Lesson learned on this rear hatch: when you're using the rubber eraser wheel on plastic, slow and light pressure, or you'll eat through the plastic really quick. And now that this is clean, you can really see all of this black stuff here. There's no double-sided tape here anymore. This is all where I ate through the paint and started chipping away at the plastic. This is all cleaned up for John to take a look at, see what he wants to do with it. So while John is still working on the doors in this rear hatch, I'm gonna go clean up the hood and start scuffing it with Scotch-Brite. All right, hood's cleaned. We cleaned the hood so we could easily check for dents. I think it looks good. John thinks it looks good. So we're gonna hit it with 600 grit on the DA. You're gonna see me wiping off the hood with a microfiber towel. You couldn't just blow it off with an air gun. It'll be faster. I'm just trying to keep the dust down, obviously, because anything I blow off, I just have to clean later. So I figured, why not just wipe all the dust off with a microfiber towel now? It'll just save me a little bit of cleaning in the future. John got both of the dents filled with body filler and then glaze putty on top of that. So now he is sanding the doors down, getting them ready for paint. Hood should be good enough, actually ready for paint. We don't have to do any body filler, we don't have to do any filler primer. You just got to scuff the e-coat to a dull finish and this is ready for paint. Obviously in shipping you can get a dent or a scratch that you might need to fill. In this case, got pretty lucky. The hood looks really straight. John is finishing up the hatch as we speak, and then when he's done with that, the hatch and the doors will be ready for me to tape them up and get a coat or two of filler primer on. And then once the filler primer is sanded with 600 grit, we'll be ready for paint. All right, everything is almost masked off. John has to head out here. He's got other plans. So he's going to take the side skirt. I know we're not working on the side skirt, but I showed him the massive hole that's in it. And he said, no, we cannot just fill it with body filler. Shows you how much I know. So he's gonna take that to his work. He's gonna plastic weld it back together, fill the hole. There's a couple scratches. There's a low spot. Oh, also he cut out a piece of my old rear bumper. Luckily I still had it. He cut out a little square. He'll use the rear bumper as extra material to fill the holes if he needs it. The goal is to get everything ready for paint today, actually paint tomorrow. There was 0% chance that I would have got everything ready for paint today without John's help. So very thankful for his help. So the doors are masked off and ready for filler primer. We need to finish masking off the hatch, and then John did not have enough time to sand down the glaze putty that he put on there. Sand down the glaze putty and then get like 3 coats of filler primer on the doors and the hatch. With the masking complete and those 2 little spots on the hatch sanded down, we're ready to clean everything off with wax and grease remover and then get 3 coats of filler primer on. All right, I ended up doing 4 coats instead of 3 just because I did the first 2 coats pretty light. So we're ready to sand the doors and the hatch with 600 grit, except for we're not. We have a pretty big change of plans here. So I knew that I needed to paint the bottom of the hood first, let it dry, flip it over, sand the edges, and then paint the top of the hood. What I underestimated and what I didn't know is the amount of time that I needed to let it dry. I thought I was gonna let it dry for like 4 hours. Dylan, my painter friend who helped me to paint the chassis, told me that I should let it dry overnight, which means if we want to be done painting this half of the body part tomorrow, I need to paint the bottom of the hood tonight, which means we very quickly need to move everything out of the way, set up the paint booth, and set up the ventilation system. Okay, paint booth is all set up, so it's time to suit up. I got a new paint suit. I also got a mask, a full face mask instead of the individual mask and goggles. So that's gonna be a huge upgrade because last time the goggles weren't sealing, my eyes were watering like crazy. So I'm going to suit up, wipe off the hood with wax and grease remover, blow it off, move it into the paint booth, wipe it off with a tack cloth, and then we should be ready to start spraying sealer.
Now unfortunately, painting the bottom of the hood did not go well. I forgot to buy the 3M cups for my good paint gun, so I ended up using my cheap paint gun that has a metal cup instead. This is my first time using this paint gun and most likely the last, unless I upgrade the metal cup setup. It took me a while to figure out what was going wrong, but it just would not spray consistently at all. The longer I sprayed, the paint would come out less and very inconsistently. The fan pattern was never the same, it would narrow over time, and just what a disappointment this was. I ended up figuring out after every 2 or 3 passes, I would have to take the lid off of the metal cup to relieve or equalize the pressure, and it would spray nicely again. Oh, and I ended up spilling a bunch of paint on the floor because I had to remove the lid so often. My fault. So yeah, 1 out of 10 for this paint gun setup, but please let me know in the comments. Maybe I got unlucky and this gun setup is just faulty or broken, or maybe I'm just doing something wrong. I'd love to know. Now luckily this is the bottom of the hood, so it looks good enough and presentable, but if this was the top of the hood, we would definitely be redoing it.
I have a lot to talk about the paint job that I just did on the bottom of that hood, but it's really late. It's really late because it took me 3 hours, 2.5. It took me 2.5 hours to paint the bottom of the hood because of that spray gun just not wanting to work. I'm gonna leave it there until tomorrow because I'm tired. The bottom of the hood is painted. I have no clue how that paint job is gonna turn out. I'll talk to you very soon. Okay, next day, hood is out of the paint booth. It's 101 heat index, so I'm already wet. It's very humid. Good and bad news. Let's start with the good news before I start talking bad about other stuff. Good news number one, I bought a new paint suit, way better than the paper like throwaway ones, so happy with that paint suit. I bought a new mask. I bought a full face mask rather than the individual mask and goggles. 10 out of 10 on that. The VVOR paint booth stayed up all night, didn't lose power, the fans didn't overheat, so I'm more confident in leaving a car in overnight. Last time I let the chassis dry for like 4 hours and then pulled it out because I didn't want it to collapse on it. Not as worried about that anymore. So 3 good things. Let's talk about the bad things. Really, there's only one bad thing. That paint gun, that was awful. That was an awful experience. It is a cheap paint gun that I got off Amazon. Honestly, I think the paint gun's fine. The Devil Biss starting line, I bet the paint gun is fine. What isn't okay is either the way I'm using it or the hard metal cup. I feel like if I did the same cup setup that I have on my really nice gun, on that gun, it would have been fine. Because the cup setup that I have on my Graco nice gun is the 3M collapsible ones. And I think this metal paint gun either like kept sealing itself off with vacuum or pressure, because I would not get any paint out until I took the cap off and put it back on. It's like the pressure difference was not letting the paint come out of the paint cup and through the gun. I can't just fully blame the paint gun. It could be user error. The only reason I used that paint gun instead of my nice one is because I did not have cups for my nice gun. I ordered them, they'll be here today, so we'll use the nice gun for the exterior body. That being said, because we had so many issues with that paint gun, or at least again the way I was using it, the bottom of the hood did not turn out perfect. Luckily it's the bottom of the hood and it's good enough for me. It's red, it's clear coated, it's just not a smooth buttery texture. It's kind of bumpy. It's not even orange peel in the clear coat. It just came out so thick and thin that I had to go over it. It's probably my mistake, but the bottom of the hood, not perfect. But moving on, we need to get the doors, the hatch, and now the top side of the hood ready for paint. So as soon as I get the cups for my good paint gun, we can paint. The doors and the hatch, all we have to do is hit them with 600 grit on my DA sander or my random orbit sander to get any high spots out of the filler primer, get them nice and smooth. That should be easy and the last step, unless I mess up and go through the filler primer, in which I'll have to add more coats and then sand again. And with the hatch and the 2 doors feeling really smooth by hand, I can move on to the hood. All I gotta do, flip it over and scuff up the edges and make sure that the whole hood is scuffed up, ready for paint as well. Now I didn't have time yesterday to scuff up the hood hinges and all of the hardware for the hood and the fenders, so I'm gonna do that now as well.
Now before I forget and continue on to something else, I need to tape up and mask the bottom of the hood so we don't get overspray on it and have to clean that off later.
Okay, everything is prepped and sanded, except for I forgot the bottom of the door, like the plastic door garnish, we'll call it. I honestly don't even know if I have room with everything in there for another stand for those. That being said, I have to paint the hood hinges anyway, somewhere, somehow. I need to figure out the layout of the paint booth. So I'm gonna go ahead, spray everything off with compressed air, wipe it down with wax and grease remover, dry it off with compressed air again if it's staying wet because it's 85% humidity, and then wipe everything down with a tack cloth, move everything into the paint booth, and see if I have room for the door garnishes and for the hood hinges. There's no point in me cleaning them if I'm just gonna get all my sweat all over it, so I'm in gloves and my full paint suit to avoid that. Okay, hood, doors, hatch, hood hinges, and all the hardware for the hood is in the paint booth set up, ready to go. There is room for two more things, and that's the bottom garnishes of the door. These are made out of plastic. Plastic does not dent like metal, so there's no dents in these. We don't need any body filler. There's only one scratch in one of them, so we don't even need any filler primer. All we're gonna do is sand it with the random orbit sander with 320 grit, followed by 600 grit. Get these in the paint booth as well, and we will be ready for paint. All right, paint booth is set up. Everything's in there. It is cramped. The hood hinges are just hanging from the ceiling, but they're right above the door. So I have to like move the hood hinge out of the way to spray the door and then spray the hood hinge. I'll just spray the hood hinges away from the door. It's still really hot. I'm gonna still complain about that because I'm drenched in sweat. It's gonna be even better when I'm in a paint suit and a full mask. Oh, and I just stuck the bolts through some cardboard, put it on the floor. Hopefully the cardboard protects the threads. It'll hold them upright as well. That's how I'm gonna paint the bolts and the nuts. It's very important that you do practice passes around every piece that you're painting. The last thing you want is for you to get in there, realize you can't spray a spot and have to move it while you're, while everything else is covered in paint. So I went and I did practice passes over every single object. I can get to every edge, I can get to every surface. The doors are gonna be the hardest because of the hood hinges. That's the life you live when you have an inflatable paint booth.
Enough chit chat, let's get painting. Starting off with the sealer. It's recommended to paint our base coat, or the color, over this exact shade of gray. So the sealer, on top of many other benefits, will help us save money, not having to do extra coats of our expensive base coat. Now obviously this is more important if you're painting over something that isn't already red or gray, like our black hood or our black hood hinges. I did coat our doors and our hatch, but they were already gray from our filler primer, so let's skip showing those and get to the good part, our red base coat. You can see just how much better this spray gun is compared to the previous one. The spray pattern is way more consistent, and I don't have to take the lid off every 2 passes. Honestly, the more I do this bodywork and painting stuff, the more I'm starting to enjoy it. The end result is just so rewarding that it almost makes the hours of sanding and prep bearable. But I'm getting ahead of myself, we're still painting. Now, one thing I haven't mentioned or shown is that I like to start with the edges of the body panel. So paint the edges all the way around, then make your passes over the face of the part. That being said, this is my first paint job, so maybe I'm not the best person to be giving advice, so I'm just gonna let the music play and get these coats of paint on. And I had the GoPro angled a little too far down for the clear coat, so here's just a couple pieces.
Next day, paint is dry enough for me to take it out and deflate this inflatable paint booth. I haven't looked at the paint job yet. As I'm carrying the parts out, it's gonna be the first time that I've seen them. The paint turned out awesome. I could not be happier with that paint job. There are a couple issues with the paint job. One, I'm in an inflatable paint booth, not a professional paint booth, so there is some dust in the paint. Two, I'm not a professional painter, so the clear coat has a little orange peel. Both of those are correctable. The dust, you wet sand out. The orange peel, you buff out. Another thing, let's compare the bottom of the hood to the top of the hood. They were painted one day apart in the same exact paint booth with the same exact paint prep by the same exact painter. The only difference was the paint gun. The bottom of the hood was a cheap paint gun with a metal cup. the top side of the hood was a nice paint gun with a nice 3M collapsible plastic cup. Moral of the story, you need to know when it's okay to buy cheap stuff and when you need to spend more money on expensive stuff. I love cheap Harbor Freight stuff. My toolbox is full of Pittsburgh, and I guess Icon's pretty expensive, but I buy Harbor Freight stuff all the time when it makes sense. My full 3M face mask was like 3 times the price of just the normal over-the-mouth mask, but it made it so my eyes weren't watering and it made a better paint job. My paint gun is probably 3 times the price of a cheap one, but it made for a better paint job. Now, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Maybe I was using that cheaper paint gun incorrectly. Maybe I don't know how to properly use a metal cup. Maybe there's a special procedure for it. Again, long story short, just make sure you buy the proper tool for the job. Now we have half of the body painted. We have the hood, both of the doors, and the hatch painted. Unfortunately, I don't have enough room or enough stands to start paint prepping the rest of the body. So we need to get the hood, the doors, and the hatch off of these stands onto the car and make some more room to work. So let's go ahead and start with the hatch. To be honest, I'm a little worried about having overspray on the plastics of the hatch. So let's take this tape off, see what we're working with. Okay, looks pretty good. A little bit of overspray on the plastics in a few spots, but it wiped right off. So it was literally just that. It was overspray. It wasn't me actually painting it, which means this hatch is the first painted body part going on the Supra, hopefully for the last time. Couple things. One, wiped off the car because it was a little dusty. It's been sitting a while. Paint matches, awesome. Who would have thought? It's from the same paint bucket. Gaps are good. Wires are, well, in the hatch, but I still have to route them. I was studying the glass and the wires and seeing where everything went. Made sure I have all of the wires. Went and found all the interior pieces, and everything's looking pretty good except for one thing. So this is a rubber grommet to keep water out of the hatch, and it is not on the car, it's in my hand. So all that work I did, I gotta redo it, but with the rubber grommet on. Now, in order to finish this rear hatch, we need to put the glass on, but you need to run the wires before you put the glass on, and you know for sure that we need to test everything that this wiring harness in this hatch does before we put the glass on, or we're just gonna have to cut it out. So let's start routing the wires, get everything in place, hook everything up, see how it goes. And of course, this used wire harness just keeps on giving. I was inspecting all the wires because last time I didn't, and we had to fix a wire in the dash. And of course, here we are, we have another broken wire. I'm not sure what this one goes to. Goes to a little box. There's so many modules in this thing, no clue what it is. It's next to the third tail light, but we need to fix it, whatever it is. Now with that wire repaired and all of the wiring routed, we can put in all of our modules, make sure they all work before we put our glass in. Well, unlock, hatch open, not working. It is in fact plugged in right here, so that's unfortunate. I don't want to put the glass in without that working. I wonder if there's some wires unplugged here and they need the glass on. I wonder if I can set the glass in place, plug them in, because one of them's a ground. I mean, a couple of them are ground wires, so I wonder if that's preventing us from opening our hatch. Let's put the glass on. Don't seal it, we're just gonna set it on, see if that works. Okay. Now all the hatch wiring is plugged in, all the ground's connected, power wire's connected, everything's connected now on the hatch. So if I close this, I see no other reason why the hatch wouldn't work. Still doesn't work. Well, that sucks. The hatch is not working, it's not opening. So this is the exact reason why I didn't just glue down the glass, because I can't take the wiring out of the hatch with the glass in. So if I glued the glass in and then the wiring wasn't working, we'd have to cut it out. The only thing I can think of is assembling the car further and hoping that some of the wiring in the doors maybe impacts the hatch. So leaving the hatch how it is, we're going to move on to the doors. We need to take all of the masking off the door and reassemble it. That means this panel with all of the wires and the speaker, the door handle, and the exterior garnish piece. All right, passenger door is put together. Now we get to put it on the car. I'm gonna put the door on without the mirror because I have a lot of work to do to try to polish up that mirror. And if I can't, I'll have to buy either a whole new mirror or just the plastic pieces for it. Maybe some carbon fiber. Wow, God, every piece of the car that we put on it just feels so good. Like the dopamine of just every little thing. Awesome. A clean, freshly painted door that matches and doesn't have a bunch of tape on it, doesn't have a bunch of gunk on it, doesn't have dents or scratches, just a little bit of orange peel. Now we gotta do the same thing for the other side. Unwrap the door, put it together, and hang it. And that is both of our doors on the car, hopefully for the last time in this car's life. Unless somebody's putting carbon fiber doors on it, these should never come off again. I think I've said that quite a bit with stuff. If I'm taking these doors off, most likely it's because of an electrical problem. Dear God, I don't want that to happen. But my theory earlier was that our hatch was not working because our doors were not on. Let's see if I was right. Shut the hatch, unlock it, and pop it. Nothing. Lock works, unlock works, hatch button, the lights light up, but the hatch itself does not pop. It's not mounted in place, but I hooked up our third brake light, and even that is not turning on. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I have no clue why the hatch won't, I can't find the reason why the hatch won't open. And just kidding, I fixed it. It was, there was a wire that wasn't plugged in under the headliner. I'm guessing we should also have a working third brake light now. Oh, okay. These are on, that is not on. Let me push the brakes. Oh yeah, okay. I think we're good wiring wise. I say we put our glass in. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. I don't know if this or this or this works. I also don't know what they do. We have a brake light, we have a hatch that opens. That's good enough for me. Let's put our glass in. Okay, we both know that I like to do stuff in the wrong order. So that's why I put the hatch on before this rubber gasket, just to make life a little bit harder. So before we put the glass on, I want to put this rubber gasket on to make sure I don't have to take the hatch off, because that would suck. Now, this gasket has two little nubs to help locate it in the right place. Those two little nubs clip in to this top plastic piece that runs along the roof. However, this top plastic piece that runs along the roof has not been installed yet because it's really dirty, and I don't want to install it really dirty in case I need to paint it. So this is one of those times. Before I can put the glass in, I got to put the gasket on. Before I can put the gasket on, I got to put these roof pieces on, and before I can put the roof pieces on, I got to clean them to make sure they don't need paint. So let's start doing that. Now, this is going to be my first time putting in glass solo. I've watched a YouTube video, I had John help me in the past, so I think we can get it done, and we can get it done right. We need to prep the hatch by cutting off all of the old urethane and making sure all of the wiring is in the right spot. Next, we need to prep the glass. We need to clean everything with glass cleaner, apply 3M primer to the windshield and to the hatch, let that dry for 15 minutes, and then apply our urethane in a nice triangle shape so that when we push down the glass, it creates a nice seal all the way around, tape it in place, and then let this dry for 24 hours. The progress feels amazing. The glass should be in. I guess we'll find out. Let it dry for a day and then I can drive it. And if it flies off, I did something wrong. But I think we're good to go. Now that leaves us with a couple options that we can do moving forward. One, I can put the interior together. We took that back half of the interior part so I could access the hatch hinges and adjust them. Or option 2 is we can put the hood on. I vote we do that. Similar thing to the doors and the hatch. We need to bolt on our hood hinges, flip the hood over, take off all of the tape, and then my lovely wife will be back once again to help me put this hood on. And a huge thank you to my loving wife and Cam for the help getting the hood on. It's the car is officially pretty red. I like the color a lot. I like that I painted it. I like that I've assembled it. I like the car. I don't know what else to say, man. It's been just such a long journey. We're not even halfway done with this video. We still got to paint prep the other half of the car, the front bumper, the fenders, the side skirts. We got to paint prep them, paint them, assemble those. Those should be way easier, way faster than what we just did. And then we got to wrap up the engine bay and wrap up the interior. It's just such a good feeling that every day that I touch this car, it gets closer and closer to being complete. In the first half of the car, when it was just disassemble, bad news, disassemble more bad news, disassemble more, even more bad news. Like, it just kept finding more and more frame damage. Going from that to finally this, it feels good. That's all I can say. However, before we continue, I am getting sick of having the to-do list memorized in my head. So like all of the other cool YouTubers, I want a whiteboard. We just need to measure, cut, and screw in a 2x4 and then hang it. Whiteboard's up. It might not be as useful as I thought it would be, because I have terrible handwriting, but we have it and I can keep track of the list instead of in my head on the board. We have two sides of the list. The left side is things that we need to remember to do in the future. The right side are the things that we're going to do now. I think John is going to come help us paint, prep the rest of the car, so we need to get everything ready for his arrival. So we need to disassemble the rear bumper and I think just the side skirt, so not too much. After that, I want to clean up the mirrors to make sure that I don't need to buy new ones. They are covered in all sorts of stuff, just like the body and the hatch was, so hopefully those clean up nicely. And then after that is just prep, paint, and assemble. For the things to remember to do in the future, we need to align the hood, we need to fix the fuel door. One of the tabs is broken, so I'm hoping that I can just double side tape it and it sits nice and flush. We need to do the rain sensor, we need to do the top radiator mounts, we need to finish up the hatch wiring now that the glass is installed, and then finalize the interior and finalize the engine bay. What's important right now though is that we get the rest of the body on our racks, get started with disassembly on the easier things. The fenders should be the easiest. There's only 2 rubber grommets on the top that we need to take off. The side skirt should be the second easiest, with this bottom plastic piece popping right off with these little push rivets. Next up, the front bumper. The front bumper only has the emblem on the front and then the 2 side markers. And lastly, the thing that needs the most disassembly, the rear bumper. We have to take off the bottom splitter, the license plate bracket, the license plate lights, the rear view camera, the Supra emblem, the GR emblem, some plastic garnishes in the corners, the side markers, and finally the wiring and the ultrasonic sensors. Okay, and that is everything disassembled, ready to be cleaned up, sanded up. Probably some body filler on the fenders, they have some dings, but the rest of it is plastic, so just sand it up and then back to filler primer. But we'll get into that tomorrow when John is here helping me get these all prepped up for paint. Since John is coming tomorrow to help prep the body, I decided to try to knock out some of the things on this other list. I got the hood aligned way better. I still might adjust it a smidge, but for now it's 10 times better than it was. I tried to fix the fuel door. Unfortunately, I bought a used one and I didn't notice that it had a tab broken or they didn't take a picture of it. So I tried to use some double-sided tape and unfortunately it's still not perfect, but it is a little bit better than it was. I got the rain sensor installed. All you do is put this little gel on, let that dry for 10 minutes, and then it clips right in place. I also got the entire rear hatch bundled up. I got all the wires connected and in place, all of the plastic panels in place. It took me a long time to get the emergency release little metal wire through the hole, but eventually I did get it. And then since we were done adjusting the rear hatch hinges, I went ahead and bundled up our interior. Whether that was a good idea or not, we'll see. Hopefully I don't have to take it apart again. We're still not completely done with the interior, so I'm not going to cross that off the list. We still have our rear view mirror and our door panels, and I think that's it for the interior. So then real quick, to update our list, we are done with disassembly. Our hood alignment can always get better, but I think it's good enough. Our fuel door isn't going to be fully fixed unless I buy a new one, so I'm going to say that that's good enough as well. Rain sensor installed. Hatch wiring, good to go. You can see I added a new one down at the bottom. Horn, I have the horn that came off the car, but obviously in the wreck, something internally broke, so got a new one on the way. I put the back half of the interior back together, but we still have our door panels, our mirror, and I think one piece in the back, so I'm gonna leave this for now. I think this side's up to date, and we're working on this side today. That's right, I said today. John will be here shortly to start prepping the bumpers, the fenders, and the side skirts for paint. Of course, I'm gonna be helping John prep at the same time, but he is not here yet, and I would really like to get our door panels on. Just kidding, I forgot I gotta put the mirrors on first, which means that we need to clean those up first. And technically that's next on the to-do list anyway, so I guess I should have just followed the list I made to begin with. Anyway, let's clean up the tape and glue off these mirrors. Hopefully they're not scratched up and usable. No, dude. I've never seen brake clean do that. No way. Did I just do that? I just spent all that time cleaning it, and it was clean. It was done. I decided that brake clean would be really good to get goo gone off. And apparently brake clean eats through plastic. So now this mirror is destroyed. It was 100% perfectly usable, and now it looks awful. I'm gonna try to restore it. I'll let you know if it works. Well, another one of my mistakes is going to cost me a lot of money. That mirror used on eBay is $600. I cleaned up the other side, and that side's not good either. I didn't spray brake clean on it, but it is really scuffed up and just brand new paint everywhere else. That mirror is going to stick out like a sore thumb. And of course the other one I sprayed brake clean on, and that one's even worse. So option one is I fork over $800 to $1,000 for 2 new mirrors. I don't want to do that. Option two is we take the mirrors apart and I paint match my mirrors. I don't know if it's going to look good, but it is going to be $800 to $1,000 cheaper. So we're gonna have paint matched mirrors on our GR Supra. Hopefully I like it. If not, I'll have to spend the money later. I'm still a little sad that I messed up my mirror. Expensive mistake, even though I'm not buying a new one, expensive mistake in time. I mean, I think it took me an hour or two to disassemble those mirrors. And then of course, we're gonna have to sand them, prep them, paint them. Just an expensive mistake, time and money wise. So learn from me and don't use brake clean on plastic. John said he's going to get the bumpers prepped up. They're a little harder, so he's gonna do them. And I'm gonna start on the side skirts.
Now we got started a lot later than usual, so we both wanted to get this work done ASAP. We both just kept our heads down and sanded. We sanded the side skirts, the mirrors, the bumpers, and fenders. And John did a small amount of body filler work on the fenders too.
Okay, next day. It was a bit of a late night with me and John. We started at like 9:20, finished at 10:20. So again, thank you, John, for helping get the rest of the body prepped and almost ready for paint. I just did one more quick round of sanding with the Scotch-Brite, getting all the nooks and crannies that we didn't get last night. So now everything is thoroughly sanded, no more shiny, it's all dull. We're ready for filler primer. Except for one thing, I want to mask off the bottom of the side skirt, and I think that's the only thing we're going to mask off. So quickly tape it, wrap it in plastic, and then we're ready for filler primer. Last time I said 3 coats of filler primer and I ended up doing 4, so this time I'm just gonna say 3, 4, maybe 5. I don't know how many coats of filler primer, however many I need to get everything coated very nicely. And just like that, everything is coated in filler primer. Now I don't want to bore you. We've already done a lot of sanding and a lot of painting, and I have to do some more sanding to get the filler primer smooth and then ready, finally, for the actual paint job. Sanding probably ain't too fun. That's why I speed it up by 5,000%. That's right, 5,000%. So tomorrow is paint day. I'm gonna get these things sanded down one more time and ready for tomorrow. It is, or at least it should be, the final paint day for the GR Supra. It is a surreal feeling. It feels weird knowing that after 4 hours, 5 hours, I will have every piece of this GR Supra painted. I finished sanding the filler primer, so those things are silky smooth. They are ready to be sealed, base coated, and clear coated. So let's get started with setting up the paint booth. I also want to try to do a little bit of cleaning inside of the paint booth. The reason we have to wet sand parts of the paint job is just because the inflatable paint booth is not perfect and some dust falls on the paint. So once we get the paint booth set up, I'm also going to do a little bit of cleaning inside to try to prevent that as much as possible. Well, it is so humid in here that my camera started fogging up while I was setting up the paint booth, so that's why it got all gray and foggy, I guess. Next up, we need to get the body parts in the paint booth, but first we want to spray them off with wax and grease remover, blow them off with compressed air, and then tack cloth them, move them into the paint booth, and then tack cloth them again just to be double safe. All right, time for the GoPro. I ended up tack clothing inside the paint booth instead of outside. I sometimes say one thing and do something else. I apologize. But I'm suited up, so we just put our mask on, hood, GoPro, mix up our sealer, and then the first coat of paint goes on the rest of the body.
I'm gonna skip showing the sealer because I'm spraying gray on top of gray and you can't really even see it on camera. So let's just skip right to the good stuff. I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Doing my first frame repair on a GR Supra was daunting. If I mess up the frame repair, this car will never be great. And this is the same exact scenario. Doing my first paint job on a GR Supra is daunting. If I mess up this paint job, the car will never be great. Maybe that's why I love this project so much. It's pushing me out of my comfort zone. It's pushing me to be better. I've done engine work before. I've done suspension work before. I've done a lot of mechanical stuff, but never frame repair, never body work, and never paint. It's been fun, and I made a lot of memories with this car, even before getting to enjoy it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is still a lot of painting to do, and not to mention a lot of work before it's finished. So for now, let's just focus on the paint job.
The paint turned out awesome. I cannot be happier that we are done painting this car. I just spent an hour and a half putting all of the paint stuff away, the paint booth, the trunk and the fan, all of the ducting that routes it out, all of the paint prep, all of the, literally everything paint related is put away. The GR Supra is back in its spot right where I like it. My painted body parts are right here next to me, looking good, except for one piece, the mirror cap. I mean, you saw I dropped it and it's just full of crud. We're gonna try to wet sand it out, but it's gonna have to be later. You gotta let this stuff cure. You're supposed to let paint dry for like 90 days before you touch it or do anything with it. I'll probably end up breaking that rule because there is no way I'm gonna have a nice, fresh painted car with a mirror cap that looks like that. So if I can wet sand and buff that part out sooner rather than later, that'd be great. I did a lot of cleaning today. The paint prep, the paint, and cleaning afterwards. This was an 8-hour day, so I'm tired. I'm gonna call it a day. Tomorrow, Sunday is family day, no working. So you guys will see me Monday. I am beyond excited at this point. Let me start by saying, super tiring weekend, and apparently that got me sick. I'm starting to lose my voice. My throat hurts a little bit, but we actually have a deadline of 2 days from now to get this car as complete as possible. We are done painting. I did a whole bunch of cleaning and organizing. You can see the rest of the parts. Literally everything that's left to put on the car is right here. Nice and organized front to back, in groups, in categories. I'm ready to tackle all of these things. I even made a to-do list in my super awesome handwriting to keep everything organized in the order that I want to do them. Not saying that that won't change, but it's a good reminder for now. The reason I say we have a 2-day deadline. Now let me clarify, today's Monday, tomorrow's Tuesday. Our deadline is Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. This car is going to the Toyota dealership for an alignment, charge the AC, and to calibrate the front radar sensor. Obviously, all of the suspension and the wheels are on, and all of the AC, I believe, is connected and tight, but I believe all of that is ready to go. What isn't ready is the front radar sensor. I need to assemble the entire front bumper to get that ready. The bumper, the wires, the ultrasonic sensors, the grills, the splitters, get all the gaps right, and of course the actual radar sensor itself. To be honest, I want as much of the car assembled by Wednesday as possible because I don't want them to call me and say, hey, you don't have your rear view camera installed, and without your rear view camera installed, for some reason the computer won't let us calibrate the radar sensor. Or maybe the front ultrasonic sensors, I don't know. So we need as much of the car assembled in 2 nights. Tonight, tomorrow night, that's our deadline. Now everything you see on the to-do list on the left side is everything that has an electrical connector. All of that is what I am going to prioritize to make sure it's connected, and I just don't want any excuse for them to say that they can't calibrate the radar sensor. Then obviously everything on the right here is all cosmetic, I guess, except for the wipers. I need that for the rain, but they shouldn't have any reason to not calibrate the radar sensor without wipers. So let's go ahead and get started with the final assembly of the GR Supra, the final to-do list before this thing is done and I get to enjoy it. Starting with the top of the list, the horn and the top radiator mount. 2 very simple things to start off the list just to get me started and in a nice flow state. The horn has 1 bracket that holds it to the front crash bar, 1 clip, take it off, plug the new one in, bolt the new one in. I suppose we'll test the horn before we continue. I didn't even test the horn to see if it was bad, so maybe this was a bad purchase. Let's find out. Okay. All right, it was in fact the horn. This horn, dead, going in the trash. The top radiator mount, super easy. They literally just clip in to this top panel and hold in the top radiator mount with a couple of bushings. Radiator secure, horn working. Cross it off the list. I love to see it. And already we are on the most important item to have on before Wednesday, and that's the front bumper because it has our front radar detector. I'm going to need access underneath the car from here on out to mount the bumpers and the side skirts and whatnot, so it's time to get the GR Supra on jack stands for one of the last times. And then comes the front bumper. This is going to be the most complicated of the body assembly. There is a lot of pieces to this front bumper. And the worst part is I did not get to disassemble the front bumper. There was no front bumper. So I don't have photos of it. I don't have videos of it. I just got to look it up on the internet, figure it out piece by piece. I'm recording this before I put the front bumper together, so I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to do the side markers first, and then the grill inserts, and then the wiring, and then the ultrasonic sensors, followed by maybe the splitter. I don't know, maybe the front radar sensor. Let's figure it out together. If I sound panicked, it's because I am. I don't know what I'm doing. This bumper looks amazing. I will say, I call it ricey. I riced out and got black side markers. I forgot which goes on the front, either yellow or red. Either way, black, I think, is going to look better. It matches the splitter, matches the grills, matches the headlights, the 8 pillars. Just black matches everything better than yellow or red. So with our bumper fully assembled, let's put it on the car. This is going to be magical. This is going to be a magical transformation of this car. Yeah, it looks good. I'm happy. I'm a little sick, so I probably don't sound too happy, but I'm happy. I got a couple adjustments to do before I bolt everything together. The right side of the hood needs to come down. The left side of the hood needs to go up. The right side headlight needs to also go up in the corner. So I'm going to do that off camera real quick before we bolt this bumper down, because when I bolt this thing down, I want it to look good. So give me a second to make a couple adjustments. I'll be right back. And the front bumper is on and looks really, really good. The top of the bumper is bolted down securely. I had to do it like 10 times, so I didn't show you. Of course, trying to get the gaps as good as possible. However, next on the list is the rear bumper, but technically we're still not done with the front bumper. None of the bottom is secure. Unfortunately, in order to secure the bottom, we need to add like 4 pieces of under tray. So let's get it done. We need the big metal skid plate that goes underneath the engine first, and then the 3 plastic skid plates that go on the side and in front of it, which lets us bolt down the bottom of the bumper. If that front bumper is ever coming off, it's a bad day. That thing is bolted down in every single way. However, that does mean even with our little detour, front bumper crossed off. And actually that completes Monday night. We got 3 easy items done and 1 gigantic front bumper item done. Okay, next day, Tuesday, I might sound a little better. I feel a little better. That's great. We have a lot of work to do and we don't have a lot of time to do it. I need the car on the trailer by the end of the night. I am trailering it to the dealership only because I need a ride home. Obviously, the car still runs and drives perfectly, but I'm not going to sit at the dealership all day. That sounds awful. So let's get started with the rear bumper right away. I bought the rear bumper and the rear splitter used, hence why they were a different color. But also, the used rear splitter I bought was in shambles. It had a hole in it, a lot of scratches. I ended up buying a brand new one, so we need to transfer everything from the old splitter to the new one, and then assemble our rear bumper with the side markers, the 3rd taillight, get the splitter on, and then all of the little grills and emblems. And now with the rear bumper assembled, we can get it on the car once and for all. And now we can take the bumper right off because I forgot to plug in every single connector. Whoops. So take it off, put it back on, again, this time properly, plugging in the connectors. Same story as the front bumper though. The top is very secure, but all of the bottom screws into under trays. So I'm going to go ahead and pop off our rear wheels and get this puzzle of under trays figured out. I got 4 of the under trays on, but I still want to do the wheel liners for the rear. Because I'm already there, I already have everything set up. Might as well finish it, so I'm going to do that very quickly. And one more final touch for the rear bumper, and that is our crumpled license plate. The same feeling I got with the front bumper being put on, I'm getting again with the rear bumper. This looks so good. I don't have the Supra or the GR badge on. Kind of like it without. I might leave it off. The nice thing is I have the badges, so if I ever want to put them on, I can put them on. But I'm going to go badgeless for now. But we can remove rear bumper. And now that the rear bumper is firmly secure, all of the under trays, the fender liners, everything's working on the rear bumper. The ultrasonic sensors, the rear view camera, reverse light, the license plate lights, everything's working. And we even tested the front ultrasonic sensors. So the only thing on the front bumper that's not tested is the radar, is the distance sensor, the distance radar sensor up front, which we'll find out if that works tomorrow. Carrying on, it's time for the mirrors. And when I say mirrors, I mean the side mirrors and the rear view mirror inside. I'm going to go ahead and start with the side mirrors. That way, when those are on, we can do the door panels. And while we're inside doing the door panels, we can do the rear view mirror as well. So here we go, putting together these complicated side mirrors. Luckily, I did take these apart, so I remember it a little bit. Let's see how it goes. And the mirrors are put together. Of course, the first one took way longer than the second one. As soon as I figured out how everything went together, clicks together like Legos. Really, really good design. A lot of mechanics say they hate working on European cars, and I guess that's probably true compared to like old, simple American cars. But if I can put together an entire GR Supra, I think anybody can. It's just a little bit of patience. And tools and time and money, of course. Money being very important with anything European. With the mirrors put together, we can put them on the car. 3 bolts, 1 plug, super easy. I got mixed feelings about them. I'll be honest, I think black mirrors would probably look better. But what I do have going for me is a little bit of uniqueness. It's very rare for somebody else to have an entire mirror paint matched. You can buy paint matched end caps, but not the entire mirror. And that's probably because they look better black. But I am happy with how it looks. They're a nice little touch of saving $1,000. Side mirrors are on, but that's not all of the mirrors. We have a rear view mirror. Let's put that on next. And with all 3 of our mirrors installed, we're ready for the last important thing that has wires anyway. Maybe none of it's important, but the last thing that I can think of that has wires is the door panels. Now, we have never put the right side or the passenger side door panel on before, so it is still absolutely filthy, absolutely destroyed from the wreck. So we need to clean that first, and then we can plug in all the wires, get them all clipped in, 3 bolts on top, 2 nuts on the bottom, and our door panels are installed. Those door panels kicked my butt. I spent a long time trying to straighten out some pins. The speaker, there's 2 pins that go from the speaker to the tweeter. They're bent. I must have bent them sometime. So I'll have to buy a speaker because the pins are on the speaker itself, not the tweeter. So, but that is everything that I had as a goal before going to Toyota. As of now, everything that plugs in, except for the windshield washer reservoir, is plugged in that I know of. I could be missing something, but this should be an electronically complete car except for the windshield washer reservoir. If for some reason Toyota calls me and says, hey, we cannot do your radar sensor without your windshield washer reservoir, well, I'll just drive it down there and bolt it in and plug it in 30 seconds. Now, that was literally dead on. It is 10:10 p.m. That is all the time I had tonight. So we're barely making it. I was going to load the car on the trailer tonight, but it's pitch black. I'm tired. I will wake up early and do it in the morning. Tonight, I'll at least get it off jack stand, so it's, you know, not that much time in the morning. All right, dropping it off at the dealer. Well, off the get-go, he said that They have a lot of problems doing anything computer related. Honestly, the first thing I did was call BMW before I even scheduled this to see if BMW would do it, because you know, it's a BMW, they're probably better at it. They said that they can't. Anything that requires computer stuff, Toyota's got to do. They can do the wheel alignment and AC, but not calibrate the radar sensor, but apparently neither can Toyota. So he warned me that they have trouble with it. We'll see.
And we're back with the GR Supra in the shop rather than at the dealership. They did not calibrate the radar sensor because one, apparently they didn't even have the mirrors to do it in the first place. So that's issue number one. Issue number two is they didn't think they'd be able to do it with any warning lights on the dash at all. That being said, they didn't try it because they didn't even have the mirrors. And they didn't do the alignment because I apparently have a bent upper control arm on the right rear of the car, which does make sense because it was hit on that side on the quarter panel. I probably should have checked a long time ago. They said that the only thing that was bent was the upper control arm. I still want to get the car back up on jack stands and inspect all of the other suspension components on the rear, make sure they didn't miss anything. All right, heading under the car, there is our upper control arm. You can see that right next to that rust spot, there is a kink in it, where if we go to the other side, that same upper control arm is dead straight. So straight here and really bent right here. A little bit better of an angle from the side here. That is very bent. They are absolutely correct. However, that's the camber arm. That has nothing to do with toe. So if we're looking at the left side, this one's straight. This is our toe arm, super straight. This is the left side. This is the side that doesn't have issues. This is the side that wasn't hit in the accident. Whereas if you look at the toe arm on the side that was hit, it's bent. So you can see, not straight toe arm, straight toe arm. So good job, Toyota. You were absolutely correct. I do have a bent upper control arm. Obviously, you did not look any farther though, and I have a bent toe arm. So I ordered the upper control arm already. I did not order the toe arm because it didn't say it was bent. So I doubt we're gonna have that in time for the weekend. Still my fault. It's my fault for not checking it when I had the subframe out. The first thing I wanted to do was double check, make sure that I have everything ordered that I need. And now I know that I don't. Let's move on to checking out what our warning lights are. It's actually been quite some time since I've done an entire scan of the car. The last time we had a bunch of errors because so many things were unplugged. Let's start with an entire system scan, see how many codes we have now. Okay, cleared the codes, rescanned, we got rid of a lot. Not surprised, right? We assembled so much of the car. We have 6 faults. And you can see with the engine running after clearing the codes, check engine light's gone, and we have no airbag light. So hopefully they don't come back. I'll have to drive the car a couple times, make sure they stay away. The to-do list is growing instead of shrinking, and I don't like that. But let's go over it. So these top 3, we're waiting for parts, but those aren't even the warning lights or the errors that we have with the car. Right mirror potentiometer. I think what's going on with this is when I put it in reverse, it angles down so I can like see the curb. But then when I put it back in drive, it's not angling back up. Washer reservoir. That makes sense. It's not plugged in, it's not installed. We can't put this in until we install the fender. FL rebound. This is front left rebound. I believe, after Googling, this has to do with the height sensor that's attached to the front left suspension. Maybe we have some bad wiring there. We've had a lot of bad wiring with this used harness I bought, so we'll double check that. And finally, the bottom 2, front camera, front radar. They're both saying that they're not coded to the car, so we'll have to get Armin back on the line to tackle those. Okay, listen, I don't want to tear the car apart because I actually want to drive it, believe it or not, for a couple of reasons. 1, I want to enjoy it. 2, I want to drive it to see if those check engine lights come back. So I don't want to start ripping apart that harness when I want to drive the car tomorrow. I also don't want to rip apart the rear end and start taking those control arms off and that toe arm when I don't have them yet and I want to drive it tomorrow. So I say we leave that left side alone for now. Obviously, we're not going to make too much progress on it really quickly until we get those parts. Let's get our fenders on so we can get our washer reservoir on. This is super exciting because when we get the fenders on, we can put the side skirts on, and that will be our body assembled, which is going to be nuts. So let's get it done. For the right side, we have 1 bracket that I painted, so we just got to bolt that on. And then we can't actually access all of the bolts with this plastic side skirt mount in the way. So we're going to quickly pop this off, and then we can bolt on our fender. we can go ahead and erase fender and side skirt from our list of things to do. I'm not going to erase washer reservoir quite yet because we have to put a cap on and make sure that it holds fluid. Might as well do that quickly. We're filling it all the way. We're making sure this thing doesn't leak. Well, I guess that's how much we're filling it. I'm out of fluid. That is another item off the list. Well, I just wanted to share this moment with you guys because this is the first time in 4 years that this GR Supra has been on all 4 wheels with the body completely assembled in one color, running and driving, like just all of the things, all of the check marks. This is it. We're not done yet. We got a lot to do, but if you look at the parts pile on the floor, it's dwindling like crazy. I messaged Armin before I started talking to you guys like 5 seconds ago. He's already ready to remote in. He's fast, I'm telling you. Does good work. You've already seen this once. I've just plugged in the laptop to my car. He remotes in. He types on his end. So there's really nothing to show you. I'll be right back with the good or bad news from Armin. We no longer have a warning for the front radar sensor needing to be coded and the rear view camera needing to be coded. We still don't have cruise control because we still have a code for the front radar sensor to be calibrated, which we need to do at the dealership, unfortunately. But the reason why I have Armin code it is he is cheaper and faster, and he answers so many questions about the other warnings that I had. So I really appreciate his time, his effort, and he's just so fast at responding. I mean, he might not always be available, but the 2 times that I've asked him, he's been able to connect within the hour and code it. I love that. Let's talk about the 5 other issues that Armin talked to me about, and thank God that I asked him about them. Because for instance, I thought that we had a wiring issue with our washer reservoir because we have a code for the heating element having a short or a break in the wire. Turns out, I just haven't installed that piece yet. So I didn't have to go dig through a bunch of wires because I asked Armin and he told me where the issue is. It turns out I'm just a little silly. So that's one code that'll just go away when we actually finish the car. Second code, right mirror potentiometer. I explained what was happening with the mirror. He says it sounds like it is the motor. It's not a guarantee, but we're gonna replace that mirror motor. You just pop off the glass, 1 bolt for the motor, and then that pops out, plug in the new one, pop it all back into place, and you're done. We also have 2 wiring related warnings for the front left suspension. One being the ride height sensor, and the second one being the rebound of the actual strut. For now, I want to stop working on the warnings, make a little progress on the vehicle. I think it would be really cool to finish the engine bay and the interior, or at least as much as we can. I am waiting on the plastic cowl. That's a week out, unfortunately. So let's do as much of the engine bay as possible, and let's do as much of the rest of the interior as possible. Man, these final touches are just coming along so quick and they're so good. Like for the amount of work that I put in to put all those plastic pieces in, not much, but made the car look way, way better. Now we're not actually technically done with the engine bay because we still need to do the cowl and the wipers. However, I ordered a new cowl because mine is broken, so we can't do that yet. However, you can see I have cowl and wipers written separately, so we can erase the engine bay and we can erase the right mirror potentiometer. Now next I said interior, but I actually want to do the hood because it's just the 2 grills and then our hood is done. We are crossing things off of this whiteboard super fast right now. I love it. The dopamine. Writing stuff down on the whiteboard and then erasing it when you do it is just extra dopamine. I've been missing this life hack. I've been memorizing everything that I need to do to the car and only, crossing them off in my head. Turns out the whiteboard's extra dopamine. You should try it. Also, turns out the hood looks way better without giant holes in them. The grills, carbon fiber, bought them aftermarket from A90 Shop. They look pretty good. That being said, time for some extra dopamine. We can cross off the hood, and I forgot these 2 down here. Thanks to Armin for coding those, we can cross off the front radar sensor and the rear view camera as we don't need the coding anymore. Guys, wait, I forgot another one. The top left, hood open, look, look, look. We replaced the hood latch when we were doing the engine bay. I forgot another one crossed off the list. So again, waiting on parts, waiting on a tool, waiting on parts. That brings us all the way to interior. And I think the hardest part of the interior is going to be the left door speaker. So let's start with that. Shouldn't be too bad. Pop off the door panel, take off the speaker, and then we just have to take the speaker off of the old passenger door, see if there's a part number, see if they are in fact the same. And you can see here, this is the broken tab or the bent pins that was preventing me from plugging in my tweeter. So the speaker itself wasn't bad. I actually had a good speaker, but I couldn't plug in my tweeter, therefore broken. So we can erase left door speaker and put in the last 4 interior pieces. All of them but this go in the rear hatch area. So we'll start with this. This plastic piece just goes over the rails of the seat so you don't see them, and it's a little prettier. So all I have to do is raise up the seat, slide this into place, lower the seat back down, done. Easy peasy. We can move on to the back. This little plastic piece covers up the positive battery terminal, and then we have a metal bracket that goes over the battery. And finally, we can put the carpet back in place, cover up the battery one last time, and then we have this little flap that when you have the hatch closed, covers up the area so nobody can walk by and see what you have in there. And with those pieces installed, the interior is off the list, which means the last thing that I can do until I get parts or tools is remove that tint. Removing window tint isn't really all too bad. You just need to heat it up a little bit to soften up the adhesive. You can use a heat gun or a steamer. I'm going to use a heat gun just because I don't want to set up my steamer. And then you just peel it from a corner, heating up the adhesive as you go. And then any glue that's left over, you can either scrape off with a razor, use Goo Gone perhaps, or maybe it'll just come off with some soapy wooter. Really just use a combination of them until you find out what works for the adhesive on your window. Now, to be honest, I like the look of the car with window tint more than without. But that window tint was too dark for me, and I'm sure if I went to some place, I could probably never get it to match 100%. So take it off myself, save a little bit of labor. And then we can erase this. And look, I added some lines to separate into 4 categories and what we're mating on. Parts, tools, that. Now, since I'm waiting on parts and tools, well, I'm not done. I'm not taking a break. It's time for me to go edit. I have the most footage for this episode than any other episode ever. This is going to either be a very long episode, or I'm gonna squish it down and speed it up really fast, or both. We'll find out. Hi, it's me from the future. I forgot to plug in my microphone, so there's a lot of clips of me talking and doing work, but no audio. I'm gonna do my best to do a play-by-play. I might have to voice over some spots because I might forget. There's good and bad news that I told you that you didn't hear, starting with the cowl. The cowl is on back order. They don't know when I'm gonna get it. They said a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. They don't know. So we're going to put on the cowl that I have, and sometime in the future, I will have to take apart the cowl that you're watching me put on right now and do it again with the cowl that's not broken and the correct wiper bolts. Right now, I just have some random chrome ones that fit. They're supposed to be black, and they're supposed to be black caps on top. But for now, this is good enough. It finishes the engine bay. It's really not too bad, but I'll replace this in the future. Which means that we can cross off cowl and wiper arms. Now, I'm pretty sure I was telling you at this point that I wanted to fix the wiring before the control arms, because the control arms being fixed mean the car is drivable. Unfortunately, after a lot of digging, I could not find any bad wiring for the shocks. I did, however, find bad wiring for the ride height sensor. So you can see here that I cut them at a staggered length. That way, when I put it back together and there's heat shrink in the way, it is not big and bulky with all 3 in one spot. It's staggered and it looks a little better. Now, at this point is when I realized I still had the original struts or shocks that came on the vehicle. So my genius brain decided, why not plug in the stock shock and make sure that the code doesn't go away. If the code goes away when I plug in the other shock, I just have a bad shock. And unfortunately, that did not fix it. Meaning we either have 2 bad shocks, or there's a wire somewhere that I cannot find and it's cut. The fact that the wire is not broken in the wheel well means it's somewhere inside the car, underneath the dash and underneath the carpet. And with that terrible news is when I finally decided, you know what? I can drive and enjoy the car without that wire being there. Let's go fix the actual problem, the 2 bent control arms in the back of the car. So I took off the tow arm and look how bent that thing is. And I took off the upper control arm and look how bent that thing is.
and I put the straight ones on, and by gosh, here we are, me realizing that everything that I've said and done for the entire day had no audio. So here's the deal. We fixed the control arms. We're moving on from the wiring from now. I'll probably fix that in the future, but there's not enough time for that in this video, which brings us back to the whiteboard with 2 items left. So my God, we are almost done with this thing. I'm gonna quickly put on these fender liners, put on these under trays. What a late night, but not for nothing. There is 0 parts on the floor, but on that note, we can erase under trays and fender liners with a clean, empty board and no parts on the floor. Let's go wash this car. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to announce to you our final first drive. We went for a first drive, but the car did not go straight. It did not have a straight steering wheel. We didn't have a hood, so it was constantly dinging at me. Here we are. This is an actual car that I can daily drive. It was quite the journey, and we learned a lot. We learned frame repair. We learned automotive paint. We learned that it's really expensive to basically replace an entire car. No way I make that mistake again, right? You know, hard lesson to learn. And the thing is, I would not change anything. I have so many memories with this car. So many highs, so many lows. The lowest lows, the highest highs. I will take all of the knowledge I gained and just do better next time. And I'm not over exaggerating when I say some of the best times with this car has been you guys in the comments. And I'm not just trying to be cheesy for YouTube. You guys have been so supportive. It's been so awesome. I get to finally experience this car. I haven't told you, I've already put 183.5 miles on this car. I've literally just been dailying it since we've got it finished. Now that I just poured my heart out to you guys, let's do another little pull. This thing sounds so good. It sounds so good. I hope you can hear it. Listen, I know you guys are probably here for me to work on cars and not talk to you after they're done. So I'll keep this short. Now that the Supra's done, it's time for me to sell it. Sadly, I cannot afford to keep this car and keep buying more to do YouTube videos. And I will definitely choose YouTube over this car. I would love to keep this car, but just like the Subaru that we did before and the BMW we did before that, I cannot keep them yet. Maybe one day. In order for me to keep this car, I would have to sell like 5,000 t-shirts. Now that's quite a bit. But if you want to aid in that possibility, ShawnzeyRacing.com. Check out a t-shirt, buy one if you like one. It really, really does help me a lot. Another way to support me, subscribe, check out the previous videos, check out the future videos. The next 2 videos are already planned out in my head. I am so very excited for the next 2 YouTube videos. Thank you so much for joining me on this GR Supra journey. I appreciate each and every single one of you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.